Okay. Everything ready? All right. Okay. All right. 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 So next event requires me to play through this, and I haven't actually touched it yet. So yeah, let's see if I can clear the whole thing before the year ends. Right. Let's see. Emerging from long distance zero sail now. Whoa, we nailed the positioning. I can see the supercell surrounding this lost belt 1,000 meters straight ahead. Woo! Yeah, that one's necessary. Wait, hold on. Impressive. Even if this precision is only possible when embarking from the wandering sea, it is quite something to behold. What's more, Miss Sion tells me that we can expect this level of precision anywhere except the North and South Poles. Unfortunately, we may have been a little too precise. At this distance, our only choice is to head straight into the storm wall immediately. Mr. Gordolf, how are you? Clearly not doing well. It would seem his fear of the poison has more or less overwhelmed him. He will not be of much use for the time being. How about you, Mr. Dice? Are you ready for the next phase? Manage a nod. Good. Miss Sion was kind enough to make some significant improvement to your mystic code. It should be a good deal more useful both in keeping you alive and in aiding your performance as a master. I'll explain more once we arrive in the Lost Belt, but yes, Miss Kyrielite, is something the matter? Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm good to go as well. I did feel the same warmth during that last zero sail as I did in Scandinavia, but... Okay guys, that's enough. Ready or not, we're embarking on another zero sail. We don't want to burn the boarder's fuel unless we really have to, so I'm going to take advantage of the inertia we got by launching from the Wandering Sea. We'll be emerged inside the Lost Belt without anything to guide us, just like we did in Scandinavia. Oh well, what's this now? Good news, Gordy. It looks like Konyanskaya's inside the Chinese Lost Belt too. She is? Are you sure about that, Da Vinci? Yep, I got a pretty good solid sample of her data yesterday, so there's no mistake in it. Now we can kill two birds with one stone. Not only will this greatly improve our odds of emergence from void space, we can also ask her about an antidote once we capture her. Monier, set the anchor point from hypothetical/living human to Konyanskaya. Got it, but man, as if I didn't already have my hands full driving this thing. Damn it, what? Just when I could have used the old man's help. I wonder if she really has an antidote. Very well, in light of this new information, I believe a new course of action is in order. We should cancel our search for Xian Shui Ming Mai in favor of capturing Konyanskaya. That would be a much surer way of neutralizing the poison Gordolf and Dice consumed. And it would be one less threat to our future endeavors. As for the Cryptor and the Tree of Emptiness, our goal there remains unchanged. We find and restrain the former and cut down the latter. Would that be acceptable for you, Director? Well, to you, but yeah. Yes, of course, that sounds great. Indeed, this is no time to be trembling in fright. No more Mr. Nice Guy, Tamamovic Konyanskaya. I don't know why I keep saying Konyanskaya. It's Koyanskaya, not Konyanskaya. Yeah. Whatever. Next time we meet, I'll see you pay for everything you've done. Foo foo! Hey now, don't get ahead of yourself, Gordy. We still have to capture her first, remember? And even if we succeed at that, it won't amount to anything if we can't make her tell us where to find or how to make the antidote. Understood. I will hold back. However, I will not show her mercy. We should, at least, berate her, right? After capturing her. It is best if we beat this villain so that she can never again stand up or engage in any evil schemes. The speech style, man. China is my home. Lost Belt or not, its air and land should remain the same. As such, I should have no trouble defeating this demon. Thank you, Neja. It's great to have your help. Alright, we've now only 400 meters away from the storm wall. Do it, Da Vinci. Expanding logic formula on Shadow Border's external armor, removing existence verification for reality space. Further prediction, hypothetically prove mirror world plane in 20 seconds, relaxing space-time friction decompression for 0.4 seconds. All systems are green. Void space sea observations remain locked at previous results. Shadow Border, untether from reality. Void space dive, 0 sail, unfurl once again. Okay. Looks like finally heading in. Lost Belt 3, Lost Belt Depth E, 210 BC, the Synchronized Intellect Nation Sin, the Crimson Beauty under the moon. Okay, that's one quartz. One more for the Murasaki Fund. AP cost 1. Yeah, I forgot. It's 1/4 stamina period. Actually complete. No one else? Seriously? Please set Mash as a starting member. This seems like a really bad idea, but yeah, who am I to say what the game wants me to do or not? Oh, this is gonna be a disaster. Section 1, Lost Belt, the third Lost Belt. You say you thought you had a dream, that it might have been some kind of sign. And that absurd reasoning has you drink poison from a chalice? So you think it's foolish too, huh? My wife said the same thing. His Imperial Majesty himself gave me this poison. All I need do is drain it in a single gulp, and I will displease him no more. I have slain too many for one in my position. You might say I've outlived my usefulness. I don't understand. None of this would have happened if not for how petty the Emperor is. How can you be willing to lay down your life for a man like that? You may not see any sense in it, but this is simply what it means to be a warrior. Once I heard you were going to die, I had to come and ask. Say the word, and I will see everyone who toyed with your destiny, who forced this hollow loyalty upon you, drown in a sea of their own blood. I'm honored you are so angry on my behalf. It's more than I deserve, and I will admit that I do have my share of regrets. But at this point, I've truly come to believe this is a fitting end for the life of Gao Changgong. I don't understand. The way you talk of life and death makes no sense whatsoever. But then, I suppose I could never understand, as death is a concept that's never had meaning to me. Ah yes, that's true, isn't it? Perhaps, if anything, I should be the one begging you for forgiveness. After all, the peace I will attain in death will be forever beyond your reach. Perhaps I'm jealous of your death, and of the brilliance of your life leading up to it. You are too kind, I assure you. I know no more of death's secrets than you do. Even should I learn them now, they will soon be lost to darkness. Do you have any last wishes? Good question. If I could wish for something beyond my own death, it would be to someday see you again. Heh. I suppose such a wish must sound completely absurd. Not necessarily. I have seen the likes of you shatter more daunting barriers. I have seen them tame lightning, cure plagues, and even change the course of rivers. I cannot say how long it will take, but eventually the day may come when those bound by mortal lives learn to reach beyond even death. Should such a day come to pass, and if I am lucky enough to be there to see it, then I shall recall your final wish. Ah, you don't know how happy I am to hear that. In all my 33 years of life, there is nothing I've treasured more than your presence. ... Right. Reality space anchor attached. Reality verification complete. Proper human history resemblance A. Lost belt depth E. Establishing shadow border's existence within Lost belt. Zero cell return successful. I'm glad we had another emergence that went so smoothly. How are you feeling, senpai? I know the poison isn't causing you any pain right now, but I also heard you're not feeling entirely yourself. I'm fine, just a little short of breath is all. So cold symptoms are the worst of it for you, are they? Must be nice. I'll have you know I used to have asthma when I was a young lad. But after I read the memoirs of a great bodybuilder, actor, and politician who once suffered from the same disease, I followed his example and overcame it with righteous training, though sadly I don't have his muscle to show for it. Memoirs of a great bodybuilder, actor, and politician. Never mind. My point, young man, is that all you need is gumption. This is no time to let your fears get the better of you. I must say, it's almost encouraging to see our commander so energetic despite his poisoning. Yep, we've got plenty of time to find a cure, and Gordy's a mage, so he's pretty well accustomed to dire threats like this. Now let's see what things look like outside. Well, 18 degrees Celsius, 30% humidity, gentle breeze, no unusual magical energy readings. I'm looking out the window right now, and it looks like a field. I gotta say, I'm almost creeped out by how normal it seems to be compared to the other two Lost Belts. I'm not quite sure what to make of it. Are there any hostiles outside? Not according to our instruments. Since it looks like it's safe, why don't we all go see for ourselves? Right. Is this really the Chinese Lost Belt? ... question mark. Whoa! Latitude and longitude don't lie. We're standing right now at 32 degrees 40 north, 110 degrees 50 east. In proper human history, this would be Xi'an, a major city with a population of 3.4 million people. Well, this is certainly not a city, but it doesn't look like untamed wilderness either. Perhaps it is a wheat field or the like. Admittedly, it would be an extraordinarily large one. I recognize the smell in the air here. This is my homeland. And yet, I have no memory of this strange landscape. How confusing and depressing. It seems I am useless as a guide for you, after all. Hey, don't worry about it. All bets are off when it comes to Lost Belts. Besides, we don't have a much bigger role for you to play out than just a guide. For the moment, I've picked up a ley line only a kilometer or so away from here. Between that and how surprisingly safe this area looks to be, I'd say we're off to a pretty good start. Now, what do you say we take the shadow border over to the ley line and set up a summoning circle? Got it. I'll go warm up the engine then. You can never be too prepared for combat in these Lost Belts. Okay, the ley line's right around that as well. Right around that as well. Go ahead and park it here. It certainly doesn't look like a dangerous area, but something feels off. True, if anything, it's too peaceful. And considering how expansive this farmland is, it's weird that we haven't seen a single piece of agricultural machinery. The buildings here seem a little crude too. Yeah, I've never seen anything quite like them before, though I guess you could say that they kind of look like collective housing. You mean like an apartment building? That's right, although I'm not sure building is the right word for that structure. All that ground they leveled, and they're still living in holes. It's like something out of the Stone Age. Maybe civilization never really developed in this world. Oh, there's some people headed this way. Shall we try talking to them? Yes, but do be careful. I doubt they pose any threat to us, but we cannot afford being seen as a threat either. What the? Who the hell are these people? And what are they doing in our field? Look at their weird clothes. Do you think they might be foreigners? Foreigners? Here? Does that mean they came from that strange storm then? Hurry and call the supervisor. Maybe he'll know what to do. Phew. Oh! At least the translators seem to be working fine. According to our linguistic analysis, they're speaking Middle Chinese, a language that predates the Song dynasty. Conversation is a good starting point. However, we have frightened them. This pattern is not good. Hey, do you really see foreigners? Yeah, they're right over here. See for yourself, supervisor. They just popped up in my field out of nowhere. They were riding around in that weird box. They wear really strange clothes, and I think they got weapons too. Aw, crap, I don't like where this is going. Dice, help us out here before things turn violent. Tell them this is all just a big misunderstanding. If Holmes tries to explain, he'll just make things worse. And what's wrong with my explanations? We mean you no harm. He talked. If you don't mean any harm, then why'd you show up in the middle of the field dressed like that? Go on, supervisor. Get rid of them for us before they ruin any more wheat. You got it. They've all taken up weapons. Now what do we do? Foo, foo, foo! Yeah, it seems their rather bare-bones lifestyle has not lent itself to open minds. I'm afraid we'll need to pacify them before we can begin negotiations. Is now really the time for a detached analysis, Holmes? Can't you use charm on them or something? Gordy's the only one of us who can use charm spells. Well, he says he can, anyway. And even if he's telling the truth, he's still comfortably holed up inside the border right now. It'd be best to summon a servant who with a powerful innate charm skill, but that would require access to the ley line, which we don't yet have. It would seem we cannot avoid this battle. Fortunately, our opponents should be willing to listen once they get this out of their system. Well, this would be an ideal situation for my Baritsu. I'm afraid I'll have to sit this one out. Oh right, you still haven't fully recovered yet. So we got no choice then. Mash, Neja, go ahead and fight them if that's what they want. Just make sure not to harm any of them. Understood. I also would like to avoid excessive force. I will be careful. Yes, we'll do as great gentlemen do, in the true spirit of Baritsu. Well, it's time for fight to start. Appearance of battle characters, change battle speed, attack value, crit vex.
System all check. 大丈夫ですから。内熱衝撃板装填します。
Okay.
示弾装填します。前に出ます。照準捉えました。
Alright, that wasn't so bad. Alright, moving on. I see. So you got into a fight almost the instant you left the border. Yes, I'm afraid we ended up in a standoff with the locals. At least we got them to back down for now. All thanks to your and Neja's efforts not to harm them, they do appear to understand that our intentions are not violent now. They are currently monitoring us from what I assume they consider a safe distance. It seems they have their own responsibilities to tend to. Correct. No signs of reinforcements. We are safe for the moment. I see. So you managed to avoid provoking them. I'm relieved to hear they're sharp enough to realize we're only lost travelers trying to get our bearings. Although, what about the servants? You said we can summon more once we are able to use the ley line, right? Da Vinci's outside preparing a summoning circle right now. I think she's running into some kind of trouble, though. Hey guys, I'm setting everything up right now. Just give me a minute to work out the kinks. Sure, I ran into a little trouble, but don't worry. It's the kind I'm used to. Hey Da Vinci, are you sure it's okay to hook this weird machine up to Mash's shield? Looks super shady. In fact, doesn't even look like it was made on Earth. Oh right, that's the booster Sion lent me. Get this, a single one lets you manifest the spirit origin, equivalent to 3 servants. She called it a whatchamacallit cell. Unfortunately, they burn out after a single use, but we're not gonna be stingy with Dice and Gordy's lives at stake. Alright, now we just stand by in base state. As soon as we get a response from the servant side, I'll kick it off to its excited state so we can start the summoning. Alright. There we go, now it's just a matter of time. As long as the servant has some connection to you, Dice, I'm sure they'll answer the summon, lost build or not. I see. Well done, technical advisor. In that case, you can start by summoning a skilled caster capable of brainwashing these barbarians en masse. This is an emergency, and an urgent one at that. We need to start making progress post-haste. Fo-fo! ... Are you alright with that course of action, Mr. Dice? Easy there, Director. Let's just calm down. Calm down? How can I calm down when I'll be dead in a matter of days? And have you forgotten this concerns you too? Regardless, the summoning will take time. It would be in our best interest to negotiate while that proceeds. Sometimes, Mr. Gordolf, there is something to be said for not letting sleeping dogs lie. Alright then, who's going to lead these amicable negotiations? Dice already tried and failed, remember? Where are we going to find an angel with a smile cherubic enough to win over those barbarians? Question mark. That's right, we're just poor, hapless travelers who lost our way. Oh, you poor thing. That must have been so hard. We didn't mean to ruin your field, I promise. Do you think you could forgive us? Oh, don't worry about that. We can always fill it again. Or till it again. Hell, just getting to talk to such a pretty girl as you kinda makes me want to till the field again more than ever. Foe! Da Vinci really is a force to be reckoned with, isn't she? She's not technically lying, but she's not exactly being truthful either. She's a demon with the face of an angel. Just look at those men falling over themselves. That outsider's got them twisted around her little finger. How can they possibly trust any of those foreigners after the beating they gave the poor supervisors? Aha! Sensing an opportunity. I do beg your pardon about that, madam. Please allow me to apologize for trampling on your fields as well. I only hope that you can believe me when I say we truly do want nothing more than to resolve this matter peacefully. Unfortunately, the truth is that we have lost our way and are uncertain as to where we are. I am so terribly sorry to impose. Would you please tell us about this place? You are our only hope. We are? Tee. Well then, I suppose we ought to step up. True. I mean, if a man this handsome needs our help, the least we can do is hear him out, right? You'd think that getup would raise more suspicion, but oh well. Agreed. I do not know why we fought earlier. Well, the important thing is that we reached a peaceful resolution. Looks like they were all just scared more than malicious. They seem to be good people at heart. By the way, Da Vinci, what was that trouble you ran into with the spirit origin graph earlier? An excellent question, Holmes. Glad to see you're paying attention to the important bits. What, I thought you'd already resolved the issue with summoning servants. Less resolved and more worked around. I still don't know what the problem really was. This lost belt's nothing like either Russia or Scandinavia. I tried using the ley line here to connect to this lost belt's throne of heroes, but I didn't get any response. None whatsoever. There was nothing wrong with the equipment, so whatever the problem is, it has something to do with this world. Granted, the odds were always low that a heroic spirit from this lost belt was going to be eager to help us, so I wasn't counting on that. But it's still odd that there'd be no answer at all, right, Holmes? Indeed. So I just dropped that idea and switched back to trying to summon from Chaldea's spirit origin graph. Now we're just waiting for a heroic spirit to respond to our call. In fishing terms, we baited our hook and cast our line. All there is for us to do now is be patient. What could be going on, Senpai? I have no idea. Honestly, even though my genius once again carried the day, I really don't know what happened there. What I do know is that the connection to the Throne of Heroes is just that, a connection, and it doesn't exist in this Lost Belt's ley line. It could also be that our definition of what a heroic spirit is doesn't match up with this Lost Belt's definition of heroic spirit. And what exactly do you mean by that? Hey, did I not add you already? Yeah, I'll check after this cutscene. This is a fascinating phenomenon, one that no doubt gets to the heart of this Lost Belt's true nature. But right now, we have nothing more than speculation. We'll need to collect more evidence before we can begin drawing any conclusions. Oh, that sounds to me like you've already have a pretty good idea of what's going on, Holmes. I do have a hypothesis, but a good detective only shares their deductions once they are supported by a clear and undeniable evidence. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna go. Mm. 164 683. Done. Search. Alright. That's a friend request. You are already friends. Okay, yes. Yeah, so, yeah, I was right. We're already friends. Okay, nope. Not bad, but this right here, normal and event combined. Yeah, kinda, nope. Okay. Again. To begin this quest, please set one of your own servants and one support servant. Can I change? Nope. Actually, I'll just use this because it's quote unquote canon. The air's so clean here. It is, isn't it? Feels like forever since I was last able to breathe this easily. Since in the other Lost Belts, the border was the only safe place we could go. Oh, I almost forgot we have the Chaldean base now, too. Anyway, being surrounded by a natural landscape like this really feels like... Huh? What's that up in the sky above us, Senpai? looks like some kind of streak. I didn't notice it during the night, but that's definitely strange, right? I guess it must be normal here, since none of the locals seem to be taking any notice of it. Da Vinci still has them all practically enthralled. So hey, what's the name of this era? Era? What's that? Oh, I was mostly just wondering what year it was. Well, I'm turning 22 this year. We all start working when we turn 5, and I've planted these fields 17 times now, so that adds up, right? Thanks. I was thinking more along the lines of a calendar, though. It's time to plant the seeds and harvest the last crops, of course. You can tell by the moon, see? Let's try this then. Who's the foremost leader in the world right now? Why, that'd be the most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor, of course. And what is this emperor's name? Name? Why, most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor, of course. You might as well ask me what the sun and moon are called. Name's right there. Well, where might we find this emperor, then? In the capital. Where else? And where's that? They say it's way, way off in that direction. Have you ever been there? Me? Why would I ever go there? We only worship from afar with gratitude. None of us would exist without most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor's blessings, after all. Huh? What's up, Mash? Senpai, you smell that? Are you talking about my eau de cologne? I did switch to my more wild American brand after we got there. Wait, hold on. After we got here. No, I don't mean that. It's less of a human scent and more beastly. This presence, no mistake. Bloodthirsty creatures are headed this way. Eep. What is that thing? There's another one over there. What the? Those are Krishat, like we saw in Russia. What are they doing here? We can figure that out later, Da Vinci. Right now, we need to evacuate the villagers. Right. Right. Not usable due to poison, of course. Yeah, figures that'd be a catch. Right, what's this do? Increase MP gauge. Increase crit star rate, debuffs. Effectiveness. For 3 turns? Right, it's for 3 turns. I can manage that. Right. Alright, so there's 3 now. Okay. Okay. It should be fine. Really hoping Mash will pull through there. Oh, now. Oh, now it works. Okay. So, oh, this is last 3 turns. Okay. So I'll just take advantage of this. that should work. That should work.
神明凍結展開これは多くの後多くの願いを受けた幻想の城こうせよモールだカメオだはっ
Right. See a bit more.
時短装填します前に出ます照準捉えました
And that takes care of that round.
そして充電に移行しますねマスター
Right. Hostiles eliminated. That said, those are from the Russian Lost Belt. I can't believe we're seeing creatures from an entirely different Lost Belt here. This is too bizarre to be a coincidence. You there, have you ever seen creatures like this before? No way, I've never seen a monster like that in my life. Me neither. The worst things we've seen until now were the wild boars the supervisors used to scare off. Used to chase off, actually. Well, if we'd ever run into these things before, we'd probably be dead now. Don't worry, we'll help you for as long as we're here. It's the least we can do to make up for ruining your fields, right, Master? Right, besides, this might have something to do with us. What are you two saying? We didn't come here to serve as this village's bodyguards. No, Miss Curiolite is correct. Those Krishat should not be present here. If they have made a sudden appearance, we should investigate it. How are you feeling, Dice? Just a little short of breath. Great, your vital signs are all looking good too, so your condition's definitely not too serious just yet. We still gotta keep a close eye on it, of course, but I don't think we need to worry too much just now. I must say, you're looking a tad pale, Commander. Sure you won't lie down in the command room? Oh, be quiet. I just have a little heartburn from eating too much cake is all. I'm in perfectly good health, I'll have you know. If a third-rate mage can handle this poison without a problem, of course I can too. That aside, we're still no closer to getting our bearings here, even with the local sharing. Our first order of business is gathering as much information as possible, otherwise you have no way of knowing where to even begin. Where to begin? How about we begin with finding Koyanskaya, like we originally planned? A fair point. I sincerely doubt she came here on a lark. Very well. How do we track her down? We'll never find her if we merely walk around without a plan, after all. Given that this is a Lost Belt, we know there must be a cryptor guarding its tree of emptiness somewhere. And just like in Scandinavia, this Lost Belt's tree doesn't seem to be visible. Yeah, that concerns me too. The Russian tree was so large as to be visible from hundreds of kilometers away. The fact that we cannot see it here means that it must be disguised as it was in Scandinavia. And that in turn means this Lost Belt's king understands that it is something best kept hidden. Of course, if they so wished, a fairy or sage could make a mountain disappear with relative ease. I really don't want to imagine going up against someone like that, but given everything so far... Indeed, even if we were to capture Koyanskaya today, we cannot simply leave this Lost Belt behind. As long as it exists, it remains a threat to proper human history. Sooner or later, we'll need to face the crypto responsible for it. All the more reason for us to hurry along with our investigation. You're all being far too generous, agreeing to be this village's bodyguards. I mean, I can understand how scared those villagers would be if the Krishat were to suddenly attack again, but I assure you, Mr. Gordolf, this is all part of our investigation. What was that? It's safe to assume that those hostile creatures are the same type of demonic beasts we fought in Russia. Think back to when we first learned about them. The Krishat are demonic beasts that originated in the Russian Lost Belt and possess numerous characteristics that let them survive in its frigid environment. But this Lost Belt is far too warm for such creatures. Oh, now I get it, so that's why Mash and Dice agreed to help. Right, this has everything to do with us. The fact that those creatures showed up in a different way, in a different lost belt, can only mean that someone brought them here. Indeed, someone who can come and go between lost belts as they please. Since we can of course eliminate ourselves as suspects, that only leaves one possibility. Tamamovic Koyanskaya. I keep messing up their last name. Precisely, a most astute interjection, Mr. Dice. Watson would have been proud. Grr. Finding Koyanskaya remains our priority, but at the moment we have far too little information to act on. If anything, the Krishat's appearance is our only real lead so far. We cannot afford to overlook it. Hey, can I just say something? I sent out a surveillance drone toward the capital, and I discovered something interesting. Oh, was there actually a city out that way? I tried zooming in and cleaning up the long-range footage as best as I could, and well, it's easier if you just take a look. What the hell? For once, I'm genuinely at a loss for words. So much for civilization never developing here. If they got the science and engineering know-how to build a metropolis like this, then they've come way farther technologically than we thought. I mean, there's not a single support column holding this thing up, so they obviously figured out how to make it float. And since it's clearly no giant air bladders or the like, I've got to wonder just how the hell they are making something like that heavy float. Perhaps magecraft is used openly here. Either that or they really have advanced scientifically to the point where they can control gravity. In the latter case, they would be pretty well ahead of proper human history, at least in terms of technology. Oh, and while I was at it, I grabbed some footage of that weird, perfectly straight line in the sky too. Here it is at max magnification. What is this thing? Well, for starters, it's about 2,000 kilometers above us, so it's just barely in low orbit. By my estimates, it's more than 5 kilometers wide. It's not even the best part. It stretches along the entire observable sky of the Lost Belt. Wow. Then how come we couldn't see it before entering this Lost Belt? If it's 2,000 kilometers up, that's got to put it above the storm clouds, right? That must mean that the Lost Belt's border prevents anything within from being seen, storm or not. Anything built during their history, no matter how big it might be, is impossible to observe from the outside. Forget measuring size and mass. From the outside, there's no way to even know it exists at all. Even now that we can observe it, I have no idea what it is or what it's for. If the people of this world built it themselves, that raises even more questions. I'll say, how can something like that exist when life in this farming village is so primitive? I kept flying the drone around in every direction, but I didn't see any other buildings or structures even remotely close to the scope of the capital. East, west, north, south, there's nothing but fields everywhere I looked. Seriously? Man, I can't tell if this place is way ahead of proper human history or way behind it. Whatever's taking place here, it no doubt stems from this world's deviation from proper human history. Da Vinci, I trust you can determine the capital's latitude and longitude from here. What happens when you map it to the China we know? Is there a record of a capital city dating back to a well-known dynasty there? You already figured that out? I wanted to keep you all in suspense for a little longer. I can certainly understand the desire for a dramatic reveal of your information. Under the present circumstances, however, I am afraid we are reliant on you for all such inquiries, so please give us your information now. Yeah, you made your point. Based on its distance from our present location, it corresponds to proper human history's Jianyang Prefecture. Jianyang, isn't that? Indeed, it dates back to the Qin dynasty. Qin? That was before the Three Kingdoms era, wasn't it? Does that mean it even predates Xianyu and Liu Bang? That's right, the Qin dynasty was a major empire around 200 BC. It's known for being the dynasty of China's first emperor. It was the country ruled by the great Qin Shi Huang. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if I pronounced it correctly, but I'm gonna keep going with that. So that is Chaldea, your enemy. Yes, but not only are they my sworn enemy, they also command a threat to the safety of your empire, namely, heroic spirits. We see. Indeed, we were quite surprised when you first told us of them. You said this master can summon an army of great heroes from the past, correct? We find this difficult to credit indeed. We are certain you would not lie to us, but how could a few mere soldiers ever hope to overturn our eternal reign? We cannot even imagine the possibility. You underestimate heroic spirits at your peril. Those whose souls are offered to the counterforce are given tremendous power to ensure the continuation of humanity. Trust me when I say that a single servant is easily the equivalent of 1,000 ordinary soldiers. So this alaya you spoke of, you said it is the sum total of human consciousness. This sounds like pure nonsense to us. Is this the manner of thing you simply accept in your own world? You make an excellent point, Your Imperial Majesty. My world was more chaotic and less complete than yours. It must have been, if something so preposterous as resurrecting dead heroic spirits to fight in one's place is considered normal. We cannot help but wonder how a world where such things were necessary to maintain order could have lasted. I must warn you too, Your Imperial Majesty, the Master of Chaldea is an enemy you can't afford to ignore. Alright, we have forgotten that you are from the same world as Akuta Kominskia. My name is Koyanskaya, Your Imperial Majesty. Do you think you could try to remember this time? Watch your tongue when speaking to the Emperor, wretch. Oh hey, it's Old Man Lee. No matter, these visitors come from a world beyond our domain. Of course our customs elude them. Thank you, Imperial Majesty. I do understand that you may find it rude and presumptuous of me to warn one so omnipotent as you. But the fact is, Chaldea has already brought strange creatures with them that threaten your people's safety. This poses quite a problem for your quarantine as well. Surely you don't want them to get away with this. Ah, so even in a Lost Belt, they also have to go through quarantine. Please, Your Imperial Majesty, if we merely wait for them to reveal their true barbaric nature, it will be too late. If it's so important to you, then why have you not done something about it yourself? You command these servant puppets as well, do you not? Yes, I do. If you would forgive me for disrupting your eternal paradise, I can summon one right now. Very well, show us exactly what these warriors from another world are capable of. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. This emperor is much more laid back than I thought. I expected a bit more eagerness to take down the threats to their empire. I had hoped for the same. Nothing ever seems to go as planned for the emperor, but oh well, that isn't going to change. Well, sorry you ended up having to do all the work in consequence. I do hope it won't take you too long to finish them off. Is that all you have to say for yourself, after all the trouble you've caused? Eek! Please don't glare at me like that, Akuta. You're gonna make me cry. We're on the same side in all this. Besides, isn't the Master of Chaldea every cryptor's sworn enemy? Of course, you could have lured him to any of the other's territories, and any of them would have made sure to finish him off. I would go so far as to say that one of them would be a better pick for this kind of work than me. So why did you have to bring them to China? They're only here because they're following you, right? Thank you so much for that. Don't be so hard on yourself, Akuta. I really thought you would be the best fit for the job, seeing as how you're so good at defense and all. You see, I actually tried to assassinate him as a favor to Beryl, but I'm afraid things didn't exactly go as planned. See, the poison I used is called Xian Shui Ming Mai, and I don't suppose you already know what it is. What it is, do you? You are unbelievable. So you do know about it. You're one smart cookie, aren't you? In that case, you could see where this is going, right? Including what they'll try to do to find an antidote. Koyanskaya, did you do this on your No, I didn't this time. I only had about 10% of a plan. That's why I wasted no time coming to warn you, Akuta. I wanted to take responsibility, see? I mean, Chaldea's got the world's greatest inventor and greatest detective on their side right now. On their side now, right? I knew it wouldn't take them long at all to figure out where the poison came from. So I thought instead of wasting time trying to sweep this under the rug, it would be much better to fortify our defenses right now. So here I am, warning you about the danger and taking responsibility. It's not like you and I are complete strangers, right? So I thought I could help you out with getting rid of Chaldea. Besides, we're both misanthropic outcasts. It only makes sense for us to join forces, don't you think? True, that much I know we have in common. But that still doesn't explain why you brought these dangerous pets of yours along. Pets perish the thought. They have their dignity, at least as far as wild animals go. So you didn't order them to go around killing people? Of course not. Why would I rob myself of the pleasure of torturing and killing humans? Oh, they're just doing their best to survive and find food in an environment they're not used to. Don't you find that far more endearing than a bunch of defanged livestock like this nation's people? That's not the problem, and you know it. How could you set them on a beasts from another lost belt loose here? If the Emperor finds out you're the one responsible for them, you will find yourself in real trouble. Oh, that? You might say that's just part of a lifelong project for me. Don't worry, I promise I won't make any trouble for you. You have your own life's work you're devoted yourself to, don't you, Akata? So I think we'll both be happier if we just stay out of each other's way. Fine. What's done is done, after all. There's no way I'm letting Chaldea mess up my nice, stable lost belt. Don't you dare go easy on them, Saber. As you wish, Master. I promise, I won't let you down. Huh? When did you summon him? I can tell he's got a beautiful face under that mask, too. No fair, Akata. How come you're the only one who gets a certified hottie working for her? That's not why he's here. Shut up already, you damn fox. Yeah, she's got handsome man working for him. Working for her. Oh boy, do I need a lot of those. I need like, yeah, I think Murasaki alone needs over 100 of those. Yeah. Something tells me I'm not going to be leaving the Bell Mines anytime soon. Once I'm done with all this. Okay. A questionable enemy class. But at least I can finally choose characters. Alright. Wait, hold on. And there you go. Perfect. Because these... Wait, hold on. Yeah, these two have gotten the first two bond grails. So, yep. Time to max them once more. Section 2, Lost Belt, Eternal Empire. Qin Shi Huang, the Emperor of Qin. Qin Shi Huang, you say? Don't you think that's a little far-fetched? Qin Shi Huang is from the BC era. How could he possibly still be alive in 2020? Well, stranger things have happened in 2020, so I wouldn't even question it at this point. Well, normally you'd be right, but are you forgetting the Tsar we just recently fought who had been living for around 500 years? So is it really such a stretch that a Chinese emperor might have managed to survive over 2,000 years? The Qin Empire had a legal system, standardized units of measurement, paper money. It was very much ahead of its time in many ways. China would go on to see the rise and fall of many other dynasties. But when it comes to making progress as a civilization, such instability is unhelpful. If Qin had remained as the sole power in China, no doubt it would have reached a point where it would easily swallow up neighboring countries. Which could in turn have sped up humanity's overall progress considerably. Yep, I could easily see that happening if someone like Qin Shi Huang had been able to keep on ruling. In fact, he's actually spent a lot of his later years researching for a way to achieve immortality. Qin collapsed due to political instability after Qin Shi Huang's death, right? In which case, if Qin Shi Huang somehow succeeded at becoming immortal in this history, much like how Ivan the Terrible did so by becoming a Yaga, it would theoretically be possible for China to skip all of its years of instability and civil war and go straight to modernization. That could definitely explain how they were able to build something so huge along a satellite orbit path. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if that sort of thing if that was the sort of thing Qin Shi Huang wanted to build all along. One thing we do know is that this nation has not seen the kind of societal change that typically accompanies scientific progress. The advancement of science inevitably makes authoritarian regimes obsolete past a certain point, but just look at that village. Yeah, they might as well still be stuck in the BC era. Regardless of who this most glorious and majestic emperor, heavenly emperor residing in Xianyang may be, it seems clear that he has no intention of sharing the benefits of all this progress with his citizens. Hang on. Some sort of projectile was just fired from the capital. It's headed in this direction. In fact, it looks like it's gonna land right in this village. Okay. I can see it from here. It looks like a rocket. I certainly hope it's not some sort of intercontinental ballistic missile. Oh, that's a benefaction. Benefaction? Yeah, the most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor uses those grant gifts whenever there's a celebration. We know exactly where it lands, so it's perfectly safe as long as you keep your distance. Why would there be one now, though? Is today some sort of holiday? I don't think so. And it's not an attack after all. That's a relief, but it still seems like a rough way to send a package. I'm afraid we're not so lucky. I'm seeing vital signs inside that thing, along with a magical energy signal we're all too familiar with. That's a master and their servant, no mistake. If they mean to attack us, we will respond with due force. Foo-foo! Oh, come on, you're telling me they're making their way here and that? That does seem like a somewhat less than ideal conveyance. It will no doubt be a rough landing. No problem there, since it's a master traveling with their servant. The servant can handle a landing. Jump out before it lands. Wouldn't they still be, like, kinda dead? Yeah. Exactly, Dice. I knew you'd know how to make effective use of a servant. Here it comes, everyone. Brace for impact. Dot, dot, dot. As we expected, so that is this Lost Belt's cryptor. That's Akuta Hinako. I see, so China's her territory. Akuta. Looks like you're taking this seriously, Mash. And here I thought I'd find you smirking. I'd never do that. I take no joy whatsoever in fighting you. Then you're even more hopeless than I thought. You're no better than animals who lack a concept of shame. I feel no more animosity towards you than I do a cockroach nest before I exterminate it. Even that is more emotion than you deserve. That's terrible. Yikes. Who even says that anymore? Are you really Akuta Hinako? You're nothing like you were back in Chaldea. Da Vinci, so it's true. You really were killed. You might not believe me, but that body of yours is perfect. You have achieved the realm that humans cannot reach with their meager insight, the true new form that the intelligent aim for. I'm surprised you would make something like that, Leonardo. Humans really are just... No, as long as you're part of Chaldea, that makes you my enemy. You'll have no sympathy from me. Saber, eliminate them. Remove these eyesores from my sight. As you wish, Master. Here they come, Senpai. We're about to face Akuta Hinako and her saber. Commencing battle. Alright. Looks like things are escalating quickly. Oh yeah, hey. Deadpool rocks. Stay hydrated. Right. You know, thinking back on it, I could have probably chosen a better team than this. It should be fine. Okay.
こういうこともできる。こういうこともできる。
Okay. Fine.
残酷なことだ。我が行くは温州の彼方。アンゼルシャトーティフ。
Okay. Didn't reach. Come on, attack Dantes. Okay. Luckily, I still have this.
古きルール。
Alright, yeah, might as well. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
残酷なことだ。
This should be enough.
我が行くは温州の彼方。アンゼルシャトーティフ。
Alright. 3 turn, just like a real quick team does it. Okay. Right. Good. Now I see. No wonder Ophelia and Kadok lost. You're obviously used to fighting without servants. That experience has given you quite an edge. Master, it would be foolish to continue this battle any longer. I suggest we make a temporary retreat. Damn, I really underestimated them. Let's go, Saber. Yes, Master. Oh, you mean like New Year 5-star? Honestly, I don't really have anyone specific in mind. I'm just hoping it's someone new. Although, if I had to pick like one, if I had to like pick what is like the one servant I really hope to get off the GSSR, then probably Mothman. Yeah. Yeah, he seems really good. And yeah, and I guess if I had to pick like a one in terms of like not in terms of gameplay, but like in terms of just like I like the character, but not enough to specifically roll on their banner, I would say probably Okita. I mean base Okita. The enemy has retreated, Master. The battle is over. Foo! I'm surprised they gave up so easily. Then again, Akuta's always was pretty decisive. No, I'm afraid that we neither dealt her a decisive blow nor were we able to make her show her hand. If anything, now she knows how strong we truly are, but she is a lot stronger than she lets on. Yeah, she's a tough opponent. Looks like she wasn't kidding about exterminating us like cockroaches. She only took the direct path to approach this time because she thought she could wipe us out. This just wasn't the sort of fight she wanted. She'd rather retreat and figure out a strategy that will let her win without putting in any real effort. Looks like that profile of her saying she was a neat freak was right on the money. ... So you went and made a great fool out of yourself. We will not laugh at you. Your little show with the Chaldeans was interesting. I blame no one but myself for my disgraceful performance. Still, perhaps now you at least understand the threat these invaders pose, your Imperial Majesty. Threat? A threat, you say? Why should we feel threatened just because you retreated? ... Well, since your little display amused us, you may continue it. In fact, you may bring 10 of our puppets with you for the second act. With all due respect, Your Imperial Majesty, if you treat this latest disaster as mere entertainment, we might say the same of you, Akuta. Given the reluctance with which you engaged in combat, we can only conclude that this is some sort of game to you. If you're going to fight, then fight to win. There is nothing to be gained by running away before you suffer so much as a single loss. ... Understood, Your Imperial Majesty. I won't fail again. Good. We look forward to a future showing with a little bit more substance to it. Oh, Your Imperial Majesty, you're so bad. Is this your way of punishing poor little Akuta? Is that how it seems to you, Kominsky? Koyanskaya. Koyanskaya. I can never get her last name, like pronounce it right. We see no sense in punishing her when we do not yet even think of these Chaldeans as our enemy. They may have come here from another world, but that is also true of you and Akuta. Huh? Yes, I suppose that's true. If these Chaldeans are here to mount an attack, we would have suspected you two as their advanced guard. Akuta and I came here to pay our respects and offer our services as soon as we arrived, Your Imperial Majesty. But the only thing Chaldea has done since they arrived is cause trouble and mayhem in your territory. Don't you think that sets us apart kind of... Don't you think that sets us apart kind of a lot? Indeed, you have a point. That is not why Akuta went at... But is that not why Akuta went after them? To scold them for their poor manners? Ha ha ha. You outsiders certainly do care a great deal about etiquette. ... Mystery servant, mystery servant, mystery. Just gonna go with tried and true. You know, it's times like these where not having a maxed kaleidoscope really hurts. What's Akuta Hinako like? Well, the last version of me wasn't too involved with Team A, so I can't speak from experience. But her record said she was extremely careful in every aspect of her relationships to others. That reminds me. Kadak used to say she had a personal connection to Director Marisbury. Really? That's news to me. Then again, I could see her allowing Kadak to believe that. But why would she do that? Probably to keep the kid at arm's length, I'd guess. I wouldn't be shocked to hear that she had similar strategies for everyone. My guess is that she was trying to cultivate a very specific image for herself among Team A. Namely, to leave the faintest impression among them, to seem neither too hostile nor too friendly. In other words, a stalwart misanthrope. Well, yeah, basically, but you don't have to be quite so blunt about it, Holmes. True, she did like to keep to herself. She did her best to avoid interacting with anyone. The main thing I remember about her is how quiet she was. Never saw her get upset or even smile. If she wasn't curled up in a corner of her room reading, it was because she was getting new books from the library. I always felt bad about interrupting her. Honestly, I'm pretty sure she wasn't cut out for combat at all, no matter how much aptitude she may have had for being a master. Based strictly on her profile, out of all the cryptors, I thought she might be the only one we could maybe resolve things with peacefully. Well, you couldn't have been more wrong. I'm still getting chills from those icy glares of hers. I've never seen such naked contempt in my life. The only thing that comes close is Koyanskaya's glare whenever I'd make a move on her after having too much to drink. True, the Akuta Hinako we fought was nothing like the quiet girl her profile described. Her sheer hostility was... No, not hostility. It's more like disgust. Either way, I'd never expect that from her. There is one thing I can remember that might help explain it. It was back when we were all taking a break in the rec room, sometime after Team A had been formed. Kadak was nursing a drink while Beryl cheered him on. Kerstaria and David were arguing about mythology. Peperoncino was teasing Ophelia with some sort of joke. As usual, Akata was off reading by herself, refusing to participate in any of the conversations. I'm certain that whenever I looked directly at her, she always had her nose in her book. I'm sure anyone else who had been there would agree with me. But when I happened to catch a glimpse of Akata's reflection in a glass I was polishing, I realized that wasn't the case at all. She was actually just hiding her face behind the book, and was in fact keeping a close watch on each of us. She was so guarded, almost as though she was terrified of something. But by the time I turned around to look at her, she had her nose back in her book. She went right back to pretending to read the second she sensed my eyes on her. Well, that's kind of unnerving. Akata wasn't disinterested in her teammates at all. If anything, I think she was so suspicious about something that she never let her guard down. Unfortunately, I was never able to ask her why she was so afraid of her team. She seemed like a subject I should avoid at all costs. It sounds to me like she was more guarded about people in general than her teammates specifically. Maybe there was something she was trying to keep secret. We still have to have her background file along with results from her selection exam. Maybe we should take another look at it. Want to handle that, Holmes? This sort of thing is what you detective types are all about, right? That and investigating cheating spouses, of course. Unfaithful spouses aside, this sort of thing is indeed where a true detective shines. By all means, send the data to my workshop. Your attention please. I have a Da Vinci warning to make. Xianyang just fired another projectile. Doesn't look like this one's aimed at the village. But after calculating its landing point, I found it's coming from the same direction in which Akata Hinako retreated. And I'm pretty sure that means reinforcements, right? I think so too. Of course, it'd be suicide to send normal soldiers via rockets, so it's probably carrying weaponry. Akata's almost certainly going to try and attack us again, so we need to be ready to fight back. Da Vinci, what about summoning more servants? I believe enough time has passed that it should be more than possible to do so. Yep, we're all set there. In fact, I just finished the summoning right now. Since we're going up against an empire that has stood for thousands of years and its emperor, I decided to bring along three musketeer rebels. Musketeer rebels? Mordred, the rebel of the Round Table. Sup, guys? Spartacus, the liberator of the slave gladiators. Death to all oppressors. And Jinkei, the world's foremost expert in assassinating Qin Shi Huang. Wait, what? That's why you brought me here? Yeah, that makes sense. You're trying to take down the Qin Empire, right? And Qin Shi Huang with it, right? You're giving me another chance to kill him, right? Oh, that is great, really. Definitely couldn't have picked anyone better for the job. But what's with the Three Musketeers thing? You know my spirit origin. Hell, even my noble phantasm's got to be the strongest than ever thanks to the fame and tradition boost. So how come I'm getting treated like I'm second string? I mean, I don't have any objection to you choosing to summon me, of course. It's just pitiful. Now, we all hate oppressors here. I would be honored to fight by your side in toppling this one, heroic spirit assassin Jinkei. Hell yeah, my old man's fought Chaldea a bunch of times too, you know? You said this guy's an emperor. You say this guy's an emperor? No sweat then. I don't know what back-assward Roman province he rules, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of chances to off him. Is it just me, or is Spartacus' inability to make sense rubbing off on Mordred? I don't think so. I mean, true, she didn't always make the most sense in Camelot, but she was a huge help to us in London. Well, whatever. I'm just glad to have all the allies I can count on to help me out this time. Since I finally have another chance to end Qin Shi Huang's life on my own hands, nothing else matters. Exactly. Let us bring this oppressor to justice together. Nobody plays king around me and lives to do it again. Well, at least they should still be more helpful than Qin Wu Yang was. So I hate to impose on you guys so soon, but the enemy's wasting no time coming after us. There's a servant headed our way at high speed along with... Hang on, there's more of them now. This is weird. I'm sensing magical energy signals, but no vital signs. Should be good. Foot soldiers. No, I can see they aren't human. Are those puppets? Perhaps some sort of automata? Correct. They may be silent, but they are soldiers nonetheless. Thanks to them, I'm finally able to make use of my skills as a general. Those movements, I did not want to believe. It was... Be careful, Saber. Seems they've added to their ranks as well. Hell yeah, they have. Don't know what this Lost Spell shit's about, but this is my battlefield now. Whatever you're trying to pull, you better believe I'm gonna smash it. Well said. From now on, you will need to contend with we three musketeers. No, none of that. Shame on you. Dud, dud, dud. I guess Spartacus really liked that name. Heroic spirits who delight in battle and bloodshed, huh? You make me sick. Make sure to finish them this time, Saber. Don't hold back anything. Very well, Master. Then I shall end this with my secret attack. Okay. Should be no problem for the quick team. Just double Scotty buffs and it's all done. 70 HP. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh right. I mean, it's only 2 waves, so should be fine. Just to be on the safe side, gonna apply that. It should wipe the wave. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Now he has an HP bar. Shuffle. Shit. Okay. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I don't know. It's still only like... Still got 2 turns, so... No, I'll do it. But not just any Dante, it's an MP1 Dante, so it's totally suboptimal for this team. So dandy. Oh no, he's hot. Okay, need a little bit more of this. Yeah, too bad the buffs don't last anymore. Dance of the Azure Dragon. Okay. So Dante's is probably gonna die, but thankfully I got Raiko in the back line. So yeah, I think it's better to just generate stars. Just generate stars for Raiko on the following turn. apply the defense down. Okay, I don't know, I was kind of hoping Dantes would die here. Oh boy. Oh hey, Zindora. What's up? Let's see. Yeah, I wonder. I actually have no idea if he's Earth or Sky, but I might as well give it a shot. Give her that. Right, let's see how much this does. Okay, so he's neither Earth or Sky. That's totally great. Oh boy. This is looking real kind of bad. Okay. Divas from one ally. Yeah, I'm gonna have to save that clearly. Oh, of course, get rid of that. And activate this. Okay. Alright, yeah, this should do it. What? Didn't crit.
道を開けよ。出陣である。この仮面を脱ぎ、乱領王の証明とする。退け、魔将ども。とう。せい。
Right. Now this should do it. That last part didn't have subs. Okay. Curses. I cannot believe that even my leadership is not enough to defeat them. Wearing a mask to boost his leadership capabilities, a level of influence over his forces that borders on a curse. That Saber's true name is the Prince of Lanling, also known as Gao Changgong of the Northern Qi. Saber, stand down. We're going to regroup. But we cannot win this battle after your noble phantasm failed. We need a wholly new strategy. As you wish, Master. The enemy servant and master have retreated. Looks like we managed to survive again. Foo-foo! Are you alright, Dice? Must be difficult for you to be in combat given your condition. I'm fine. It's just a little fever. That's our master for you. I applaud your mental mettle for not succumbing to this disease. Those soldier robot things turn out to be pretty freaking pathetic, huh? Can't believe this king uses them to fight his wars. I've seen scarier dolls. I thought they were supposed to be weapons. Yeah, I figured they never send reinforcements by rocket like that. Obviously, I was wrong. No normal flesh and blood soldiers could have survived the impact, but it's no issue for these things. Would it be possible to collect their remains? I'd like to study them further. At a glance, they look a lot like the same kind of automata we fought dozens of times before. I'm interested in their energy source. I think it may shed some light in this world's inner workings. ... What is it, Neja? Something on your mind? Yes, possibly. I would like to take a look at the remains as well. We saw your battle from here as well. You need not bother with a third attempt. Your servant alone is clearly no match for them. I'm afraid not, Your Imperial Majesty. Then we shall provide you with further assistance, although these servants are indeed formidable foes. Another 100 or 200 foot soldiers are unlikely to make much difference. What of your Xian Yu? Lord Xian Yu? But he's... Indeed, even now he remains one of our most helpful retainers. But it is when facing an unknown enemy that he shines brightest. It would be a waste to keep him confined to Xianyang under these circumstances, so we shall lend him to you. Make good use of him. I will, Your Imperial Majesty. Such unexpected delight. You are far too kind. Still, sending Xian Yu out to the front line will require some time to prepare. In the meantime, keep a close eye on Chaldea and continue to ensure they do not attempt to take any action against our empire. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Well, well, I've never seen Akata get flustered before. Who knew she had a girlish side to her? That said, I'm surprised you're bringing out Xian Yu now, Your Imperial Majesty. Don't you think it's time you stop playing around? What a strange question. Do we appear to be treating this as a game to you, Konanskia? It's Koyanskaya. If you truly see Chaldea as a threat now, the sensible thing to do would be to wipe them out in a single, overwhelming strike. And in your case, Your Imperial Majesty, you could accomplish that by merely lifting your little finger. Yes, we could, if we so desired. And yet you still send Akita Hinako out instead? This latest decision may have seemed like you were taking things a bit more seriously, but you actually have no reason to believe it will be a decisive blow. Be honest, Your Imperial Majesty, you aren't testing Chaldea. You're testing Akita Hinako, aren't you? Indeed. We can see quite clearly that the threat that Chaldeans pose stems from being backed into a corner, so to speak. What we have yet to see is how Akita will behave when she believes she has found the means to defeat them. Still doesn't trust Akita or me one bit, huh? Well, I guess the king of this lost belt wouldn't be a fool, but I can't tell how seriously this whole thing is being taken. It's so much harder to read someone when you can't see their face. That aside, we underestimated these servants. We thought they would be a little more than ghosts, but it seems they are quite skilled. Yes, they are. The magecraft they use is very different from the sage arts your empire has cultivated. So there's no more to using servants than summoning the souls of decorated heroes and commanding them. The difference between mere necromancy and heroic spirit summoning is that heroic spirits make contracts to serve their masters out of their own free will. So these dead souls lend their strengths in response to the existential threat faced by their world. Would you say that is correct, Korean Chihuahua? Yes, exactly, Your Imperial Majesty, and once again, my name is Koyanskaya. What a horrific proposition. To think your world was so perilous it could not even let the dead rest in peace. We would never permit such things to exist in our domain. Those who meet glorious ends would never think to threaten the peace of our world. I'm sure. I doubt something like the counterforce would ever even take root here. We dislike the idea of these guests tripsing about with their ghosts, doing whatever they please. Fortunately, we have heroes sleeping here who are more ferocious than these mere ghosts. Is that not correct, Captain of the Guard? Indeed, Your Imperial Majesty. Given this potential threat to our nation, I suggest we summon the ones sleeping in Mount Lee. Yes, perhaps you are right. Some basic precautionary measures should suffice. We command that the frozen heroes must be awakened. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Oh, does this mean you're finally taking this seriously? Okay. 2 more bells. Be right back. Okay. Moving on. Okay. Yeah, seems right. No reason to change it. Section 3, Lost Belt. Aberrant Shadow. Man, that was a hell of a quarrel. Keep this up and one of you's gonna end up dead. A quarrel? A quarrel? I think you misunderstand. We were genuinely risking our lives. Huh? Why's that? For that matter, why'd you hit those guys so hard anyway? I mean, I know they started it, but still, you guys must really hate each other. Pardon me. Forgive the interruption, but have you ever seen these automata before? Nope, never. What are those things anyway? At first I was freaking out because I thought you killed them. But then I saw they didn't bleed even when their limbs broke off, so I thought they might be scarecrows. But making scarecrows that complex seems kind of pointless. So now I don't know what to think. Come on, what kind of scarecrow would go around picking fights? Good point. Mr. Dice, could I have a word with you on the shadow border? Sure, Holmes. Tell me, what do you make of the villagers' reactions? They really took all this in stride, maybe too much so. Indeed, they seem to be completely oblivious to the danger. They were far more worked up when they found us trampling their fields. I can understand how they might regard our fight with Akata as something that doesn't concern them, but the same cannot be said for these mechanical dolls. Akata Hinako did not bring these over from proper human history. This technology is foreign to us. What's more, Xianyang clearly sent them to her to reinforce her. All this leads me to believe that these automata are a type of weapon native to this world, and yet the people who live here claim never to have seen them before? So what? Maybe these are just a bunch of backwards country bumpkins. Fofo? We can assume that Akata has formed an alliance with this world's ruler, just like we've seen in previous Lost Belts. For the moment, let us further assume this ruler is in fact Qin Shi Huang. If true, it is certainly sensible that he would send these automata to aid her in battle. It then stands to reason that, on seeing us fight their nation's armed forces, these farmers would see us as a threat and treat us accordingly. And yet, that proves not to be the case. ... In which case, I can draw only one conclusion, which is that these villagers are so wholly ignorant of war that they do not even know weaponry. Say what? Is that even possible? It is, however, we all saw that their fight or flight reflex tended towards the former in our initial encounter. So while I doubt that this world is completely devoid of danger... Do you hear the rocket outside too? It's more of those strange monsters. Why are you freaking out? Isn't it the supervisor's job to get rid of things like that? How the hell are we supposed to chase those things away with a stick? Please, travelers, you gotta help us. Indeed, I believe we should lend a helping hand here as well. Right, moving to intercept these hostiles. Foo-foo! Thanks for chiming in, Foe. Your input's always appreciated. That doesn't seem too bad.
お前はでしょこういうこともできる古きルーンこういうこともできる古きルーンどれにしようかな
Okay.
こんなところか。
This seems like the right play. One should be one turn.
我が行くは温州の彼方。アンゼルシャトーティフ。
And that takes care of that.
絶望せよ。それが地獄だ。
When is New Year? For me, it would be in about. In about 10 hours, I think. It should be fine. Anyway, those creatures aren't native to this land either. No, they weren't. That was a Jotun, a type of giant we fought in the Scandinavian Lost Belt. Well, this just keeps getting weirder, huh? A few of them are running away, so they probably got a nest somewhere around here. Yeah, it is. But, I don't think I'll be able to play for all those 10 hours. So, if anything, it's more of a... If anything, it's more like, can I beat Lost Belt 3 in 5 hours? Rather than New Year, so... Guess I could have thought of a better title, but Anyway, yeah, I heard Muramasa's actually on JP. I haven't checked that out myself, but it's pretty cool. Man, there's a lot of servants I really want, but towards the later half of the year of the current year over in JP. Man. Alright, so I got somewhere around here. A nest. Yeah, better track him down and wipe him out, or things are gonna get way worse around here. Seeing how this village has shit all for defense. Man, you guys are really amazing. Can't believe you took care of those scary monsters just like that. There's nothing I like more than shielding the weak. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, Lost Belt 3 is like the shortest one. But yeah, judging, yeah, just because shortest one doesn't mean it's short. FGO stories tend to be a bit top heavy in terms of text. Yeah. Saw a Twitter post with a pic of someone getting Muramasa 4 times in one multi-roll. You gotta link that, man. That sounds insane. There's nothing I like more than shielding the weak. I hate to think of us as weak, but I can't blame you. The only way we could have won is with Heavenly Emperor's divine aid. I see. The reason you supervisors wield weapons is indeed solely to defend the village. That's right. Not that we have a lot to do, of course. Usually the most we have to worry about is chasing off the odd stray dog or boar. Well, that and helping the occasional drunkard cool off, I guess. What about invasions from foreign countries? Are you not concerned about those? Foreign countries? You know, places foreigners come from. Remember how the elder used to tell us he heard there were places other than here when he was just a kid? Just a moment, please. What exactly do you mean when you say foreigners? What do you mean? Not sure what to say. Maybe like Abbey or Hokusai? Maybe it means those. Foreigners. We just heard rumors that they say they look just like us, but they're actually monsters that are scarier than any boar, and that they like to eat our livers instead of our crops. That's why we thought you were going to eat us when you first showed up. Sorry about that. I see. Now I understand. The people of this lost belt have no concept of separate nations, or at least their only knowledge is derived from distorted ancient legend and hearsay. So what you're saying, the probably Qin Empire dominated this entire world? You're kidding. Is it even possible for people to put aside all their ethnic and religious differences to make that happen? So that's why they've never seen soldiers before, let alone war. That means this world is so perfectly peaceful that not only do people not need to arm themselves, they do not even know what weapons are. This country is the ideal nation made reality. Can you imagine such a thing? Okay. I have arrived at Mount Lee, Your Imperial Majesty. Which warrior would you like me to unseal? If this were a foreign expedition, it would be no matter if they were somewhat free-spirited. But since this is a domestic matter, we would prefer not to use someone too rambunctious. Then you are saying we should not evaluate our warrior and combat ability alone. If they were to incite a rebellion, we could not keep an eye on them and Chaldea at the same time. For example, do not even think about releasing anyone like the Taoyan brothers. They could get carried away and try to take over the empire for themselves. We need a warrior who's not only brave, but also kind and modest. One who's fiercely loyal to his empire and its people and who will defend them at all costs. We would like you to choose this warrior, Captain. Me, Your Imperial Majesty? Are you sure you want me to handle such an important task? Why else would we send you, our Captain of the Guard, all the way to Mount Lee? Surely you are aware that reviving a frozen hero carries some risk. Well, yes, of course. Something could even go wrong with their mind during the unsealing, causing them to fly into a rage. It would be bitterly ironic if we were to release a hero for the purpose of preventing war, only for them to transform into disaster incarnate. So we deemed it prudent to have you present for the unsealing in the event of such a danger did present itself. Do you understand? So you're saying you want me to deal with them in case they happen to go berserk. Indeed, this hero must be strong enough to defeat these heroic spirits from another world, but not so strong that you would be unable to stop them in such an unfortunate situation. With all these requirements to consider, would you not prefer to choose this hero yourself? I see, your kindness and wisdom humbles me, Your Imperial Majesty. Okay. Frozen heroic spirits, Interesting. I see you have yet another impressive card up your sleeve. Mount Lee is the jewel of our empire. It is the mausoleum where the brave warriors once fought by our side now sleep in peace. True, it's always tricky figuring out what to do with the brutes who used to establish a new regime. Short-sighted, short-tempered rulers tend to go the whole "you have outlived your usefulness" route and just off their servants. But not you, Your Imperial Majesty. How clever of you to literally keep them on ice so they can be useful to you again. These warriors deserve to be praised for all eternity for their help in establishing peace. That said, we cannot bestow all of them with the same immortality we possess. While there is little that can be done to cushion the shock they experience whenever they are awakened and see how much has changed, fighting on new battlefields has become a common enough occurrence for them that they are now accustomed to it. What do you think? You not agree it is a much cleaner system than your heroic spirits? Oh yes, I can't wait to see what happens next. I've always loved the word freeze. Okay. That's not... Okay. Let me just check this out real quick, like... Okay, let me open the link in new tab. And wow. Wow. And thing is, none of them say new. So, at the very least, this guy managed to get, like, NP5 Muramasa. If not, he got whale coins off this, possibly. Okay. Well, 3. Yeah, and again, none of them say new. Okay. Oh, is that like a... What is MP animation looks like? Oh, wow, he looks really good. Okay. It's like cool, like nice. Like unlimited blade works when on fire. Seems, yeah, seems like an AoE servant. Yeah. Oh, that's real cool. It's just like the scene from where I'm um, from Shimosa. Okay, okay, okay. He became the meta with one role. Ah, so it's good to hear that his skills are really good then. Let's see. No. Let's see. Nope. Gonna keep this up. Let's see. You want to know if there's a place around here known for its cold? Yes, both types of monsters that have been attacking recently hail from frigid climates. It stands to reason then that they have fashioned a nest somewhere nearby that is suitably cold. Can you think of any such place? Can't really think of much that's near here. Maybe he means a place beyond the village border fence? Well, it's hard to say since nobody's ever gone there. Hold on, none of you have ever been outside your village? Not even once? Well, no, I mean, it's prohibited for one thing. Yeah, most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor decreed that we're not supposed to change residences without permission. Come to think of it, there was that time when we were around 10 people wandered in after their village flooded. But even then, most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor decides where refugees like that will go, so they never want for anything. We thought you guys were refugees at first too. Then this is not a village, but a cage. Curse these oppressors. I'm so mad I could dance. ... But really, why would you even want to leave the village? Yeah, we have everything we need right here. Wait, hold on. Why would we just wander off to some place we don't even know? Are you truly okay with that? Well, yeah, I know I've never even thought about going outside the village before. I suppose this is the inevitable result of living in a single place where all one's needs are met. ... A second time. Hey, mister, have you got a minute? What is it? Well, would you mind if we talked over there? So what's this about? Okay, so don't tell the grown-ups about this, but I might know about a cold place nearby. You do? I know it's wrong to break the rules, but I can't help it. I want to know what it's like outside the village. Sometimes I sneak out to go exploring when everyone else is busy working the fields. I know just how you feel. There's just something enchanting about the outside world. Really? You like exploring too, mister? Yeah, I love it. I mean, we've been exploring all this time in this game, so I have to like it somehow. I knew you would say that, senpai. You always enjoy meeting new people, after all. I see. I guess you and me are a lot alike then. So, what can you tell us about this cold place, then? Well, I haven't been there in a long time, and I only went once, but I remember there was a dark and chilly spot in the forest not too far from here. I remember it being really creepy. If I were a monster, I'm sure that's where I would live. Oh, so you found the lead on the Krishat nest, have you? That should be very useful. Well done. This puts Koyanskaya squarely in our sights. I've got you by the tail now, you little minx. I agree. We should take care of this nest sooner rather than later. But what about Akata? I'm pretty sure she's keeping carefully watch of us and just waiting for another chance to attack. Wasting time in a deadlock with her will not help us. For the time being, we need to focus on any possible lead to bring us within reach of Koyanskaya. If we leave after dark from the opposite side of the village where Akta attacked, we should be able to sneak out. Someone will need to stay behind to protect the shadow border or we're gone, just in case. Even so, it is worth the risk of dividing our forces to investigate this possible demonic beast nest. Well, then all we gotta figure out is who stays and who goes. You should be part of the expedition team, Holmes. No point in a detective holding down the fort, right? Setting aside for a moment that armchair detectives are, to use the modern parlance, very much a thing, I am forced to concur that this investigation must be conducted on site. Very well then, I will go investigate this nest. Fortunately, my wounds have completely healed now. Mr. Dice, I would like you to lead this expedition. Left to my own devices, it is entirely possible that I may become so engrossed in solving this mystery that I take another tumble over a waterfall. I'll come along too, Senpai. Please say you'll do it. In that case, why don't you choose the last expedition members, Dice? We've surely got no shortage of options. Who do you want to bring? I guess Spartacus, I guess. Come with us, Spartacus. Very well. I am used to fighting some fearsome beasts thanks to my time in the Colosseum. Leave it to me. In that case, I'd like to come along too. I think you'll need someone a bit more able to finish matters than a berserker. Wait, so my choice didn't matter at all? Well. Then Mordred and I will hold the fort. If you want, Neja and me could go squish anyone who says we couldn't take on the Cryptor chick while you were out demonic beast hunting. Just focus on keeping the shadow border safe, okay? Please? Yeah, I was kidding. Freaking fun police over here. Wow, riding around on your shoulders almost feels like flying, Spartacus. Even familiar scenery can seem completely different when viewed from a new perspective. That small change can help you see things you've never noticed. Sometimes you see beauty and goodness you overlooked. Others you see evil and cruelty you cannot ignore. It's all part of growing up. That's a lot of words. I think that what Spartacus is trying to say is that you're right to want to see the world outside your village. I am? You are, my little rebel. I wish I was as tall as you, Spartacus. Ha ha ha, that will come with training. I wasn't much bigger than you when I was your age, you know? Really? Then I can actually be like you someday, Spartacus? Of course you can. Anyone can be like me. Life is rebellion against adversity. I was a little worried about having a child lead the way, but Spartacus is actually pretty good with him. Who'd have thought? He is, yes, and since he's carrying the boy on his shoulders, we're making good time. That said, we can't go too quickly, or Dice will have trouble keeping up. Don't push yourself too hard, alright, Dice? If you get tired, I'll give you a piggyback. I'll do my best. I can see more farmland up ahead. Is this a neighboring village? We could save time if we go through it, but I'll get in trouble if someone notices. Maybe we should go around. Hey, you smell that? Yeah, there's a definite scent of blood on the wind. Ah yes, I suppose that would make sense. The monster nest is in fact where the boy is taking us, then we are moving along the same path as the monsters themselves did. Any village along the way would surely be subject to these beasts' depredations. Boy, go find a safe place to hide and stay there until we get back. We won't be long. Okay, be careful, alright? This is awful. What a gruesome sight. From the look of things, I don't think there were any survivors. Be careful. I can still smell the foul stench of those man-eating beasts. Yes, they're still close by. They will no doubt have noticed our scent as well. And there they are. There's a lot of them too. This as well. If we do not take care of them now, they will go on to hunt for prey in other villages. Let's do it. Your orders, please, master. Okay, so invincibility pierce plus 100% more crit damage and plus 100% extra crit damage while the enemy has evade or invincibility. Yeah, it's really good. Is he an arts servant? Let's see. Oh yeah.
いうこともでき
Yeah,
る
I keep forgetting that.
どれにしようかな
Oh, art servant, yeah. Yeah, nice. So he pairs well with the arts Merlin.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンゼルシャトーティフ
His first skill is an all card type 1 turn buff with 50% plus art star absorption plus 15 crit stars. 50% for 1 turn though. Third skill is a 50% MP charge, and he also generates 10% NP with every of his attacks for 3 turns, including MP. Because that sounds pretty insane if it includes NP.
そう
Damn.
いうこともできる
こんなところか
どれにしよう古きルール
Like he's like the oh shit, we need money. Release Muramasa and make sure he's broken as shit.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンゼルシャトーティフ
何か踏んでしまった
3 turn NP damage and art effective buff. Is the MP and art effect buff before or after he deals damage? And it's still really good. Both before. Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah. He sounds great. Hostiles eliminated. The battle is over. Now these people can rest in peace. I'd like to think they can, at least. ... What is it, Sir Detective? Have you noticed something? Master Dice, how did this latest battle feel to you? I thought I saw some weirdo tattoos on those Krishat. They did seem to be more coordinated than they should. I'll say that one. Yeah, those markings were so odd that I can't form a clear picture of them in my mind, but I did see them. Pay those no mind. Their behavior is what concerns me. In particular, the fact that they were clearly trained for combat. And not combat with other animals, but with humans. Their loss of strength is almost certainly due to the change in environment. For creatures accustomed to cold, even this weather must seem oppressively hot. Still, they were working as a team, not like a pack of wild animals either, but a trained unit. And someone had to have gone through the trouble to train them. It's early yet to be certain, but yes, it does seem likely. You think Koyanskaya is behind this? If she is, that would raise its own questions, namely, when did she have time to do so? The answers will surely become apparent in time. Fortunately, they left footprints we can follow. Good point. At least we know we're going in the right direction. I'll go get the boy. Meet us outside the village. No one so young should have to see something like this. Also, while he's on the field, he gives a 5% crit damage buff to everyone, and he deals 20% more damage against enemies with a king trait. So the king trait's like it's like just a passive he gets just by existing. Yeah. Oh yeah, that definitely they were probably thinking like, yeah, we're not making enough money, like, and just hit the emergency release Muramasa button, as well as the emergency make servant OP to entice whales button. Okay, so I didn't know Spartacus was so kind. He might not seem like it, but his purpose was always to protect the weak. Once he believes someone needs protecting, he will do anything to keep him safe. Of course, that often ends in him sacrificing anyone and everyone to do so, because that's a berserker for you, or nothing if not committed. Well, yeah, but FGO sometimes does that. Sometimes a servant says is supposed to be super strong in the story, and there are times when they absolutely are, and they do make that like lore accurate. But then there are other times where the servants come out like very underwhelming compared to how much they're like hyped in the story. And then there are other times where there's a lot of servants that clearly are supposed to not be that strong and end up being really good. So yeah, it's one of those, what do they call it? Gameplay story segregation? Yeah. Yeah, FGO do be like that sometimes. Let's see. Yeah, it seems fine. It's just up ahead. There's this huge hole in the ground you can use to get inside. I see, so they have taken up residence in a cave. It's really cold and dark inside. I got scared, so I didn't get very far before I turned back. Seems like it was very deep, though, because it was echoing like crazy. That does sound like it would work as a good home for monsters who prefer the cold. Forget sounds like, we're obviously in the right place. I see. We're surrounded. How exciting. I'm so sorry. I should have been more alert. Well, you were an absolutely superlative navigator before returning to the front lines, Miss Kyrielite. I cannot blame Mr. Dice for relaxing his guard now that you're back at his side once more. Aren't you guys scared? Oh, don't worry. This journey would have ended ages ago if everyone here couldn't crack a joke in the face of mortal peril. Okay.
決めたよ。お前は我がどれにしようかな。
I mean, at least it's just 2 waves, so
古きルー
not the worst thing.
古きルー
For my setup.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンペルシャトーティフ
Oh, it didn't. Yeah. Well, so much for 2 turning this.
なんだってささやかに
Now I can do it. Oh yeah, for sure. I pretty much know what I'm gonna do for that year. I'm gonna spend a little bit on Caster Arthur and then go all in on Summer Murasaki. Yep. That's the plan for me that year.
我が行くは温州の神アンペルシャトーティフ情けはかけぬ存分に朽ち果てよ
「
too easy. Gameplay is temporary. Waifus are forever. Always keep that in mind when... Honestly, not just FGO, but pretty much any gacha game, really. Yeah. Just take it from me. There were times where I chased for after gameplay and other gacha games, and I didn't really have that good of as good of a time as I would have if I simply just went for what interested me outside of that. I mean, the gameplay is fine. It definitely would, like, for example, frustrate me if a character I liked was like garbage, but yeah, it's like it's important, but it's not like the be all end all reasoning for why I pull or roll. Alright, so this is so strange. I thought the Krishat and Giants would be living in different places. Indeed, Krishat destroyed that village. We followed their tracks only to find giants. Now I wonder what we'll find in that cave. There's only one way to find out. Just standing here thinking won't get you any answers, Sir Detective. What about the boy? Don't you think it's too dangerous to bring him in there with us? Be that as it may, we cannot let him return on his own either. There's no telling how many demonic beasts could be lurking nearby. Then we need someone to stay here and guard him. No, you can't do that. You all need to stick together if you're gonna fight those monsters. Take me with you. I'm sure I'll be safe as long as you stay close to Dice. Guess that makes sense, yeah. I'm proud of you, boy. You have spirit, embracing adversity like this. You have faced the fears oppressing you and rebelled against them. Come with us, I'll be your shield and guide, and sing a song of triumph in your honor. Indeed, we are not called heroic spirits for nothing. I promise we will not let your bravery go to waste. Okay. Well, this answers one question. Take a look. Over here we have giant tracks, and over here we have Krishat dung. Does that mean they've been living here together? Much as I would like to laugh the notion off, we have seen ample evidence of their cohabitation. These demonic beasts have been quite thoroughly altered. So much so that they have begun sharing their territory with altogether different species. So someone's been going around domesticating the same beasts that led to their lost belts getting pruned away. Seemed pretty horrible hobby. And of course there's a yet more significant question. To what end? Maybe they don't have an end in mind. He said this Koyanskaya went around the other lost belts tormenting innocent people for kicks, right? Maybe releasing man-eating beasts into peaceful agricultural villages with no defense is just more of that. Uh-oh, I think they spotted us. Preparing for combat. Okay. Oh boy, three. How much? Okay. Okay, so hopefully they attack Dantes and... One. Okay. Okay, I get... Come on, attack Dantes, please. I get the feeling the desire sensor affects more than just the gacha.
どれにしようかな古きルール
こんなところかそれでいい
That works.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンフェルシャトー
どれにしようかなこういうこともできる
Oh wait, I kind of made a mistake there. But
残酷なことだ
it should be fine.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンフェルシャトーディフ
All right.
古きルールこういうこともできる
Okay, let's see mulligan and okay.
慈悲などいらぬ我が行くは温州の彼方アンフェルシャトーディフ
Oh, they
ささ
lived.
やかな
Wow.
それ
命令とささやかな何か踏んでしまったかな
Okay. Next. Yeah, exactly. The conditions are honestly the conditions for this lost belt, like not having the suit skills available. It wouldn't be nearly as annoying if I just had a max kaleidoscope. But I don't. I've been playing this game for a little more than 3 years, and I only have 2 kaleidoscopes. Yeah, so there's that. Hey, hello, Snow Cloud 233. Right. Damn, it's not easy fighting so many of them at once, and they just keep coming. Well, our initial goal was to exterminate the Krishat. This was more or less inevitable. Take care of the boys, Spartacus. No problem. Yeah. Oh yeah. One of my friends didn't had a kaleidoscope for the longest time, and after spending a whole lot of money in recent raid ups, he now has a kaleidoscope fully maxed. Yeah. Yeah, gotcha do be like that. It's kind of like what was that, Black Grail? Yeah, I did not have any Black Grails at all for the past 3 years, and then all of a sudden within the last like just within this year alone, I got 3 Black Grails. Yeah, gotcha. The gacha works in mysterious ways.
古きルールどれにしようかなこういうこともできる
衆の彼方アンゼル・シャトーティフ。
1 month, 3 scopes. Which rate ups did you roll on? Because that's pretty insane. Usually, I remember my second kaleidoscope only ended up coming in when I was going for NP2 Raiko and my first Shuten back in October. Oh, for sure, yeah. Black Grail looks amazing. Like, specifically a max Black Grail looks to be the comp to beat when 2 years from now. Okay, so that.
残酷な我が行くは温州の彼方アンゼル・シャトーティフ。
Okay.
どれにしよう古きルー
Okay, so
それで
that feels right.
もろいもろい
Hmm.
命令ともささやかにささやかに
こんなところ
Yeah.
命令とも
残酷なことだ。
When Lost Belt 3, I started about 2 hours ago. But yeah, still got a ways to go. But it's the shortest Lost Belt, so I should be able to finish it on time. At least on theory, I should be able to finish it on time before I have to
なんだ
leave to do real world responsibilities
ささやか
on the new year.
こういうこともできる古きルー
Right.
我が行くは温彼方アンゼル・シャトーティフ。
何か
Oh yeah, 7-turn quick team meta Scotty comp. Yeah, 7-turn meta. That's the comp. Yeah. They're retreating. That can't be right. There must be more to this. I agree. In fact, their whole style of combat was odd. Yes, this goes well beyond sharing territory. They're even fighting as a team. We can now be certain, beyond any doubt, that someone's controlling them. Yeah, but I already have a Rash max bond, and I I wanna see how far I can go in at least in the main story chapters without having to resort to my already max bond servants. Like I got Merlin, max bond, Waver max bond, and of course, yeah, like I said, Rash max bond. Yeah, I just wanna, it's mostly. I'll admit it's less due to me caring about bond points and more just to try to mix things up a little. Add some kind of variation to the kinds of teams I usually use. And Scotty's about one bond point away from getting maxed, so soon she's gonna go that way. She's gonna be gone. Can now be certain beyond any doubt that someone's controlling them. Then, do you think we'll find Koyanskaya's further inside the cave? I do not imagine we'll be quite so fortunate. We should go to meet whoever called them off. Once we've taken them out, that should stop these monsters from attacking other villages. Do you mind if we continue onwards, little rebel? Okay, you'll keep me safe, right, Spartacus? Of course I will. As long as you are prepared to face your fears, nothing can stop me. Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on. This is section 4.
分サンタさんが増えたような。そもそもサンタとは小さなことからコツコツ小さなことからコツコツと小さなことからコツコツと慣れた頃ほど油断しやふと興味を覚えたのですが、今までいくつか
Right. The Orton Axis sensors are picking up an impossible amount of magical energy up ahead. Don't tell me it's a fire giant. No, far stronger. Unless my instruments are completely broken, there are 2 of them. Does that mean we finally found the boss? I'm not sure. Their spirit origin patterns tell me they must be demonic beasts. What's more, they're almost identical to the data for the Diavoltrons and fire giants we fought before. But the sheer amount of magical energy they possess is insane. And on top of that, their reading's still going up. Hold it. You hear that? What an awful sound. You think those monsters we fought earlier came to feed? Just so I'm certain I understand, Miss Kyrielite, you said the Orton Axis sensors picked up 2 signals? Yeah, that's right. If there are only 2, then where did all the other demonic beasts go? Ugh, reeks in here. Can't believe these things. Indeed, they're eating their own kind. The Diavoltron is eating the Krishat, and the Moosepil's eating the other giants. There's ample precedent for cannibalism in the natural world, but we certainly never saw this happening in either Russia or Scandinavia. Furthermore, if this is the source of the increasing magical energy you noticed, then these are no ordinary predators. To gain the strength of those they consume this quickly, they would have to be soul eaters. Then they had the ones we were fighting retreat. So that, yes, most likely it was to make these 2 more powerful for the final battle. Though it remains unclear whether these 2 gave the order to retreat themselves or if those who retreated did so of their own accord. Looks like they're done with their meal. They're looking at us like we're dessert. This bloodlust reminds me of the demonic beast we fought in Uruk. I thought so too, Master. These demonic beasts must really hate humans. I'm not sure about the significance of that, but we can worry about it later. Right now, it's time to get rid of these demonic beasts once and for all. Your orders, please, Master. Right.
様は我が姿に何を見る
Okay. So this clearly isn't being done in 3 turns.
こういうこともできる。どれにしようかな。
Yeah.
どれにしようか。古きルール。こういうこともできる。
こんなところか。
Yeah, this seems like the better idea. Okay.
我が行くは温州の彼方。アンテルシャトーティフ。
Please attack Dantes. Great. Okay.
古きルール。
それ残酷なことだ。
ささやかな。
Yeah, now he attacks Dantes. So
慈悲などいらぬ。慈悲などいらぬ。
命令とも。ささやかな。
hey, well, what do you know? It was beaten in 3 turns.
我が行くは温州の彼方。アンテルシャトーティフ。
震え、凍てつき、砕く時まで諦めることは許さんぞ。
Both hostiles are down. There are no other threats here. I guess that's that then. I'm afraid not, given that we are still no closer to finding Koyanskaya. I believed it was possible that she may be the one training these demonic beasts, but the evidence is as yet inconclusive. I never thought I would see demonic beasts cooperating like this. Yeah, I was so sure we would find Koyanskaya here controlling them. Let's see. But she is the one who brought these creatures here, right? I believe that is a safe assumption given the lack of alternate suspects, but we still don't know why she set them free after doing so. Huh? What do you mean? Take a look at these pile of bones, Miss Kyrielite. These beasts have been devouring their kin since well before today. They have been sending the runts of the litter, so to speak, out to hunt, then stealing their magical energy for themselves. As ecologies go, it resembles the dead apostles. No ordinary species would depend on such a twisted survival strategy. These beasts had no other choice. They desperately needed to find a way to survive after being completely cut off from their proper habitat. I don't remember the Jotnar or Krishad being able to directly convert their prey into magical energy before. They may have been forced to learn that ability to cope with the massive change in environment, or perhaps Koyanskaya gave it as another form of enhancement. If that is so, then the larger question remains. Why would she go through all the trouble just to have them fend for themselves now? What a strange woman. I honestly have no idea what she could be thinking. I was hoping to find evidence of her motives, but unfortunately the trail has gone cold again. Once again. I can only surmise she has her own reasons for traveling between Lost Belt's formidable foe. Are you alright, boy? Yeah, I'm fine. I was just over here watching anyway. I wonder how much I have to drink to be able to spend 80 euro in that game. Yeah. As someone that spend way more than that much money, probably a lot. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just over here watching anyway. You guys really are strong. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. Sorry I wasn't more helpful. Standing your ground and watching over others is a show of your strength and bravery on its own, boy. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Thanks. Jinkei, what are you doing? Well, you guys said these things could be brewed into decent booze, right? I'm not usually one for cutting up monsters' corpses, but if there's booze to be found, is this it? See, they're secretory glands. Yeah, as long as you preserve them properly, I imagine Da Vinci can make whatever is within drinkable. We certainly did plenty of toxin extraction in Russia. Extraction in Russia, after all. I must say, though, between you and that servant who drinks everything inside, I confess I struggle to understand. How can you still be hungry after seeing that? Doesn't matter what it used to look like, Sir Detective. There are few things sweeter to a warrior than a victory toast. This way, we'll have a nice souvenir to bring back to the village. Of course, neither Senpai nor I are of drinking age, but that aside. I mean, it's like the end of the world. Who cares if you underage drink? Come on, let's go back. Okay. Before I continue, BRB. Okay, back. Get this started. Lost Belt, White Cavalry Hero, and the best in the land. Yeah, the best in the land. Amidst the flowers of a jug of wine, I pour a... Wait, hold on. I'm talking too fast. Amidst the flowers of a jug of wine, I pour alone, lacking companionship. So raising the cup, I invite the moon, then turn to my shadow, which makes 3 of us. Wow, lady, you got a beautiful voice. What does that mean? Well, it means that if you're ever drinking by yourself among flowers, you still have some companionship if you toasted a moon and your shadow. You know how when you're out taking a walk at night and you look up, see the moon, and find yourself craving a drink? Don't you think it makes the alcohol all the sweeter? I've never had alcohol before, but I do like the moon. It's pretty. I know what you mean. It's hard to put into words, but there's just something mysterious about it. So what? You always go drink in the flower fields like that whenever the moon's out? Haha, not me, silly. It was a man named Levi. Not to say I don't follow his lead now and then. Wait, you said this Levi guy was doing his moon gazing alone, right? So how'd you hear what he said? Were you spying on him or something? No, of course he was alone. I just learned how he drank and how he felt in that moonlit flower field later on, through his poem. Oh, so this Levi guy told you about it later then? No, I never met him. I read his poem well after he first wrote it down, and many others had copied it. Wrote down? Yes, writing, you know. It uses symbols to convey language. It lets you record your own thoughts, ideas, and experiences for others to read, even if they live long after you've died. That sounds awesome. I want to try that. That's great. There are tons of characters, but it's not so bad if you just learn a few at a time. I know, why don't we start with something simple, like the ones for father and mother? Father, mother, what's that? I'm sorry, does he not have parents? Parents? What are those? I think she probably means whose womb he was born from. I can figure out when I was born by counting backwards, but I don't know who might have been pregnant the year before. Yeah, how the hell we're supposed to remember something like that? And who raises the children? We all do. And the kids have questions. Whoever's free teaches them to till the fields. How lucky we are to have Heavenly Emperor watching over us. Oh, and someone teaches them how babies are made when they're old enough. I see, so that's how things work here. Well, there are characters for everything, including things you see every day, so why don't we start with the ones for light and earth? Okay. How tragic. This world's people have had their minds shackled and forced to live as slaves under the yoke of illiteracy. This is oppression. This is information warfare on a wholly different kind. I'll do whatever I must to throw off these chains. Must be nice being a servant and never having to worry about anything. Never mind that excessively empathizing with these people tightens the noose around our own necks. This is a lost belt. We need to defeat its cryptor, chop down its tree of emptiness, and cut off its future by sending it back to the pruning theoretical phenomenon. If all this will only leave you feeling guilty when it comes time for that, then you're better off not showing these people any kindness at all. Now, if you don't care about any of that and simply enjoy meeting new people, then knock yourselves out. But I'm not so simple-minded. I'm well aware that there's only so much stress I can take. ... You're wrong. Oppressor who has never known oppression. What was that? Vanquishing an opponent after you helped to keep them weak is only another form of oppression. These people deserve freedom. Spartacus? It is only when they have fangs with which to fight and hope for the future that competition may begin. I am, of course, Dice's servant. As such, I will do everything I can to fight for proper human history. That will never change. But as a man who honors people's pride, I must also say this. We cannot just assume proper human history is the only one that deserves to survive. Have you lost your mind, man? No, wait, you're a berserker. This must be your mad enhancement speaking. Easy there, don't let him get to ya. He's just all fired up after seeing how cowardly all these people are. He might be talking more than usual, but he's still just saying the same shit he always does. Berserkers, can't understand him, can't change him. Humans must ever move forward in search of a better future. Master Dice, you have yet to become an oppressor. Pay close attention to this world and how its people live their lives. You must see for yourself whether it is they or we who are fit to inherit humanity's future. Just as we are now fighting against our destruction, so too should they have fangs and claws of their own with which to rage against destiny's oppression. For justice can only be attained when two opposing rebellions clash. So you think we should step aside for them? The coming battle will determine that. Once it has, that is when I will take up my sword in rebellion. But if it happens that true human dignity is to be found here in this lost belt, then I shall bend my knee in service to China. ... Should that come to pass, the souls of those here must not be bound by the chains of oppression. They are to inherit the hopes and dreams of our proper human history, in which we must teach them about our poetry and feelings. So please do not admonish Jinke for her actions. Well, I cannot agree with everything Spartacus has said there. There is certainly no harm in being on good terms with locals. I cannot imagine Miss Jinke would merely stand by idly either. Seeing these people toil away in illiteracy under Qin Shi Huang's rule cannot have sat well with her. Why not let her help them if she so wishes? She seems a lot happier that way too. Madness enhancement or not, seems you're still a heroic spirit and not shy about sharing your opinions either. You know, I once looked up to the indomitable gladiator Spartacus myself back when I was a lad, but never mind that. I can't help but notice it's been 2 days since we got here and we're no closer to finding an antidote. We still got time, right? Right? Okay. As requested, Your Imperial Majesty, I have determined who I think would be our best 2 warriors and brought them back from Mount Lee. So I see. Well done, Captain. The first is Qin Liang Yu, the fearsome general who hails from Chongqing of Zhechuang. I'm probably messing up these pronunciations, so if anyone actually knows how these are like properly pronounced, I'd like totally appreciate it. Ah yes, the woman who commands the White Cavalry. It is a great honor to serve as your spear and shield again, Your Imperial Majesty. We still have such vivid recollections of how gallantly you fought in the Bouzhou Rebellion. We can think of none better than you to fight in defense of our empire. You are too kind, Your Imperial Majesty. Now that I have been reawakened after such a long time sleeping, I could ask for nothing better than to help uphold your reign for another 10,000 years. Excellent. We'll hold you to that. Our empire faces an unprecedented threat. Use your mastery of the Ash Spear to disperse the clouds looming over our land. I will, Your Imperial Majesty. Next, I brought you a strategist. I gave it a lot of thought and decided to go with your most loyal retainer, the one who has served you longer than anyone else. Han Jing. Hello again, Your Imperial Majesty. It's me, Han Jing, your faithful right-hand man. Oh, our most distinguished Han Jing. We may have many heroes at our disposal at Mount Lee, but few who knew us before we obtained this holy vessel. You are a living witness to Qin's military history. So I'm guessing you woke me up to fight another war? When are we invading this time? The desert? The ocean? No, wait. Don't tell me. The moon? No, our war of conquest is long since complete. Your leadership in the Arctic War was crucial to defeating the Aztec Republic. And our last great enemy, the Habsburg Empire, succumbed to economic sanctions. Our world has long been at peace. I mean, it's wonderful to hear, Your Imperial Majesty. Who doesn't love peace? Still, a peaceful world is like a tidy room. It's bound to get dusty eventually. Indeed, so I'm counting on you to handle the cleanup once again. By the way, how's science progressed since the last time I waked? Any new weapons I should know about? Ah yes, with the exception of our royal guards and the supervisors defending the fields, we have retired most of our flesh and blood soldiers. The bulk of our army is now comprised of automated mechanical soldiers. Mechanical soldiers? This is huge. We won't have to keep them fed or rested, and if one breaks, we can just repair it and send it back into the field. Oh, this changes everything. The possibilities are endless. New strategies, new tactics. It's enough to make my head spin. Oh. Han Jin, while you are much too unusual to be called out a genius or tactical or otherwise, we have nothing but respect for your talent. Make full use of your strategic cunning and return with another victory to your name. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. You are too kind. Oh my, his expressions are just as unique as the rumors suggested. No wonder Lord Han Jin is such a decorated general. Wonderful. With these two, the Empire's defenses should be airtight. Really? Okay. A questionable class. So I'll just bring same as always. Section 6, the demonic general descends. Xianyang just fired another rocket. Looks to me the same straight at us, just like the first one. Think there's more supplies for Hinako? I doubt it. I'm guessing it's either a direct attack, or it's carrying soldiers that can handle a rough ride, like when Octa and that prince first showed up. Given that this civilization has produced humanoid mechanical soldiers, there's no telling what could be coming next. That said, there's been something strange about this lost belt from the very beginning. Really? What is it? When Kadok and Ophelia came to fight us with their servants, they tended to bide their time, waiting for us to be weakened by other enemies. But Octa hardly waited a moment before coming after us. Why do you think that is? Because there was no one else who could fight? That would seem to be for the foremost possibility. Especially since this world is so peaceful, its people are completely unfamiliar with the concept of war. It may well be that this Lost Belt's ruler has no military force capable of engaging servants. Makes sense to me. Standing armies are nothing more than walking money pits. Keeping one around without an enemy to fight just wouldn't make sense. And if there's no army here, this Lost Belt will be all the easier to deal with. Well, we should refrain from getting our hopes up. I believe we are about to see Xianyang's first attack sans Octa. This battle will tell us a great deal about this world's military strength. Hey, here comes the rocket, guys. Wait, watch the impact. What's even the point of waiting for it to land? We know it's got enemies on it, right, Master? Whoop. So why don't we just smash the thing out of the sky? Alright then, go ahead and use your noble phantasm. This is the evil sword that destroyed my father, Clarent Blood Arthur. Hell yeah, I nailed it. It's not over yet. We're still picking up its magical energy signal. Something's come out of the wreckage. Gauging temperature. Evaluating magical energy release. Threat level minimal. Targets located. Is that a person or a horse? Whatever he is, he's definitely not human. But what's with these readings? His magical energy pattern is closer to an automaton than a servant, but his values are off the charts. This guy's gotta be as powerful as a dragon-class demonic beast. What? Are you quite sure of that, Da Vinci? You're certain he is an automaton and not a living creature? Trust me, I couldn't believe my eyes either. If he really is a machine, then these readings don't make any sense at all. You're starting to scare me. What's so strange about that anyway? Unlike living organisms, a machine's output rises and falls based on its operational parameters. No one will be so foolish as to fully operate the throttle on one merely to leave the warehouse, right? All this to say the enemy is still just warming up. But if it's giving off this much magical energy while it's still warming up... That was a hell of a roar. I trust you measured that waveform, Da Vinci. Oh yes, we've been up against a number of opponents with vast amounts of magical energy before. But none of them took on such small forms. Retreat, retreat! Ah crap, it's too late. Hang in there as best as you can until we find a way to escape, guys. Whatever you do, don't go toe to toe. Don't go toe to toe, we kind of have to. Because, I mean, I can't continue the story unless I fight it. Now it's 3 turns. What's this do? Mental debuff, okay. I'm pretty sure that's literally just there because they don't want you cheesing him with Charm Lock. Okay. least he attacked Dantes once. Once is fine. Just as I say.
大事なし
Okay.
ご覧になってください。手すさびのようなものですね。古きルール
Okay, dun.
承知いたしました。
Oh, no, this isn't enough. Okay, don't attack rifle again. Okay, that works.
容赦しご覧になって
Okay.
この忍者見逃しません。 ご
Done.
承知いたしました。
Hopefully this isn't more than enough.
来たれ四天王。いいえ、五頭天皇の紳士たち。参った皇王将来。天皇大会。痛いですか。それ。
大事なし
Alright, alright. Damn, he's tough. Such devastating oppression. How can I not rush to meet it? Watch yourself, Spartacus. He'll cut you even you to ribbons if you just run in like a jackass. I see. So this is the extent of their capabilities. Dice, we got another servant headed this way. Looks like it's Akta Prince of Lanling. This is bad. If he joins forces with this automaton now. Why'd you go on the attack without us, Lord Xianyu? Xianyu? Did he say Xianyu? I need to measure our opponent's abilities. That is all I can really do. I believe I have gained sufficient data in this encounter. We can begin our strategy meeting. Let us go to camp. I'll formulate a plan to lead us to flawless victory. Yes, Lord Xianyu. Allow me to lead the way. They retreated. Well. Yeah, more like they let us go. Looks like that thing just stopped by to check us out. Just to check us out? You're joking? That thing was far more powerful than our servants. What in the hell was he? No, but he didn't even try to keep his true name secret. Xian Yu. So that was Xian Yu, the Hegemon king of Western Chu who vied with Liu Bang, founder of the Han Dynasty, for control of China. After that bit of exposition later. You're right, Lord Xian Yu. I'm fine. It has been 2,048,000 hours since I last engaged in combat, but my cases functioned without issue. ... I was hoping you would never need to take up your swords again. The Emperor has decreed I must. Combat may not be my original function, but this frame has since been optimized for it. As such, it is imperative I use it to destroy the Empire's enemies. Yes, now that you're here, our victory is all but assured. So those were the Chaldeans. They hail from the same world as you do. They're our sworn enemy. Invaders who threaten the Empire's peace and prosperity. We can never coexist with them. Their goals and their empires are fundamentally opposed. I see. They did seem surprised to hear that name. Xian Yu. What you told me sounded impossible, but it would seem it really is true. There truly is a history where I am known as Xian Yu. That's right, a single wayward branch of history led you being given the name Xian Yu. And later generations knowing you as a human man. Me? A human? How could something so bizarre come to be? No matter how many times you tell me, it never ceases to surprise me. That's how much China's history rippled out of the rest of the world. The Empress passed away after a normal lifespan. Enough. Merely imagining such a thing gives us chills. Quite, Your Imperial Majesty. My humblest apologies. So tell us, how did you find your long way to return to the field of battle? My calculations show a clear path to victory. Let me handle the particulars, and defeating Chaldea will be no trouble. We see. Still, one can never be too careful. Thus, we have given Qin Liang Yu a battalion and sent her to join you. You will rendezvous with her and finish the enemy for good, ensuring a glorious victory for the Empire. Wait, Your Imperial Majesty. As they say, cleverness has never been associated with long delays. Now that we have Lord Xian Yu with us, our victory is a foregone conclusion. I think we should move to eliminate Chaldea as soon as possible. Surely you jest, Octa. You have fled from them not once but twice now. Your tactical insight, such as it is neither necessary nor welcome. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty, please forgive my outburst. Good. You are not to make a move until Qin Liang Yu arrives. Until then, you will continue to monitor Chaldea and ensure they do not turn tail and run. As you wish. Okay. Okay, last of section 6. Right, it's go time. Okay, you said you learned something in your analysis, Holmes. Thanks to the remains of the automata we recovered earlier, I believe I have learned something. With Crown Prince Neja's help, I examined their inner workings and... Yes, they look like me. Their quality, however, is most unfortunate. Their mechanisms only imitate my own. There is much degradation. It pales in comparison to great Tai Genren's famed work. The sage Tai Genring and his lotus spirit. So then you think these soldiers use sage arts as a base instead of science? Even so, I suppose it is impressive that they work as well as they do with makeshift parts instead of jewels of the old sage world. The key problem we face is that centaur-like creature the enemy called Xian Yu. What did you make of the combat footage I showed you, Neja? Oh yes, this one is much more like I am than the clay dolls. I have not seen his interior, but I can't say that much for certain. Many of his movements resemble my own style. Even though his form is so radically different from yours, I think those extra arms were bolted on later. His techniques still reflect a human-shaped body. If he had been made in that form to start, he would move much more naturally. I see. A true martial artist's perspective proves most illuminating here. To crib from Holmes, this is just a preliminary theory. But I think he was originally a humanoid patterned after my design, and that he became known as Xian Yu after many further modifications. In addition, we know that the other mechanical soldiers are much weaker thanks to their mechanisms made less complex. Prince Neja's body was made with sage arts from the Shang Dynasty. The Shang Dynasty, lost long before the age of Qin. However, if in this world Qin Shi Huang managed to recover and gain an understanding of these arts, scientific progress could subsequently have evolved into something wholly different from what they were in proper human history. That could also explain how the Emperor managed to become immortal here, and why this lost belt has such unusual technology. This is no time to be admiring their handiwork. We should be asking ourselves what they're doing. For some reason, they haven't made a move. They've just been monitoring us from their camp about 2 kilometers away. My guess is that they're waiting for something. This silence is rather unnerving. For the moment, I've asked Mr. Dice to take the servants and remain on standby. How dare they treat Taiji Genring's work with less respect than it is due. When next we meet, I will show them the power of my fire-tipped spear. What the hell was that monster? I couldn't believe how strong it was. Yeah, and it wasn't just some muscle-headed dumbass either. I see strength's actually a double-edged sword. If you're faster and more skilled than a stronger opponent, you can still kick his ass all up and down the yard. But that guy was... how do I put this? His eyes were as cold as ice, a far cry from the mania of the battlefield. They were the eyes of an oppressor, if I've ever seen them. He must be defeated, no matter the cost. Yes, he was freakish cool-headed, like he was just calmly assessing our every move. Felt like he was predicting exactly what we would do, and what he needed to do to avoid every attack. Very creepy. It was well beyond martial arts. It was also that strange prince of Lanling called him Shan Yu. If Qin Shi Huang really is still alive, I suppose it's not too strange that Shan Yu might be too, since they lived at the same time. Yeah, they might have both been alive back then, but that thing we fought today wasn't even human. For that matter, why would Shan Yu be a general working under the Qin Emperor? I mean, I've only learned about this myself once I became a servant. But Shan Yu was a central figure in that rebellion that destroyed the Qin dynasty after Qin Shi Huang died, right? I heard he competed with Liu Bang, the guy who went on to create the Han dynasty for control of China. Okay, let's say he was always born to fight. Why would someone like that just bend the knee and serve Qin all meek and obedient? Afraid we got even more bad news. There's a new army headed this way, and not by rocket this time. The readings are right. It looks like they're on a wheel transport. More reinforcements from Shenyang, huh? Yep, and the fact that they're traveling by land means they aren't just mechanical soldiers. This is a real flesh and blood army, led by an actual human general. Does this mean Okta has been waiting to rendezvous with them? Probably. I guess they plan to end this by combining those armies to absolutely crush us. If they overwhelm us with sheer numbers, we'll have no way of fighting back. It is certainly a rather dire predicament. Can't even run away. There's nowhere we could hide in this wide open field. If we can't run, then we shouldn't wait for them to get here. Are you mad, you fool? You're not here to formulate strategy, especially not without asking me. Besides, you just saw for yourself how frighteningly strong that Shan Yu monster is. Attacking first would be far too reckless. We can always retreat from this lost belt if necessary. Oh wait, I'll never be cured if we do that. We have to find a way to hold our ground. But then again, if that Shan Yu robot scares the hell out of me, what is he anyway? Some kind of living storm? See, our self-proclaimed commander is pretty rattled too. Yes, it might be reckless to go out on the offensive now, but if we just wait around for reinforcements to get here, we won't have a prayer. We should challenge the storm again. If nothing else, it's a chance to chip away at the enemy's forces. You're always so calm and collected, Jinkei. Do you think making the first move is the way to go too? Then we might just have a chance. Alright, let's go on the attack. But be warned, I'm going to be keeping an even closer eye on Dice's vitals than usual. Remember, we didn't come to China just so you could burn yourself out. You need to be real careful. Hey, as long as we take care of business before Dice gets worn out, it's all good, right? Either way, we just stand here and wait for their reinforcements. We'll run out of options entirely. Say we strike now while the rebellion is hot. Alright, let's do our best, Master. What? They've gone on the attack? That's right. The Master of Chaldea and his servants are charging in like fools. This is perfect. Not even the Emperor would stop us from engaging invaders. Are you sure about this? We'd still remain on the defensive until reinforcements arrive. No, the sooner we finish them off, the better. We're more strong than enough for that, Lord Shan Yu. Very well then. I will do my best. I will join you, Hegemon King of Western Chu. It would be an honor to fight beside such a legendary hero. This time, we're going to obliterate Chaldea and their master. Don't leave so much as a trace of them behind. Okay. Take 2. Take more like take 3 at this point. Action.
触れてはいけないものに触れたわね。古きルーン、古きルーン。
こんなことを
Okay then.
こういうこともできる。こういうこともできる。
I think. Yeah, I think aiming for the princess to play. I'll just go all out from the beginning. There we go. There we go. I'm not sure this will be enough though.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンゼル・シャトーティフ
いかがでしょうか。
大事なし
古きルーン。
Okay, let's see. I think this is how it has to be.
残酷なことだ我が行くは温州の彼方アンゼル・シャトーティフ
行きます。
Okay, that's the first Scotty dead. Oh, 3 Raikou cards. Interesting. Very interesting.
ご覧になってください。
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I think this is the right call. This that feels about right. Wasn't enough? What?
ちともあろうもの。
Oh well, rip.
難しい。
大事なし
容赦しませんからね。
One more turn. Wait, hold up. Whoops. Yeah, one more turn. We can just ignore the invincibility then. Yeah, attack boost. Nice.
なんだと。
Yeah,
目が
this. Yeah, this seems right.
参ります。
大事なし
Oh, well, okay. Shit, the enemy's reinforcements are almost here. Guess we were too late. That's enough. Both sides, lay down your arms. Huh? What? But we almost got them. Stand down, Akita Hinako. The Emperor commands it. What's the meaning of this, Your Imperial Majesty? I thought you were sending in Qin Liang Yu and her army as reinforcements. Indeed, I was. I ordered her to find Akita and Chaldea and lend her aid to whichever side was losing. You're kidding me. You're still being merciful to Chaldea? How many times do I have to tell you? These barbarians are a threat to your entire empire. Ha! Barbarians, is it? Seems you've forgotten what we told you. So far as we are concerned, you and Akita are every bit as barbaric as these Chaldeans. Be that as it may, we are beginning to get a clear picture of matters here. The quarrel between you and Akita and Chaldea has nothing at all to do with us. You merely hope to use our territory as a stage to settle this quarrel. So we are taking our time to assess both our allies and enemies, to determine who truly benefits our empire, and who is merely a useless interloper. Well, of course Akita and I have been useful to you, right, Your Imperial Majesty? We came here to serve the empire in its honor in its hour of need. Ah yes, that reminds us. What is this dire threat our empire faces? Is it the Chaldeans, who have stumbled in like drunkards? Is it an invasion of Xianyang, my capital city? What say you, Hanjin? No, Your Imperial Majesty. The area that possesses the greatest danger to the Empire lies outside that massive impenetrable storm. I speak, of course, of the entire rest of the world, as it is now cut off from Your Imperial Majesty's blessings. Then what is currently our most pressing need? That would be gathering information about the world outside the storm. And not by taking a stranger's word, but by sending out soldiers you know and trust. Good, good. That is precisely what we have planned. We would expect no less from one of our most loyal retainers. Very well. How might we go about sending soldiers into the storm to investigate? I doubt the ones who came here on their own will be much help. Whatever ability that let them come from their own world is most likely something they can only use on themselves. And what if the more recent arrivals in our domain? The Chaldeans seem to have crossed the storm using some kind of strange vehicle. So if we had that vehicle, we should be able to do the same, theoretically. We would still need to learn how to use the vehicle, if not how it was built and how it functions. But once we do, it should serve to transport the Empire's armies to the world outside. This Emperor's good. There's a surprising amount of clarity about the big and small pictures. There you have it. Chaldea has a much more valuable bargaining chip than either you or Akita. If you wish to negotiate with us, you'll need to offer something of far greater value, Tayun Skapon. My name is Koyanskaya. Ugh, you sure you aren't doing this on purpose, Your Imperial Majesty? Of course, we thought we were doing you a kindness, since you would surely dislike being called by the name you deserve. Or would you prefer we forego all consideration and call you Daji, foxwoman? Gasp. Pardon me. How? He was completely unarmed. You grossly underestimated our intelligence as well as our Imperial Guard's proficiency in Kung Fu. We are almost offended. She must have thought this was still the same China she enjoyed toying with as she pleased. Now then, let us begin our negotiations anew. Hello there, loyal soldiers and people of Chaldea. We trust you can hear our voice. Who said that? I think it's coming from Mass Shield. The voice of an empire is heard by all its citizens, no matter where they may be. It will find them just as surely as the sun's rays. In this case, we are merely focusing a magnetic beam upon the girl's shield, thereby causing it to vibrate. We could use anything of sufficient rigidity, but we assume you prefer your skulls not to rattle directly. The voice of an empire? And does that mean we are prepared to hand over this Koya something or other person you have been seeking so desperately? You mean Koyanskaya? Correct. However, in exchange you must agree to let us examine that vehicle of yours in detail. Accept this condition and we will guarantee your safe conduct in these lands. None will dare threaten you while you are under our protection. What, Your Imperial Majesty? What are you saying? Akta Hinako. If you had shown yourself capable of capturing that vehicle unarmed, we would not have resorted to these measures. But you have all but trumpeted your intention of leaving not so much as a trace of Chaldea behind. You fought to destroy them, Shadow Border and all, despite being fully aware that it is not what we desired. Ugh. Still, the Foxwoman aside, you have your uses, so we will treat you accordingly. We will not punish you merely for acting against our wishes. However, know that if you insist on continuing to war with Chaldea, you will face the White Cavalry's spears. Be warned, if my Emperor commands it, I will show you no mercy. ... What will you have me do, Master? We have little choice but to accept this for now. Very well then, Chaldea. Now that we have all time to calm down, what is your answer? Oh, and do note that our audio is not as crisp as our video. When you speak to us, make sure that you face directly upwards and raise your voice. For our part, just having another option for exiting this current predicament is more than we could have hoped for. Even if that option may cause other problems down the road. At this point, I believe capturing Koyanskaya and securing an antidote is far away our highest priority. Though, of course, Mr. Dice will need to make the final call. Not me. Let's just keep your position to ourselves, okay? Besides, that voice is speaking to Dice. And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be happy about being interrupted. We accept your condition. Good, good. A most reasonable answer. Now then, let us be certain of one thing before we begin to make arrangements. You know who we are? You're obviously Julius Caesar. Caesar? Ah yes, the young man who attempted to profit from our invasion of Egypt. But do not mistake us for some common dictator. Our empire extends to this entire planet. We're the first and last emperor this world will ever know. So this empire even went to war with Rome and Egypt in this world? Yikes. To begin with, Qin Liang Yu there has brought with her a number of engineers. You will admit them, along with their equipment, aboard the Shadow Border. How do we know they won't break anything? Very well then, we will have our engineers conduct their work entirely under Chaldea's supervision. However, be aware that they will not cease their investigation until they are satisfied with the results. We trust you can work together in good faith. Any other questions? Where are you speaking to us from? Yeah, and I thought I heard you say something terrifying about magnetic beams. I'm speaking from directly above you, of course. Turn your head upwards and should be abundantly clear. Directly above us, you mean? Yes, the Great Wall. The Great Wall, but I thought that was built on the ground. The ground? Ah, you mean that thing we once used to keep the Huns away. Just how out of date is your knowledge of China? There has not been a Great Wall on the ground since our empire absorbed all other nations. Does this mean that the empire no longer has any foreign enemies? Correct. This entire planet is now our domain, and as such, any outside barbarians that might pose a threat that would have to come from beyond the sky. Naturally, we cannot merely sit around waiting for such hostile visitors to arrive, or it will be too late to defend against them, so we decide to fortify our defenses ahead of time. This great feat of architecture was built over the course of 300 years. Perhaps you know that the original Great Wall's name meant the 10,000 Li long castle. Well, this is far longer. If we were to measure it in Li, it would be 131,424 Li in length. Man, where do I even begin picking that apart? You say you began space development in the 18th century? That is as preposterous as Gandhi dropping an atomic bomb. No, that's a reference. That's definitely. I definitely caught that one. We admit we did believe that the only possible threat to our empire might come from the stars, but we must say even we did not expect to face one of this particular nature. Indeed, it was a great shock to see those impenetrable storm clouds, if that is what they even are, suddenly appear around this area of China. We no longer receive reports from the parts of the Great Wall that extend beyond China. The only parts that seem to function are those above China. The light of our glory once encompassed the entire globe, but now, Those accursed storm clouds have severed us from our own world, plunging it back into darkness. This is a tragedy. Without our guidance, our people will regress back to a state of chaos and violence. Thus, we must once again bring peace and harmony to the rest of the world. That's why you want the shadow border? Yes, that said, a single vehicle alone is insufficient to our purposes. We will need to produce vast quantities of them, and of greater sizes capable of carrying much larger cargo, and so we shall require blueprints. So that's why you want us to let your engineers analyze it. Given that you are able to pass through a storm that permits no physical interference whatsoever, we assume you are able to pass through void space? I am impressed. I can't believe you figured that out at a glance. We understand the theory, of course. We cannot imagine how it was actually achieved. And so we wish to learn how this conveyance was constructed. Ideally, we would like to confiscate and disassemble it to be thorough, but this would be a great inconvenience to you, would it not? So we are willing to compromise and simply work with the data alone. Considering this is a display of our benevolence, but the world outside the storm is... Ah yes, Octan, that foxwoman told us some nonsense about lost belts and prudent theoretical phenomena. If you insist upon feeding us the same lies, we may lose our temper. Now would be a great time to stop talking, Dice. There's no point in guessing why you visitors speak of the outside world in such vague generalities. We will make our own judgments once we have seen past the storm world for ourselves. May I ask you something, Your Imperial Majesty? Did a strange tree happen to appear in this land around the same time as the storm? Specifically a tree of light so large it reaches up to the sky? What an odd question. Do such things often appear out of nowhere in your own world? ... We see you are still hiding something from us, Octa. Well, no matter. We are well aware she has some cards yet to play. No doubt they have something to do with her differences with you. Our interest, though, lies solely in maintaining peace in our empire and reclaiming its territories. We have no intention of becoming involved in disputes between visitors unless those disputes become something that affects us. Now then, let us be candid. You inquire about a tree of light? The answer is no. Our sight extends to all of China, and we have observed nothing of the sort. All of China, huh? So, since it seems like you don't stand on formality too much, I'm just gonna ask. Are you sure you don't mind speaking with us directly like this, Your Imperial Majesty? What do you mean? Well, most people in positions like yours like to, dress up their negotiations a bit, right? They like to trot out intermediaries and representatives and the like. Usually they make a point to never meet face to face. I mean, drawing a firm line between themselves and the lesser people by refusing to speak to them directly is a big part of how nobles like to demonstrate their difference in status, right? What a strange thing to say at this point. We see, in your world, monarchs are so insecure that they refuse to even permit themselves to be seen for fear of seeming less than perfect. Tell us, does the sun seek to hide from the public eye? Does the moon hide itself from the people's gaze? We are the Emperor, the child of heaven, a celestial existence who reigns over all our citizens. That is why we permitted them an audience. Just as the sun's light bathes every corner of the earth, so too does our glory shine upon every person in this world who looks upon to us. Still, we suppose that if the sun looked the same as anyone else, it may feel a need to put on a bit of a show to emphasize its power and status. Now, you don't mind letting us see your face? Now what are you gonna do? Now what are you going on about? You have been gazing upon my visage for some time now. Huh? Well, suppose you cannot see us with your naked eye, not with the horizon in the way, but you still have been observing us with those mechanical birds of yours, have you not? Indeed, our eyes have met a number of times. I'm sorry, I don't understand. We've been observing Xianyang from a distance, yes, but... What, then you stare at us without realizing who it is you look upon? How insolent. We suppose you cannot help your ignorance, but now that you know, you should be more careful. Wait, hang on, you're telling us that thing floating about Xianyang is... Yes, that is us. This holy vessel is the result of us abandoning our earthly body, as it could only deteriorate, and imbuing all our authority within this machine in its stead. In the 2200 years that have passed since, this body has grown and expanded along with our nation, and now we shall never touch the ground again. Still, our grandeur is readily apparent in this form, making it easy for our people to understand. We are the first and last emperor, the immortal ruler who shall reign over the world for all eternity. We are Qin Shi Huang. Okay. Alright, some more quartz and gears. Okay, BRB. Okay. Section 7 is only one node long. Unknown servant. Actually, wait, no, not you. There we go. Yeah, that works. Oh man. Man, of all the ways for the Emperor to obtain immortality, that one just didn't even occur to me. So after finding Neja's remains in the Shang Dynasty ruins, the Emperor must have worked out some sort of cybernetics breakthrough way back in the BC era. No wonder the technology in this lost belt is so topsy-turvy. The Emperor must have abandoned the Zhenren's aspirations and found a way to attain immortality another way. Zhenren? The Zhenren were Taoist mountain sages, or hermits if you would like, who sought eternal truth. They also perfected their bodies, thereby achieving eternal youth and life. In proper human history, the first Emperor Qin attempted to become one such Zhenren through an immortality elixir made with Chinese alchemy. But as it happened, repeated long-term use of this elixir only resulted in fatal mercury poisoning. Alchemy has always been a great deal more trial and error than success, no matter where it was practiced. But in this lost belt, the same emperor must have given up on alchemy in favor of technology based on Neja. Well, Prince Neja's body was still created by a Zhenren, so it's not as though they represented too big of a divergence from the path. But the decision to surrender human form, only divine immortality, cannot have been made lightly. From there, the emperor was able to stamp out all dissent in the rest of China and continue ruling the resulting empire at the height of its power, conquering the rest of the world seems only a matter of course. Yes, well, as a mage, I can't say I approve of that, but I am glad this emperor turned out to be such a reasonable fellow. Indeed, this was a most unexpected development. I never would have guessed that a Lost Belts ruler would sever ties with its cryptor in favor of negotiating with us. That said, what do you make of the request to examine the Shadow Border in exchange? It's definitely a risk. I mean, we didn't so much tell the other Lost Belt factions that zero sailing is even a thing. The Russian and Scandinavian Lost Belts both seem to have their hands full with their own affairs. But China's different. Quite so, this empire is under the impression that the rest of the world is part of its domain, and that the storm is responsible for severing the ties to the rest of the land. They see the situation as an unprecedented disaster, much like we did with proper human history being wiped out of existence. I wonder what they'd think if they saw the world outside from the Lost Belt. I guess they'd be pretty angry. Yeah, their potential reaction is key. They are several Lost Belts, but only one Earth. It's a recipe for the biggest, crampiest game of musical chairs ever. Since there's no way for all these different civilizations to coexist, instead of existing in parallel worlds, they all have to fight to exist on the same Earth. So the Lost Belts aren't preoccupied with just scraping but are eventually going to have to fight others if they want to expand their territory further. Didn't Krishtaria say that everyone's tree would be fighting? So the Cryptors, I mean Team A, are competing with each other at the same time they're fighting proper human history. Why would Kristaria choose this? We have insufficient evidence to come to any conclusions about his motives. So let's leave that aside for now. The salient point at the moment is that all the Lost Belts will eventually be competing with each other for survival. Right, and while proper human history may be at a disadvantage with all its territory gone, there's still one thing we have that all the Lost Belts don't. Of course, the Shadow Border. And because of that, we're still the only ones with the ability to zero sail between Lost Belts as we please, but if one of the Lost Belts had the border, it'd have a serious leg up over the others, huh? Damn, can't believe this Qin Shi Huang was thinking that far ahead. Indeed, though all this assumes that China does indeed have all the other nations under its rule. Then once Qin Shi Huang ventures outside this Lost Belt, the first move they make will be to go on an attack against other Lost Belts rather than Chaldea. This could be our big chance to swoop in while the other sides are weak from fighting each other and take the prizes for ourselves. I'm afraid not, Mr. Gordolf. The outcome we need concerned about is Qin Shi Huang gaining an overwhelming advantage thanks to the Shadow Border's technology, and going on to claim the entire planet as their own. Right, if that happens, we'll be responsible for creating the biggest threat to restoring proper human history ourselves. There's no way to tell how it will play out until we open the lid on this figurative Pandora's box. So no matter what we do, we're taking a big risk. There's also the possibility that we may become collateral damage when the Lost Belts begin to battle one another in earnest. Still, while we cannot rule that outcome out definitively, it's far enough away that we can worry about it later. In the meantime, our most pressing concern by far is finding an antidote for Director Gordolf and Mr. Dice. Yes, exactly, Mr. Holmes. Holmes. I always knew you had a kind heart deep down underneath your gruff detective exterior. Well, I guess we can't deny that Tubby here is in trouble. If they really do hand Koyanskaya over as promised, does that mean we'll have one less thing to worry about? Well, on one hand, yes, but having Koyanskaya as a prisoner will create other very serious problems. If anything, it only further raises the question of how we'll go about settling matters in this Lost Belt. And then there's the fact that we still can't find its Tree of Emptiness. Indeed, I was surprised to learn about that not even Qin Shi Huang knew about it. Does that mean Hinako doesn't know either? What am I saying? Of course she does. I mean, it's her job as a cryptor to protect this world's Tree of Emptiness with her life. Quite so. Her behavior has been most peculiar from the beginning. Both Karok and Ophelia had formed alliances with their Lost Belts rulers and shared a goal to expand their territory in the future. But here in China, the only one seemed interested in territory expansion is Qin Shi Huang. It seems as though Octa was trying to hold Qin Shi Huang back. Yeah, the only thing that seemed to interest her was wiping us out. That's true. I got the sense that she wanted to dispose of us before Qin Shi Huang started paying attention to the outside world. I can't tell if she's being reactive or proactive. So hey, this might be a little too late by now, but are we sure it's okay to talk about this stuff in here? I mean, Qin Shi Huang keeps an eye on all of China, right? How do we know the Emperor's not listening in right now? True, the thought of the Emperor peeping in on us from low orbit is more than a little creepy. But the flip side of that is that that's all the Emperor can do. We should still assume our heat signatures are visible, even with the roof in the way. But as far as audio is concerned, the Emperor mentioned that the quality isn't good, and we can only be heard when we're looking up and raising our voices. I know, because I tried yelling a bunch of obscenities at the Emperor when I was in the cockpit. So that's what all that stuff about old geezers and cyberpunk ripoffs and 80s leftovers was. Anyway, having the Emperor constantly watching us all the time will get annoying, so I made this. What is it? A stealth module for your new Mystic Code. I tried modeling it off Robin Hood's No Face May King. Just think of it as a streamlined, portable, bounded field. That's amazing. When do you even have time to make that? Thanks, but it's really not quite as impressive as it maybe sounds. There are a lot of stability issues and other kinks to work out. If the mana levels in the atmosphere are too dense, or it's really hot and really cold, it falls apart like a house of cards. So that means it would be pretty useless in the other two Lost Belts we've seen. I see, but when one considers how stable this Lost Belt's environment is, it becomes clear how useful such a module would be. Oh, it also focuses on precision over area of effect, so it won't hide you from someone close by. So, but since we only have to worry about long-range spying here, it should work perfectly in this case. What the? Did Xinjiang just launch something else at us? Let's go check it out, Master. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, a benefaction. Our village got a benefaction. Most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor wishes to thank you for the hospitality and our otherworldly visitors. Be grateful for this blessing. Thank you, most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor. Thank you. Benefaction. I remember now. They said that's what those rockets are usually used to deliver. Man, they're so lucky. Can't wait till I'm a grown-up and can get benefactions too. You mean kids never get them? We do, but they usually don't work out as well when you're little as when you're grown up. Sure don't for me. So wanna try mine and see what they're like for you, mister? Here you go. Looks like medicine. Yep, it clears your head out and makes you feel really good. It's like a daydream come true. Is that so? Give it here. Remember your reputation. Rest assured, I'm not speaking solely out of personal desire. But you think such a drug is worth analyzing? This could be some sort of technology unique to this Lost Belt that has no counterpart in proper human history. I see, so this benefaction isn't money then. Of course not, I doubt this farming village even has a monetary economy. And again, the fact that we've seen so much agriculture would suggest some economic activity. What if their crops yield tremendous surplus every year, without fail? Is that even possible? In our world, using methods of agriculture with which we are familiar with, no, but things may work differently in this world. I took a look at the wheat they are growing, and it was like nothing I've ever seen. In fact, I can't even be certain it is wheat. I can say for certain is that has been heavily modified. Perhaps this seems primitive form of agriculture is actually far more advanced than I've been giving it credit for. Even though these farmers don't have so much as a single tractor, perhaps their methods are so advanced that they have no need for machines. Why don't you analyze the wheat along with that shady drug then? You might just learn something. You cannot say that the wheat is nearly as interesting as other drugs. Now that we no longer need to look for Koyanskaya, I suppose I could spare the time. Oh man. Oof. Hey, isn't that Qin Shi Huang's? Hi there. The engineers just went on a break. That vehicle is like your home away from home, right? I'm so sorry you can't use it during our investigation. After finding everything to your liking in our camp. In the meantime... Yeah, it's very pleasant here. The air's so clean and fresh too. It's so nice to have a place outside our vehicle where we can relax. We didn't have that in our the other places we've been to. Woof-woo! I'm glad to hear it. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. Qin Liangyu's a general of the Empire. Qin Liangyu, you're from the Ming period, right? Yeah, I knew that. Sure. Ming? Alright, the history of your own world is entirely different from ours, right? Isn't it? I think they said Qin's reign ended quickly there, and that numerous other dynasties sprung in its place. Here in this world, the only emperor I know is Qin Shi Huang, who was reigned for the last 2,200 years. That aside, the fact that you're still alive in this day and age is a great surprise to us. Did Qin Shi Huang make you immortal too by any chance? Of course not. I was just permitted to sleep in Mount Li after my accomplishments in the Bouzhou rebellion. Here in the Empire, any warrior who makes a name for themselves is put to rest in times of peace, and is only awakened again when they are needed. So you employ cryogenic freezing. Then I presume there is no need to keep a standing army here. Was Shan Yu frozen at Mount Li too? Shan Yu. I see, so you call that thing Shan Yu too. That thing? No, that thing is just a valuable relic. It's one of the most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor's most impressive accomplishments, which is saying a lot. It's one of the cornerstones of the Eternal Empire and a monument to it. But as you can see, it's not a living soldier. You could say it's the ancestor to the mechanical army. So Qin Shi Huang's army is composed of these dolls. And you commanders from the past were unfrozen in order to lead them. Of course, I'm also told that the royal guards in Xinjiang are always assembled from soldiers of the current era. I've even heard that some elites have received instructions, sage arts from the most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor in person. But Qin Shi Huang has no need to keep a full army on hand at all times. The mechanical soldiers are more than sufficient, and the general needed to lead them can always be summoned from their quarters at Mount Li. It's been a long time since I was frozen myself, and I'm also told that there hasn't been any source of disturbance for the last 100 years. They were saying war has been eradicated from this world. Yeah, even when I was a young girl, war was only ever something I read about in history books. I mean, wars can only be fought between countries, right? But there hasn't been any countries besides our empire for over 800 years. The only reason I took up the spear was to help put down revolts. Yeah. Then Qin Shi Huang had achieved dominion over the world by the 13th century. We started implementing gunpowder well before any other country, so no nation was able to oppose us. The discovery of the Fusang tree was also a big help too, as it helped us make huge leaps in medical science. It's all thanks to the most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor abandoning mortal flesh in favor of a holy undying vessel. What's the Fusang tree? I'm told it's the embodiment of the sage's secrets, a treasure trove of hidden mystic wisdom. Others know it as the Tree of Life. Most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor discovered it while searching the sage world for the secrets to immortality. Does that mean Qin Shi Huang really did manage to become a sage? No, most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor had already achieved immortality through the holy vessel before discovering the Fusang tree. They say that the Emperor chose to remain in metal form rather than ascend to the heavens, because it was a better way to lead the nation. Still, it took over 300 years to complete the search, and it wouldn't have been possible without abandoning the shackles of immortality. In the end, the Emperor decided to use the sage's knowledge of medicine to improve the people's lives. With all manner of disease, hunger, and pestilence eradicated, and our soldiers' strengths enhanced through elixirs, no other country's forces stood a chance against us. Sage art-based biochemistry. That reminds me, isn't this a rather unnecessarily large plot of farmland for this number of residents? You think? I suppose everyone does have their hands full during the harvest. But the wheat grows on its own the rest of the time, so it doesn't seem like too much work to me. If that's so, I do beg your pardon. I really thought that all this wheat might result in quite the surplus given how many people live here. Perhaps you take more than half of the harvest as a form of taxation? Of course, everything the village can't eat is taken to Xianyang. I see, then I suppose Xianyang must be an immensely populous city. No, not especially. Now I see it. I take it wheat is still only grown for food in your world. Is that not the case here? Wheat is the key ingredient for ethanol, the Empire's most valuable source of energy. Don't I look like a proper... Wait, hold on. Well, don't I look a proper fool? I was completely taken in by appearances, so this rather mundane-looking wheat field is actually used primarily for growing your fuel source. I did hear that the world you all come from has a completely different history from ours. Wait, hold on. I can only speculate, but I gather the world you come from must be a cruel and unforgiving place. What makes you say that? Both you and that young lady are, I do hope this doesn't offend you, but neither of you look as though you enjoy fighting. You have such kind eyes, so much so that I can scarcely imagine you in any quarrels to begin with. And yet that weapon the young lady carries looks to be so heavy and dense that even the most seasoned of our warriors would have difficulty handling it. What's more, I can tell she wields it as naturally as if it were an extension of her own body. That people such as yourselves have been forced to become adept at combat at such a young age. Well, that says a great deal about how harsh your world must be. ... Damn, looks like they're gonna party all night, huh? That benefaction stuff me some real good shit. Indeed. ... What's going on, man? This isn't like you. I thought you'd be all up in arms about, you know, these poor people dancing at the meager blessings their oppressors deign to bestow upon them. Or something. Yes, perhaps under other circumstances I would. But seeing as how happy they are right now, it's difficult to find fault in this. So that's how it is, huh? It was the pain and starvation I saw so many forced to endure that first moved me to rebellion. They were treated more like animals than people. Their smiles in the moments of hard-won victory and freedom were so fragile, so honorable. They were nothing like what I see here now. Now that I think of it, I've never seen anywhere so filled with joy and peace as this village. Of course not, these sheep don't even know what war is, remember? Couldn't be further from our world. I'd always hoped that the blood of my compatriots and I shed would buy smiles like this. But I never dreamed I would truly get to see them. This world is too perfect for the likes of me. Ain't that the truth? Tell me, oh knight, are you sure we should even be here? You effing kidding me? Why would you even ask that? You get along great with these people. I know, but even so, something continues to feel off. Cannot help but wonder, do we heroic spirits truly have a place in the battlefield of these lost belts? Senpai, are you up? Having trouble sleeping, Mash? Yes, I'm afraid my nerves are still frayed from the battle we fought earlier today. I'm glad we survived thanks to Qin Shi Huang's interceding, but it was still too close for comfort. Why don't we get some fresh air? Okay, thank you for joining me, Senpai. I see the villagers are still enjoying their festival. I guess these benefactions must be a huge cause for health celebration. Holmes said he suspected they might be a luxury good, much like alcohol in our own world. The fact that it's like a drug makes me a little nervous, though. Maybe our perspective is off here, since we're used to Holmes's habits. Anyway, it looks like they're going to keep the Shadow Border investigation going throughout the night. I hope Da Vinci will be okay supervising them. That leaves us with nothing to do for once. Yeah, it feels like forever since we last had free time for ourselves. This Lost Belt is really peaceful, isn't it? ... Something wrong? Senpai, I've seen a world like this before. It was a world of possibilities, united under a single ideal. You're talking about the Temple of Time? Yeah, the King of Mages. I mean, Goetia envisioned a history of humanity that was free from strife and suffering. I disagree with him. There was something about a world completely lacking any pain and adversity that just felt wrong to me. But now, the way people live here seems so close to that world, yet it's still rich with life and the scent of earth. These people aren't delusions. They're just as real as we are. But we're still this world's enemies. Yes, I know. Even after we take Koyanskaya into custody and secure an antidote, that won't be the end of it. We can't stop fighting until we find the Tree of Emptiness, cut it down, and prune this world away like it was originally meant to be. I know this is a rare chance to rest and relax. When I think about it, I just can't get to sleep. It's been so long since we've seen such a beautiful night sky. Master, get back! It would seem I missed my chance. I thought it would be easy to kill you under cover of darkness. I underestimate those who have spent their lives dedicated to the art of war. Even if it would take no more than a single stroke of my sword, I cannot bring myself to sneak up behind and murder someone in cold blood as they admire the beauty of the night sky. Prince of Lanling, but we've called a truce right now. No, you and the Emperor called a truce. My master and I agreed to no such thing. As such, tonight, when everyone else had lowered their guard, would have been a perfect chance to end you, Master of Chaldea. ... Exclamation mark. Ordinarily, I would like nothing more than those moved by beautiful things to live out their lives in peace and happiness. But now that we've met as enemies, that can never be. I had hoped to end you before you had to feel any need for fear. Forgive me for my incompetence. Did you really think it would be that easy, servant? Qin Liang Yu, did you honestly believe I would fail to protect our allies in a moment perfect for assassination? Perhaps a true assassin would have been able to elude me, but you? Not a chance. Warriors like you are meant to cross swords on the field of battle, not skulking around the dead of night. Your master must be grossly ignorant of war to send you on a mission so badly suited for your abilities. Silence, I will not suffer any insult to my master. Still, now that I have heard such insolent remarks, I feel no guilt for drawing my sword. For that, you have my thanks, General. Alright, round 4, here we go. I'm gonna be quiet for a bit while this goes on, so yeah, I'll be back, though.
お前は地獄を見たことがあるか。
そういうこともできる。古きルール。こういうこともできる。
こんなところか。残酷なことだ。我が行くは温州の彼方。アンフェル・シャトーティフ。
古きルール。どれにしようかな。こういうこともできる。
こんなところか。慈悲など残酷なことだ。我が行くは温州の彼方。アンフェル・シャトーティフ。
もろいもろい。どうぞ。よしよし。
トーファイヤー。こんなところか。それでいい。
なんだと。
いかがでしょうか。
ファイヤー。トーフトーフ。残酷なことだ。我が行くは温州の彼方。アンフェル・シャトーティフ。トーフファイヤー。セイク。
手すさびのようなものですね。なん承知いたしました。ふふふ。どうかな。
トーフファイヤー。ファイヤー。
ご覧になってください。あらあら、ちょっとあなたの刃ですもの。痛いですか。
道を開けよ。出陣である。この仮面を脱ぎ蘭陵王の証明とする。退け魔将ども。どうぞ。よしよし。
ファイヤー。
なんだと？
あらあらまあまあ
ささやかなはいよはいよはいよ
Really coming down to the wire here. Yeah. Okay, let's see here.
どれにしようかな容赦しませんからね
What does this one do again? Okay. Nope, don't need it.
こういうこともできる
It's you. I'll give this to you.
行くぜよ。
Do that.
はいよ行きますと
Your turn's okay.
あいつか。
Okay. What's this for? One turn. Huh.
では
覚悟せ。
はっ
はいよはいよはいよ
その件、覚えて
Mm-hmm.
すぐ
Take that, take that. Okay, should be enough.
聞こえちゅうちゃ。お前には恨みはないが、これも仕事じゃき。てんしゃ
仕切り直す交代せよ
息抜きは必要なものですが度を過ぎれば毒となりますいいですね
I've stalled long enough. Any chance you had of victory is gone, Prince of Lanling. Qin Liang Yu speaks the truth, nighttime though it may be. Even we, at such great remove, cannot help but notice such tumulus commotion. Ugh. We trust you can hear our voice, Akuta Hinako. What do you have to say for yourselves? Akuta, I know you may not understand right now, Your Imperial Majesty, but I promise that everything I've done has been for the prosperity of your empire. Is that so? It would seem you indeed have no intention of honoring your wishes. Now then, what to do with you? We doubt that the threat of beheading would be enough to cow you. No, we are to punish you, and we must take something else away. Ah yes, I know. Come here, Kwaiji Zero. You summoned me, Your Imperial Majesty. Xiang Yu. We did. Rip your core out of your chest and smash it to pieces immediately. As you wish, Your Imperial Majesty. Wait, please wait. I'm sorry, please, anything but that. Ah, so you're able to plead for forgiveness. You must be quite attached to that machine indeed. Octa? Please have mercy. I swear, I will serve you faithfully from this moment onward. I'll do anything you ask, anything at all. Please spare his life. We will hold you to your word, Akta Hinako. Know that the only reward for defying our will is fear far worse than any mere death. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty, I swear, I will never go against your wishes again. Well done, Qin Liang Yu. You need not concern yourselves with that woman any longer. Understood, Your Imperial Majesty. Lord Dice, I suggest you return to the camp and retire for the night. Senpai, let's go, Mash. Okay. So, I must ask you once again. Yes? Who is this Shan you speak of? To answer that, I will need to tell you another very different story first. The one where the Emperor died before obtaining the Holy Vessel? That's right. After the Emperor passed, the quest for immortality was seemingly buried with him. You were no exception, as you were kept hidden away in the secret Kuaiji laboratory, but someone found and reactivated you, a man by the name of Xianling. He went on to become one of the many people attempting to rule China for himself after the decline of Qin. And in this history, I fell into rebel hands. Xianliang wanted to use your superhuman abilities to further his own ambitions. So he gave you his surname of Xian, the first name Ji, and the courtesy name View, and presented you as his nephew, despite knowing you were not actually human. True, I was only given my current combat frame long after I was first activated. My original chassis was entirely humanoid. No one ever suspected Xianliang was lying. The thought simply never occurred to them. The Emperor had based you on Taiyi Zhenreng's creation. A machine as advanced as you was beyond anyone's imagination at the time. And I was treated as a person rather than a device. Given your appearance, no one had any reason to suspect you were anything other than human, regardless of how exceptionally skilled you may have been. In time, future generations would come to know Xian Yu as one of China's greatest warriors, yet none of them would ever know your true identity nor how you were made. Something is amiss with your claims. If this Xianliang's person kept my origins and the truth of my creation a secret, how did you come to learn the truth? Who are you, really? I am just a drifter. One who came to this lost belt solely to be reunited with you, my beloved Lord Jian Yu. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. Alright, section 8. Here we go. Okay. Sounds like you had quite the evening. Peculiar thought this may be, it does present another piece of the puzzle. Section 8 landed piece, right. Unfortunately, it does nothing to make the larger picture any easier to see. We know that the Cryptor's first priority is defending their Tree of Emptiness. Come on. And yet Octa has not told this Lost Belt's king of the tree's importance. Furthermore, she moved to eliminate us entirely on her own discretion, only to end up swearing allegiance to Xin Shi Huang the instant Xian Yu's life was threatened. I was taken aback to see Octa acting so aggressively when we first came to this Lost Belt. But seeing her so scared and flustered was just painful, more than it was surprising. Guess we didn't know anything about her back when we were both at Chaldea. Yes. About who she was at Chaldea. Holmes and I did a little poking around the data we managed to back up from the server. And her entire background reeks of falsified records. Indeed, I had to practically hold my nose as we picked apart her disguise. Disguise, even though she was a member of Chaldea's staff? Let's see, imagine her profile is like a painting that's been thoroughly methodically airbrushed to erase any trace of the original painter. Correct, there was not a single errant brushstroke, so to speak, to be found anywhere. Anyone who has lived an ordinary life will inevitably leave behind a bit of useless information about him or herself along the way. And yet there was nothing of the sort to be found in Akita Hinako's data. It was as though her entire life story was designed to pull the wool over someone's eye. You mean like the perfect alibi? Precisely, that is just the sort of interjection I was looking for, my dear Watson. So the fact that nothing in her personal information is strange also means nothing in it is real? Yep. There's basically nothing even remotely human about her entire background. And even that's not the only obvious suspicious thing we ran across. According to her profile, Marisbury Animosphere brought her to Chaldea, supervised her aptitude test, and oversaw her periodic health exams and interviews personally. It seems every bit of data about her was submitted with his authorization codes, no one else's. The first director? Just the fact that he handled it all alone is one hell of a red flag for security. It'd be easy for him to falsify any data he wanted considering his position. Be that as it may, if Chaldea's original director was the one who manipulated her profile, yeah, if a guy that high up the food chain had something he wanted to keep secret about her, we pretty much SOL. How did Akta ended up at Chaldea in the first place? Did she actually have enough race shift after to be chosen for Team A? For that matter, who the hell is she really? At this point, I don't know what to believe. Indeed, everything we thought we knew about Akita Hinako's personal information is suspect at best. So it would really be a stretch to imagine she might have a different goal from the other cryptors. Obviously not. What's more, this goal is evidently more important to her than protecting her lost build or preserving her relationship with its king. One might think eliminating us would be her first priority, but as we've seen, even that is secondary compared to her concern for Shan Yu, another figure about whom we know next to nothing. Looks like that name only means anything to those of us from proper human history. In this lost build, he appears to go by something else. I think it was called Kwaiji Zero. Kwaiji, Well, a quick database search suggests that this area has some significance to Shan Yu. Okay. It's where his uncle, Xian Liang, started his revolt against the Qin Empire after the emperor died. You say it's where Xian Yu began his career as a warrior. Regardless of who Xian Yu may be in this world, the fact remains that he belongs to this lost belt. So I cannot fathom why Akuta Hinako, who, though nothing else we know about her is certain, comes from proper human history, would care so deeply about him as to abandon her other goals. That one's pretty straightforward. She must have fallen in love with him at first sight. The more foolish the woman, the more likely she is to chuck everything away for such silly notions. Careful, Gordy, you're gonna lose any goodwill you may have built up with your female staff. Bah, the only woman here is Mash, you borderline Lolita. Well, I was certainly disappointed by what you said. Wait, really? Now, do try to stay on topic. We still have a mountain of other problems that need solving. Alright, we still need to talk to the people who are going to be less than pleased about this. Even if it's only temporary. I can't believe... Oh, wait, hold on. I can't believe I have to pretend to make it nice with that emperor. Just thought makes me sick. Yeah, sounds about right. Negotiate? Out of the question. That tactic plays right into the oppressor's hands. Do not be fooled, detective. They will tell you whatever the weak wish to hear, and pressure you into swearing allegiance with only the pretense of your consent at best. Given the urgency of Mr. Dyson Gordolf's condition, I am afraid we have no alternative. At minimum, I would like to maintain our truce with Qin Shi Huang until Koyanskaya is securely in our custody. If we could prolong it until Akita Hinako is out of the picture, so much the better. Whatever her reasons for doing so may be, Akita Hinako remains fiercely determined to eradicate us. So much so that she tried to assassinate Mr. Dyson in the dead of night against Qin Shi Huang's wishes. Obviously, Akita and Qin Shi Huang aren't exactly BFFs at the moment. We can't be sure that will last, since there's still a lot we don't know about their relationship. There's a possibility that she may yet convince Qin Shi Huang to take her side in all this. What about defeating Qin Shi Huang and cutting down the Tree of Emptiness before Music and Master can fall victim to this accursed poison? Should that not be our first priority? Listen closely, Spartacus. At the moment, making an enemy out of all the Empire will lead only to disaster. Right now, Koyanskaya is a wild card who could wreak havoc no matter where she is or whose side she's on. If we don't have an antidote ready to go by the time we face off with Qin Shi Huang, it'll be over before it begins. All the Emperor would have to do is kill Koyanskaya, and Mr. Dice would be saddled with the poison's deleterious effects for the rest of his life. Let's not forget my own life would be tragically shortened. Yes, ultimately we need to destroy the Tree of Emptiness and eradicate this lost belt, and to do so we will inevitably need to face and defeat Qin Shi Huang. So bear in mind that any amicable relations we appear to have are a strictly temporary state of affairs. So you want us to pretend to be friends until we can attack when the Emperor least suspect it, right? Yeah, that's fine. Hell, I used to ask Aggravain for advice for that sort of sneaky shit all the time. I refuse. Acquiescence is the first step to allegiance, and allegiance inevitably leads to subservience. My master must never side with oppression, but always rebel against it. You should rebel against pain, rebel against suffering, and ultimately triumph by rebelling against destiny. Get the goddamn stick out of your ass, will ya? We're playing the long game here, lunkhead. Important part is that we get to destroy the Empire in the end. So why don't you just think of all the rebelling you're gonna get to do later as a prize for all the restraint you're gonna show us now? I mean, you love repressing your own shit, right? Are you truly willing to go along with this? When I tried to assassinate the Emperor before, I lost the moment I focused on something other than killing itself. But I'm not the one leading the attack this time. I get that Dice has his own way of fighting. I'm sorry, I know it's a lot to ask. Well, there's nothing I can do if you're going to plead at me with the helpless look on your face. I mean, you're just now realizing how hopeless your chance against Xian Yu, right? It's getting stuffy in here with so many of us present. I think I'll step out for a bit of fresh air. Holmes just winked at me, Senpai and Jinkei. What's going on? What is it, Holmes? Is there something else you wanted to talk to us about? Thought it would be best if Spartacus were absent for this next part. I trust you to retain your cool, Miss Jinkei, but let me remind you to refrain from raising your voice. As long as we whisper, Qin Shi Huang should be unable to hear us. I've mostly finished my analysis of the benefaction drug, and it's beyond anything I could have imagined. Its psychotropic effects are secondary at most. Its true purpose lies in boosting the immune system, or perhaps I should say enhancing it to an unfathomable degree. And despite its potency, there's almost no negative side effects as long as one condition remains unmet. It is well beyond what modern medical science could achieve. In fact, I doubt even Magecraft could, from proper human history, could create a drug so effective. It's something that could only be made here in a lost field where pharmaceutical and biochemistry are entirely based on sage arts. Now I see. So it's a mass-produced elixir. And they just hand out something that amazing to every citizen during every major celebration? Indeed, and as a result, illness and disease have been completely eradicated. Doubt any of these people have had so much as a cold since they were born. Then it's a real actual panacea. Hold on, what's the condition that needs to go unmet for this to work? Ah yes, that would be old age. Once a person's hormonal secretions have reached a certain level, this drug functions as a lethal anesthetic. I estimate to be at least several thousand times more potent than pentobarbital. Hang on, wouldn't that mean... Now I see. I thought it was strange that we hadn't seen a single elderly person here. This is no unintended side effect. It's quite clear that the medicine was designed to work this way. Designed? Then it really is poisoning everyone who takes it? When someone's body secretes a certain amount of hormones, in other words, once their body has aged to a certain point, they just die? Correct. From our perspective, distributing a drug like this is no better than mass murder. Still, a case can be made from a Buddhist perspective, and how it views the four inevitabilities of human life, namely birth, aging, disease, and death. If one considers both old age and illness equally undesirable, one could say this medicine protects you from the pain of the former and the latter at once. I cannot say if every word under all possible circumstances would eventually arrive at these ethics of pharmaceutical science. But the wheat grown here has extensively genetically modified into something extraordinary. Its resistance to disease, its yield, everything about it stands league above its natural counterpart in proper human history. With a crop like this one could live their entire life without ever knowing hunger. And if you never had to worry about food, you'd probably never think to take it from someone else. There's no economy here. No division between rich and poor exists. Well, we've seen all for ourselves how ignorant they are of war and violence. It seems that life here is as far removed from the suffering that one might expect in our world as it is possible to imagine. And when their life has run its course, this drug puts them to sleep permanently, well before they can begin to feel the pain of old age. I dare say that if nothing else, this world has done a frighteningly effective job at removing pain and suffering from people's lives. But that's still... It's no way for people to live. They're practically being kept as livestock. So this is how Qin Shi Huang, how that dictator, decides to solve humanity's suffering. Makes sense. No way a leader who abandoned their own humanity would in turn treat their subjects like people. As far as making a decision between this lost belt and proper human history, Spartacus claimed that we should fight to determine which should be allowed to survive. If hearing that gave you pause, I would urge you to give the matter more thought, keeping what you now know about this benefaction in mind. In this world, the definition of a happy human life is exceedingly simple. Wow, this is a hard choice. I think I'll go with top dots. Seeing as how you need to make this choice sooner or later, I think it's best to suspend my usual behavior in favor of full disclosure. Allow me to share with you some speculation. Do keep in mind that this is not a deduction, but rather a bit of conjecture on my part. Holmes. This relates solely to one question, namely, why did the spirit origin graph fail to work with this lost belt's ley line? You think it has something to do with this medicine? That may not be directly related, but it does support my current hypothesis. Heroic spirits have always been on one side of Alaya, mankind's collective unconscious. They are defined foremost by their purpose, protecting humanity. While there may be different methods and conditions involved in summoning servants, the one thing they all have in common, without exception, is responding to the summoner's prayer. However, if there was not a single person in the world who had the empathic need to pray for something, and if such a world had flourished unabated for hundreds of years, right, then it wouldn't be at all surprising if that world lost its connection to the throne of heroes entirely. For that matter, there wouldn't even be any heroic spirits in that world, just like they aren't here. After all, every hero who might be needed to fight someday, like Xin Liangyu, is still alive. So this lost world is a world that has no need for heroic spirits at all? Can you imagine a person wishing fervently for anything in the world free from hunger, pain, and suffering, Miss Kyrielite? I know I certainly cannot. Indeed, it only makes sense that servants would never appear in a world where no one wishes for anything. Thanks for telling us this, Holmes. Whatever doubts I might have had are gone. Now, I'll do everything in my power to take Qin Shi Huang down and put an end to this disgusting regime. As long as I get there in the end, I don't care how far out of our way we have to go. So right now, let's focus on curing Dice. Know that I now know where I'm going. I can wait as long as it takes. Thank you, Jinkei. Progress report? We should finish a complete scan of the vehicle's interior by morning. Good, be careful not to overlook anything. Remember, the future of the Empire rests on your shoulders. Yes, ma'am. I'll go see how things are outside. The Shadow Border, a product of a world entirely different from ours, huh? Because the moon does not know how to drink, my shadow merely follows the movement of my body. The moon has brought the shadow to keep me company for a while. The practice of mirth should keep pace with the spring. What was that, young man? Oh, that's called a poem. A guy named Li Bai wrote it a long time ago. Who taught you that? Well... we see Qin Liangyu's investigation is proceeding smoothly. It feels good to have so much data moving around our circuits. Think you'll be able to analyze that otherworldly device, Your Imperial Majesty? Who do you think we are? This holy vessel's full calculations capabilities can easily handle a single vehicle. Or so we thought. This is amazing. How could they fit so much functionality into these dimensions? It's hard to believe what we are seeing. Forgive the intrusion, Your Imperial Majesty, but there's something you should know. What is this about? The children in this village are reciting poems. Gasp. You're kidding. When I asked them about it, they said they learned it from the Chaldea. We see. Then Chaldea are Confucians. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty, this is undoubtedly the work of Confucianism. Okay, section 9. There you go. Morning Star of Rebellion. Emergency, emergency. Spartacus is no longer with us. What? Woo! That's not all. A number of villagers have gone missing as well. The ones who remained said they saw Spartacus leading villagers towards the capital. What? If the Emperor sees that, he'll think we're leading a rebellion. What is wrong with that muscle-bound moron? How could he do this? Hey, Berserkers ain't exactly much for thinking or planning. Spartacus is being true to himself. Hell, he couldn't change who he is even if he wanted to. Do something, Dice. Didn't your records mention him obeying that Roman? If he can listen to her, he can listen to you. That was between Nero and Spartacus, not me. What's with that knowing look? Aren't those command spell of yours just fancy tattoos? Go on and use one already, you fool. This may be the moment of truth, Mr. Dice. Forming a contract with an unruly berserker inevitably means using command spells to keep them in check. You may not care for that idea, but it is something you'll need to come to terms with sooner or later. It is frankly miraculous that you've come so far without ever having to force your servants to obey. I would like nothing more than to respect your wishes, but I'm afraid that... Hold up. Mordred. You're not gonna make Sparty toe the line just by forcing him to stop with a command spell. All that'll do is just root him in place. So please, Master, whatever you do, don't use a command spell on him. If you do, he might end up forgetting this whole reason for leaving the throne to come here and help. Oh, fool! Can you let me handle him, Master? I'm sure I can convince him to stop. How might that be? How do you think? By beating the ever-loving shit out of him. See, it's his legs and stuff that are keeping him going. As long as they're telling him to fight, he's not gonna stop for anything. So we just hit him so hard that his knees give out, and he'll get through his thick skull or knees that the battle's over. Are you quite certain that will be better than a command spell? Positive. I give you the Mordred guarantee. I confess that even I cannot see the logic here. What do you think, Mr. Dice? It's ultimately your decision to make. I'm counting on you, Mordred. Hell yeah, don't worry. I've got this. Oh, foo! I'll go with you. I think I may be partly to blame for the villagers' decision to join him. Are you sure, Miss Jinkei? Wouldn't you rather be leading the way with him? Truthfully, yes. Honestly, kind of envy him getting materialized as a berserker, because he can throw caution to the wind and do whatever he feels like in a given moment. Nope, because even though he's a berserker, he's got such a good master. As a heroic spirit myself, I can't help but feel a little jealous at that. Neja, don't hold down the fort. The borders are lifeline here, so make sure you don't let anything happen to it. Leave it to me. I await you. I await your return. Okay, everyone, let's bring Spartacus and the villagers back. Hey, Spartacus, are you sure about this? I thought we weren't supposed to leave our village's fields. Yes, I am sure. No system, no ethics, no laws can ever stop one from walking around freely. One's path always lies ahead of wherever your own 2 feet take you. I don't know. We were taught that Heavenly Emperor gave us the fields as a gift of love. If the authorities wish to call their oppression love, then it is only right you return their love in the form of rebellion. I don't think I understand. No matter, you will come to understand as we continue our walk. Now, to the oppressor's capital. The capital where Heavenly Emperor lives, huh? Come to think of it, I heard it's got something called art. Art. Is that anything like those poems Jinkei has been sharing with us? I want to hear lots more poems. I want to see what the capital looks like too. Well said. Let us be on our way, singing songs of liberation all the while. Hold it. Do you really think we were gonna let you do this, you freaking dumbass? Did you think it was a touch rude to just wander off without so much as a goodbye? If it is for the antidote for dice that concerns you, rest assured, I'll bring it back after seeing those responsible to justice. If you doubt that I'm doing the right thing, then merely sit and wait my return. I must give this Qin Shi Huang oppressor the firm embrace he deserves. I already know the Emperor is at Xianyang. All right, remains now is to continue onwards until I reach this great oppressor. Please stop this, Spartacus. I can understand why you have doubts, Master Dice. After all, you have yet to attain real strength for yourself. All the more reason why I must go, to show by example what true justice is. As such, I will not hesitate to crush anything that stands in the way of true rebellious love. I knew it. He ain't gonna listen to a word we say. Time for my genius plan. If he won't listen to reason, we'll just have to beat it into him. Come on, Spartacus. Let's you and me hash things out. Right, I'm gonna be real quiet for a minute while this goes on.
刀流のかいい覚悟せチェソーチェ
戦とはやはり荒々しいものなのですね。
Right. Mordred, I thought you said you were going to make his knees give out or some such. Yeah, what of it? His knees aren't giving out at all. If anything, hitting him only gets him more fired up. Honestly, it's kind of creeping me out now. Now what? I know, it's so much fun, right? He's got will to fight out the wazoo. Ugh, I knew it. You're actually a berserker too, aren't you? Ah, what a thrill. This adversity, this pain. I can feel indomitable strength welling up within me. You can do it, Spartacus. Why are Spartacus and the others arguing again? Oh, hi, Kestrel 1992. Beats me. This keys up, you won't last much longer, Master. Honestly, it's already rough. Starting to get feverish. It's no use. They don't even remember their draining Master's magical energy. The way they're going, Dice gonna end up collapsing before either of them. Damn it. Stop, stop! This is no time for fighting. We have an emergency. Fo, fo, fo! Neja? And Foe, what are you two doing here? What's going on? You're supposed to be keeping watch. Qin Liangyu betrayed us. She stole the border. Holmes told me to keep this thing safe. The spirit origin graph? Then they really did take the border. The hell? Just let them waltz in and steal our home base? How could you let this happen? Oh, oh, well, I have about, let's see, like, half, like about, I would say 2 hours to finish up Lost Build 3 before I have to, leave for a get-together of sorts for New Year. So yeah, so I have that going for me. Anyway, back to stop it, Mordred. Neja wanted to stay and fight just as much as you would have. Holmes decided it was more important to make sure the spirit origin grab stayed with Dice. Indeed, I imagine the enemy must have used the shadow border itself as a shield. A common tactic of oppressors to respond to rebellion is destroying what the rebels wish to protect. The hell you've been so calm for? I thought you were all worked up. Fo fo! Fortunately, we can't use the spirit origin graph by itself in this lost belt. Without the land's ley lines corresponding, there just isn't enough electricity to power it. I'm afraid not. Losing the border really is a tremendous blow. Even Da Vinci's tricks had to be performed inside it to work. Qin Shi Huang, can you hear me? We can. This entire land is our garden. No noise or tumult within escapes our notice. I thought we had a deal. Indeed, we did. And were we a god, our word would be absolute. However, we are not a god, but human, and the ruler of this land. It's only natural we would value our nation over a bargain. Thus, now that we know you are a threat to our people, we have no compunctions about taking your shadow border and wiping all of you out. A threat? What do you mean? Do we do something to the villagers? We see. So you are either oblivious or unconstrained. Then you truly are disciples of Confucius. Ah, now I get it. 2,200 years later, and you haven't changed one bit. Now, if anything, you got worse. What do you mean, Jinkei? Qin Shi Huang's mad that I went around teaching people to read and write. That's why we're getting slapped with the Confucian label. Confucianism is all about 5 virtues: justice, courtesy, wisdom, knowledge, and benevolence. It extols poetry, manners, and entertainment. And Qin Shi Huang, tyrant that the emperor is, hates everything about it. Our people live their lives in blissful ignorance. You and your Confucianism have led them astray. Confucianism is a malignant disease, and you its epicenter. We must cut you out like a tumor, lest you spread further. Are you truly so terrified of your citizens gaining knowledge, tyrant? Knowledge leads to doubt. Once people are trapped by such delusion, they inevitably begin comparing themselves to others, and resent the world itself. Without such wicked individual egotism, this world can be paradise everlasting. It is through ignorance that our people live their lives in peace and health. And you are arrogant Confucians would knowingly go about ruining that. So what, you want to keep people from learning anything so it's easier to rule them? Why should we give 2 shits about that? Confucianism runs rampant in your world. How long has it remained peaceful? Humans who gain knowledge inevitably come to believe they are better than everyone else, which leads only to war, and all that creates is grief and sorrow. That is why such worlds cry out in agony as to create a counterforce in the forms of heroic spirits. We shiver just imagining such a hell. You disagree? Go on then, tell us how your world is so wonderful and the way people from all walks of life can share in the mutual bonds of misery. We suppose we could have tricked you out of your shadow border through more cunning means, but our disgust got the better of us. We must obliterate you and ensure that no trace is left behind. Xian Yu. Kuaiji Zero, we have new orders for you. Destroy every last one of the Confucians. As you wish. Hey, Dice. Should I apologize to you for taking pity on these people? Should I apologize to you for taking pity on these people? Not at all, you should be proud. Right, that's exactly the path we've made for ourselves. We own up to our mistakes and do our best to make them right. That means we can compromise and even forgive each other. And that is the one thing this world will never ever have. Okay.
衆の彼方アンジェル・シャトーティフ。
もろいもろい。
大事な。
All right, finally starting to speed up in the fights. Let's see. This is the end of section. This section. Check. Now it's the next one, section 9, and oh boy, still quite a lot. Man, this thing's seriously tough. Our attacks aren't even phasing him. How strange. This strength is not due to hardware differences. Ah, now I see what's going on. He's reading our moves before we make them. Hell, not even my old man's intuition is this much of a pain in the ass. I'm sure this is no ordinary skill of reading one's opponent. It's closer to precognition. I'll calculate that your destruction is inevitable. Resign yourself, barbarians. Bullshit. If you could really see the future, you'd know there's no way in hell that we'd ever give up without a fight. Indeed, that is why I predict you will soon face further hardships. Whoa, what now? Allow me to assist you, Lord Jianyu. Prince of Lanling, Octa, you're here too? This time, mash and dice. I'll kill you both. Oh, here we thought you would be sulking, yet it seems you have come to serve us once again, Octa Hinako. Now that you understand the threat Chaldea poses, Your Imperial Majesty, I'm happy to follow your wishes. Ah, now we see. You're determined not to let Shan Yu fight alone. How inconsiderate of us. Very well, have at it. We warned, there's little time left. Do not bother killing them. All you need to do is hobble them. Yes, good point. Understood. Ah shit, these guys working together again is the last thing we need. And we can't afford to take our time with them, or we'll never catch up to the Shadow Border. Okay. Keep forgetting that's a thing. Ugh.
さやかな。
大事なししか
ここぞ正気。
その通
こんなところか。
り慈悲などいらぬ。
残酷なことだ。我が行くは温州の彼方。アンデルシャトーティフ。
はいや大事なし
容赦しませんか。
うん。
お覚悟どうぞ。あなたの刃、空気のためですね。あら、承知いたしました。はっ。
しか
こういうこともできる。あら、されました。ご覧になってください。手すさびのようなものですね。ごあらあらまあ。
Right. See if this doesn't at least rip off one of the HP bars.
天皇。いいね。ゴズ天皇の紳士たち。参る。ご王将来。天皇大会。
Alright. One.
よしよし。
It's his
道
MP.
を開けよ。出陣である。この仮面を脱ぎ、蘭陵王の証明とする。退け、魔将ども。
Yeah, no, not yet.
あら、承知いたしました。
覚悟せシェソーはいや
この忍者、見逃しません。では、そのように。
Yeah, I don't suppose my odds here are too good.
大事なし大事なし
勇気を乱す力は不正です。
大事なし力を持って山を抜き気迫を持って世を覆う我が手ここに示さず大事なし
Okay. Okay, we're moving on. Give me a minute. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm actually gonna have to start taking this seriously. So, yeah. Alright, take two. Let's see. This one works out better.
やるときは本気でやるって決めてやってやるさ存分にいいだろう
なんだ
それでいい。
古きルール
こんなとこ
慈悲などいらん
我が行くは温州の彼方。アンゼルシャトーティフ。
Alright.
はいいわこういうこともでどれにしようかな
Yeah. Figures as much.
こんなところかスター我が行くは温州の彼方アンテルシャトーティフ
大事なしその通り
ここぞ正気行きます
Ah, shit, I activated the... Oh, yeah, okay. I see the problem here.
残酷なことだ我が行くは温州の彼方アンテルシャトーティフ
どうよしよし
その通り
ファイヤ
どれにしようかな命令ともささやかな
Okay.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンテルシャトーティフ
Ooh. So close.
ファイヤ
大事なし
Yeah, it's all caster fight.
オセロと
もろいもろい
仕切り直す交代せよ
罠だ大事なし大事なし
あまり
Should work.
詳しく動かないでください
Yeah, I'm gonna need this for sure.
強い
Is it like breakthrough? Okay.
あちらですかあちらですか
なし
そこですね見える場所にいるから
Alright, this could work out.
大事なししかり大事なし
How long will the guts last? Okay. Yeah, one more turn, so I can safely do this. go. Alright, alright.
大事
Finally.
私あなたたちは嫌いです
Now onto the rest of Lost Belt. Lost Belt 3. Hurry, get as far away as you can while Kwaiji Zero keeps the enemy busy. Yes, ma'am. I must say, it's humiliating to find our hands so firmly tied. Well, what can we do? Advanced as it might be, the Shadow Border is still basically a car with a bunch of tires, and stop them from towing it. Suppose we should be content with the fact that Neja was able to escape. It's fortunate for us that they're apparently completely ignorant of the Spirit Origin Graph's importance. Whatever you might be up to, don't bother. Try anything funny, I'll cut you down where you stand. And here I thought you were a proud warrior. I disappointed to see you resorting to underhanded deception and skullduggery. Say what you want, Confucian. Your words are no more than wind to me. Now that I know your Confucians, I also know better than to trust anything that comes out of your mouths. We're not Confucians. I don't know what you call it in your world, but you're anyone who tries to enlighten our people is a Confucian. Oh, come on. What good could there possibly be from giving people knowledge? Making them read books that only confuse, deceive, and delude, causing them to lose sight of what they're meant to be? You do the devil's own work. You rebels should be ashamed of yourselves, spouting ideals you don't really believe in, agitating people to merely further your ambitions. I can't stand people like you. We don't actually have any ambitions like that, though. We just shared some things we knew while we were making conversation. Then you did it on a lark? That's even worse. You have no idea what will happen to the people you've tainted with your Confucianism. What was that? Enough, it's time. All of you leave at once. Well, we've still yet to kill the Chaldeans. We will not punish you for your incompetence in failing to kill them. You merely need to wait for your next opportunity. Now go, you'll get caught up in it. Let's go, Prince of Landling. You too, Lord Xianyu. Very well. As you wish. Oh, what the hell? Why'd they all run off like that? I don't like this. The oppressor's up to something. Reviewing communications. There's little time left. I wonder. There's only one reason for the Emperor to order a retreat now. Qin Shi Huang's out to unleash an indiscriminate attack. I'll bet it'll wipe out the entire area. Very good. Since you've figured out this much, I'll tell you where it's about to happen. You have just released a payload from our Great Wall and altered its trajectory. It will strike your location in approximately 3 minutes. Are you freaking nuts, you overgrown tin can? You really kill your own people just to get us? Do not think so much of yourselves. You have it quite backwards. We only ordered our soldiers to cripple you in order that you might also be caught in the blast radius as an added bonus of sorts. Then you did this explicitly to destroy the village? It is what must be done to rid our land of Confucianism. That enlightenment has begun to spread among the people here. We're left with no choice but to nip it in the bud. Accursed tyrant, have you so little regard for the lives of your own citizens? Silence, this land is our flesh. Its people are our blood. You can never understand the pain such an action causes us. But now that it has been infected with Confucianism, we have no choice but to carve out this piece of our flesh before the poison spreads. So this is Qin Shi Huang. Flee if you wish, but it is too late for the people of this village. Once you have turned tail and fled, be our guest to turn back and witness the destruction of your Confucianism has wrought. Damn it, this bastard's crazier than I thought. Never expected murdering the Empire's own citizens to be more important than killing us. There it is now. It's so massive. When it hits, I don't think anything will be left of this area. What is that? An evil star. Most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor must be furious. So the rumors about stars falling on villages that reject the Emperor's blessings were true? This can't be happening. Why would Heavenly Emperor be so furious? Was it wrong of us to recite poems? Was it wrong of us to try to go to the capital? No, none of you did anything wrong. You followed your dreams in search of freedom, as anyone would. I see, now I understand. So this is why I was summoned to this land. It was also I could strike back against this great oppression. Spartacus? Dice, you have yet to become an oppressor. Now is the time for you to demonstrate your authority. What do you want me to do? Use a command spell on me. Use it and say only one word. Jump. Now I get it. Crying warmonger. What'd you just say? We'd normally have no way to defend against or destroy something as utterly destructive as a meteor strike. But Spartacus' noble phantasm changes to match what he's up against. The more powerful the attack, the stronger his resulting counterattack will be. If he can do that in the air, before the meteor has a chance to strike, he might just be able to destroy it before it hits the ground. Whoa, wait a damn minute. You're suggesting you fly up there and let that thing hit him? Not to worry. Such tremendous adversity is perfect for showing off the strength of my rebellion. You can't. That will completely annihilate your spirit origin. Ha ha ha. We won't know until I've tried. Regardless, there's no time to debate the matter. We don't have long before that wicked star arrives. Senpai. Jump, Spartacus. I feel it. I can feel the power of our bond flowing within me. He really jumped? Woo! That's no ordinary leap. He's being propelled by a truly massive eruption of magical energy. Now is the time for my legs to rebel against gravity. Humans, open your eyes and turn your gaze upwards. This leap is the very pinnacle of liberation. It is the irrational act that will triumph over this adversity. The wings of freedom. If this star means to oppress the sky itself, then I too shall become a star. Rebellious morning star that lights the world below. He really did take it head on? No. Damn it, why'd he crash into it? He could have deflected or something so he wouldn't get so hurt. No, he was prepared for this. For his noble phantasm to be at its most powerful, he would need to be at his most gravely injured. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful. This pain is honor. This pain is life. I can feel my love about to explode. Warcry overload. This can't be right. Where did these people get a surface-to-air weapon? No, they have no such weapon. This must be the work of one of the heroic spirits. Remember this sight well, Hanshin. This is the true face of our army's new enemy. Incredible, the entire mass is completely evaporating. He really did it, but where is he now? There, I can see him falling back now. Down. That big dumbass. Oh, hello, rebellious knight. Did you catch me in those twiggy arms of yours? Cut the crap. All the people you stirred up like a jackass were watching you, you know? You can't just smash face first in the ground, lunkhead. You're supposed to at least land on your feet. Hell, you shouldn't be falling at all. You're supposed to land properly no matter what. That's what you gotta do, alright? These wounds are... Yes, I'm afraid Spartacus' spirit origin isn't going to last much longer. Your words cut deep, Knight of Camelot. I should expect as much from the manliest man of the Knights of the Round Table. Who you calling a man? Ain't freaking fair, saying shit like that at a time like this. You're all beat to hell. Nowhere left for me to even punch you. Go ahead. I'm sure your punch would feel most pleasant. Are you gonna die, Spartacus? Of course not. Spartacus will never truly die. Not as long as you keep the light of rebellion alive within your heart. That is all I ask, my friends. Spartacus, I can't believe he did all that to save us. I'm not gonna cry. I mustn't. Spartacus, he never stopped smiling, no matter how much he hurt. Kid, I'm gonna get strong enough that I can smile through anything too, so I can be someone else's Spartacus one day. So as long as I and whoever comes after me keep smiling, Spartacus will always live on. Now I get it, so this is his real rebellion. Something is wrong with the spirit origin graph. It's hot. Very hot. But don't tell me it's broken. No, it's not that. It's reacting to the ley line. What? But I thought that didn't work in this lost belt. That's it. There's a prayer here now. Hope has finally blossomed in these people's hearts, connecting this world to the throne of heroes. Yeah, this land is no longer cut off from the throne of heroes. Heroic spirits have heard the wishes of people lacking in their own voice and are about to pay them a visit. This air smells familiar, and I think I recognize those far-off mountains as well. So the best 2-star of next year has finally arrived. It would seem we've been invited to our homeland, although something seems off. I don't see a single sign of war anywhere, nor do I see anyone resembling a master. I suppose this means we've gone rogue, so to speak. Pity. I was kind of looking forward to that whole spiel you get to do when you first meet your master. Well now, where do we even begin? Why do you look like that? What do you mean? How else would Lu Bu Fengshan look? What? What other heroic spirit could possibly be fit to be summoned alongside the great Chang'an than Lu Bu, the Flying General? But you're obviously red hair. Lu Bu is a man among men. Red hair is a horse among horses. Everyone knows that we're inseparable during our adventures. I'm what they call an innocent monster. Oh look, a carrot. Yay! A yummy carrot? Where? And I knew it. You are red hair. Nonsense. I'm Lu Bu. Okay, 1 second. Okay, back to this. Yeah, I'll just keep using this. Wanna speed up. Session 10, Lost Belt, dashing through 1000 Li. So what's our next move? The first thing we should be doing is tracking down the Shadow Border, but cannot leave these people defend for themselves. Qin Shi Huang wants them dead. Right, I'm pretty sure Qin Shi Huang's aware that the whole Operation Wall Drop thing failed. It's no stretch to imagine Akta and Jiang Yu being sent back to finish the job, only they've got to be guarding the border now, seeing as the enemy's top priority. Right, I don't see dropping chunks off the Great Wall as something that gets done often or in rapid succession. I'm sure Qin Shi Huang doesn't want to damage the land any more than strictly necessary. That said, if we stay in one place too long, I'm sure the Emperor will try it again, so we need to keep moving. And you want to take the villagers here with us? That would put them in the crossfire of our battle. Too dangerous. What would you have us do, Dice? I want to hear your plan, Jin. Okay. My plan? I agree with Senpai, Jinkei. You're great at coming up with plans. You think? Well, if you need my help that badly, I guess I'd better step up, huh? Our biggest problem is how Qin Shi Huang can keep tabs on us from the Great Wall. How many of Da Vinci's bounded field devices do we have? She gave Senpai and me one each. We also have a single backup unit. then we should split up in 3 directions. The main group will go after the shadow border, and the other 2 will take the villagers somewhere safe. Is there anywhere safe, seeing how the Emperor douchebag is looking straight down at us? Fortunately, that the Emperor can only look straight down may be our saving grace. All that is needed to avoid such a gaze is something overhead, like a cave or a forest stick with foliage. We won't know how well the camouflage devices work until we give them a shot. And of course, if Qin Shi Huang loses sight of us, then I expect someone will come searching at ground level. So we can expect the nearby areas to be crawling with those mechanical soldiers. Then we'll have to kick the shit out of them every time. How are we going to keep a low profile if we do that? This line ain't the best for hiding either. Which is why each group will need a skilled fighter, since there will be no getting around the fact that we'll all run into patrols at some point. Mordred, Nezha, I'd like each of you to guard half the villagers. Mash, Dice, and I will go after the shadow border. What happens when the villagers are finally safe? Our ultimate destination is Xianyang, so we can hide out there while we wait for rendezvous. How does that sound? As for me, your plan's got more holes than a sieve, but that'll make it easier to adapt on the fly. I too have no significant objections, and it's settled. We were born in this village. We've been here all our lives. Now we have to leave it behind. I'm so sorry we dragged all of you into this, but if you stay here, your lives will be in danger again. That's not fair. What do we do to deserve this? You didn't do jack shit. Qin Shi Huang just threw a tantrum because you got to know us a bit. None of this is your fault. This is just what happens to normal people during war. You just gotta think of it like a tornado or an earthquake or something else outside your control. This can't be happening. I don't know. The idea of getting to go somewhere that's not here is kind of, how to put it. Yeah, it's like a hot feeling at the bottom of your chest. Kind of makes you want to yell and shout and run around in circles. I know, it's so exciting. This must be what Spartacus meant when he talked about freedom. Hell yeah, it is. And in our world, it's something so precious. People risk their lives to protect it. What's with this stupid talisman? How can they seal away my spirit origin with mere sage arts? It's not fair. Well, aren't you a sorry sight, Koyanskaya? Akta, you came to rescue me. Come on then, hurry up and get the stupid thing off me. I didn't think I'd have any trouble breaking free of these obsolete sage arts, but annoyingly, this talisman uses a spell made for sealing away gods. As I am now, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. And I should help you. Why exactly? Don't be like that. You and I are the only ones in this lost belt who can really count on each other. Well, that's odd. I would have sworn that the disciples of the foreign god were supposed to be entirely neutral in all of this. Didn't the rules say that you weren't allowed to help any one cryptor in particular? Don't be silly. Of course I'd make an exception for you, Acta. After all, we go way back, don't we? Yes, I suppose we do. Which is why I find it so surprising that you never realized this about me. I have always utterly detested you. Well, maybe not you per se, but another foxwoman just like you. I don't know what made you end up manifesting like that, but you sure took your sweet time getting there. Don't you know how it's rude to go babbling about a lady's past? The point is, you and I are cut from the same misanthropic cloth, right? Don't you think it would only benefit us both if we played nice? If you're not going to bring up mutual benefit, Koyanskaya, I have even more reason to refuse. How could helping you possibly be worth getting on Qin Shi Huang's bad side? Oh, you really went there, huh? In this world, when it comes to business, you're either a client or a product. I was hoping to keep you as a client, but I guess it just wasn't meant to be. Goodbye, Koyanskaya. Knock yourself out trying to find an escape from this. You'll never succeed. She's really serious about him. That wasn't the look of a recluse afraid to put herself out there. She must have found her nerve after running into him again so unexpectedly. Wish I could be happy for her. But all I can think about is how stupid this lovey-dovey stuff is. Someone's another agent, I guess. Oh well, this just means I have to find another client. And that means there's one thing I can still sell here now. That NFF service for you. We'll never stop chasing our dreams. Yeah, these are tire tracks. They definitely came this way. Foo foo! Oh yes, I guess I should have expected you to tag along. Hope the others are okay. You just focus on taking care of yourself right now, Dice. How are you feeling? Still a little feverish. Unfortunately, we can't afford to go any faster. We need to conserve energy in case we have to fight. That's true, but these tracks are old, so I'd say that the enemy is way ahead of us. Even if we can't catch up to them, they definitely can't afford to fall any farther apart behind. The fact that they also took Da Vinci, Holmes, and the rest of them with them must mean that, yeah, they're trying to figure out how the zero cell engine works. If they can't figure it out themselves, they'll need to make the one who built it talk. At least we shouldn't have to worry about them being immediately executed. That'll only last so long. Once they outlive their usefulness, it's entirely possible Qin Shi Huang won't want them as prisoners. There's no sense getting too worked up about it, but we can't afford to take our time either. Sorry, Dice, but you'll just have to hang in there for now. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Really. Wait, I'm sensing hostile figures at 12 o'clock. It's more of Qin Shi Huang's mechanical soldiers. So I see. I did figure we were due to run into some, but I just assumed have been wrong. Ugh. Okay. Okay.
愛そうか殺そうか
Whoop.
やってやるさ存分に。いいだろう。
それでいい
That works. Okay. Okay.
つまらん。罠だ。罠だ。なんだ。簡単すぎる。
Hmm.
暗黒のこと
では。
古きルーン
こんなところかそれでいい我が行くは温州の彼方案ずる
計略だ。
こういうこともできるなんだ
慈悲などいらぬ我が行くは温州の彼方案ずるシャトーディフ
犠牲が少なければそれでもし。
The battle's over. No more enemies in the area. There's even more of them than I thought there'd be. No way did they just happen to be here on patrol. I think I might know why. Take a look at these remains. That's odd. We didn't destroy these. Exactly. Someone else must have fought them before we got here. The ones we fought may have been reinforcements who got here too late, or they may have come to investigate the battle's aftermath. And it's safe bet that neither Mordred nor Neja came this way. So does this mean there's someone else here butting heads with the Empire besides us? Maybe a rogue servant? And once we... Okay. That's very possible, especially since we just saw Spirit Origin graph flare up. This can't be a coincidence. And if we can manage to find them, we might just gain a new ally. Or a new enemy if we're unlucky. Either way, we better investigate further. Let's try looking around here and see what we can find. Okay. Well, I certainly won't be expanding my clientele anytime soon if I don't get out of this prison. Can't believe this talisman is the genuine article. Never thought humans would be able to keep this sage arts working for over 2,000 years, but I was clearly wrong. They've even managed to advance them here. I really need to leave. This lost build and I do not get along. I mean, what was a mere human thinking going along all the way to Mount Penglai to claim secret sage arts. If you're going to go that far, you might as well have stayed there and become a sage yourself. Where does this clown get off coming back to the human world and staying on as an emperor? Just thinking about that stupid emperor and that stupid face, missing face, pisses me off. I can't believe I let myself get trapped like this, all because I couldn't get a read on the emperor's expressions. Oh, it's you. I didn't think I would see you in a peaceful lost spot like this. But I guess you show up just about anywhere. What is it for, priestess? Oh, I have no idea what you're saying. I wish you would hurry up and learn our language already. I wonder if Kristari already understands you. Maybe he's even keeping a record of everything you've been saying and doing that involves us. Well, none of that is any of my business. After all, my contract is with the foreign god, not you, even if you don't speak for it. But never mind that. Do you think you could peel this talisman off for me? This Lost Belt's king is a tough negotiator. The other Lost Belt kings might be monsters that no human can control. But Qin Shi Huang pulls that off while still somehow remaining human. Monsters that rely on brute strength are terrifying just by existing, but devious humans are terrifying because of what they actually do. So I promise you, if something isn't done soon, the cryptors aren't going to lose their hold on this Lost Belt. That archaic emperor might even end up cutting down the Tree of Emptiness before it can become your seedbed, you know? Archaic, you say? Do tell Yan Yansky exactly which part of us is archaic, Damn it. Enjoying your conversation with the wall, are you? We see you must have finally lost it, as they say. Yeah, I'm flattered you go out of your way just to peep on me in my little cell here, your Imperial Majesty. Hey, you can peep anywhere you want, yet you still can't see what's really important. What a joke. We have passed judgment on Chaldea. Now the time has come to properly assess your conduct as a visitor of our empire. Has it now? Does this mean you finally realize that Chaldea was your mortal enemy all along? Indeed, we have. That does not absolve you of your own separate crimes. Whatever do you mean? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Chaldea is both your enemy and mine, your Imperial Majesty. I'm certainly not the one who's been ruining your farms, but you are the one who brought those demonic beasts that began eating our people around the time Chaldea appeared, no? Crap, I've forgotten about that. Oh, well, that's strange. I guess they fell out of my pocket or something? But really, do you even have any proof that was my mistake? There's no difference between summoning demonic beasts and summoning heroic spirits, after all. How do you know Chaldea isn't just playing dumb? Chaldea takes pleasure in disturbing my people's way of life. They would never kill them just for sport. But you, on the other hand, take pleasure in nothing so much as measly devouring humans. Thus, we hardly need conduct on a thorough investigation to determine your guilt. I see. You still have a record of my past self, even in this Lost Belt. Alright then, what are you gonna do about it? You even have time to waste now that you know that Chaldea is the greatest threat to you and your nation? It is true that we do not. While we are quite adept at parallel processing, our greatest concern is indeed Chaldea. We can only afford to dedicate our rare spare moments dealing with you. So we are afraid that our interim punishment will have to be somewhat artless, messy. That talisman seals your powers, preventing you from fighting back, yes? Then we can delegate your punishment to these odd automata. What? As such, these puppets will torture you until we can see to your punishment ourselves. Hang on, you're joking, right? I mean, you're Qin Shi Huang, the great emperor of this domain. Surely you can't be so completely twisted. We do not do this for our own enjoyment. It is our duty to see justice served. Wait, please, don't do... We are sorry about this, but we simply lack the information to determine how spirits such as servants and alter egos behave in worlds that are not our own. For all we know, destroying your body, accidentally or otherwise, may even set you free. Neither can we afford to let you bury this place in sulfur. But so long as you manifest here, you are bound to that physical body. This much we are certain of, so we'll keep you alive, but assure you lack the strength to escape. If we order your body drilled full of holes day and night, never piercing major blood vessels, you might survive, but be unable to replenish your magical energy, and so have no choice but to behave. Please forgive me, just let me go, and I promise I'll leave right away. I'll never come to this Lost World again, but please stop this. Out of the question. Even if you did leave, you would only sow more evil in other histories, no? Besides, there's more to you than meets the eye. You weigh far more than all the servants combined. Even I was shocked to see your soul. Rather, your spirit origins mass weighs nearly 100,000 tons. We are destined to rule all of the human world. That will never change, regardless of what time or fate itself may have in store. As you are a sworn enemy of mankind, we have all the more reason to deny your freedom. So you even care about peace and utter lost belts? You really are hopeless, are you? Very well. Your torment in our land will continue until you turn to stone. We can put you in eternal slumber once we devise a proper sealing ritual for you. Until that day comes, you will face justice for your crimes. We suggest you spend this eternity of torture reflecting on the many people you have killed and the pain and suffering you caused them. Until I turn to stone. Who does Mr. think I am? Sun Wukong? No, please. Okay. Here we go. Pitiful. Everyone we meet here is so weak I can hardly stand it. But then these aren't people, are they? They seem so mechanical. They seem to be mechanical puppets. How awful. I just said I don't know when we'll ever get to form a contract with a master. Think it'd be a bit too much horseplay if I asked them whether they're a master before kicking them to death? Not at all. In fact, that sounds like an excellent idea. That said, anyone capable of ordering us around should be able to take a good kick from you without even losing their smile. Oh, Phil? Master, I see human figures up ahead. No, wait. It's one human figure and one equine figure, except it looks like the horse has a weapon. Seems they've noticed us too. They're headed this way. Hello there. It's good to finally meet another servant. One who appears to be accompanied by a mage with command spells, no less. I must say, I'm rather jealous. It would seem you have a master with whom you have formed an official contract. Does that mean you two don't have a master? No, we do not. If that master of yours happens to be looking for new servants, then it would seem this is a more fortuitous encounter indeed. I'd definitely like some new servants. Oh yes, we'd be happy to, as long as you can all survive. What do you mean by that? Why, I mean, we're going to kill you right now, of course. Huh? Oh? Ah, so it's gonna be like that, huh? You're okay with this, Jinkei? Why? We still have obligations to our lord from when we were alive, you see, so we make it a point to only swear loyalty to those who are truly strong. The Flying General has a reputation to uphold, after all. We retainers must stay true to ourselves, no matter how many times our souls may transmigrate. The Flying General. There's only one person in Lubu Fengshan's clan as eloquent as you. You're Changong, aren't you? Yeah, so you figured me out that quickly, did you? Well, I'm just a tactician for the rear guard, so my true name is hardly worth hiding. But if you mean to survive as our general, if we are to trust you with our lives, then we must be certain you are too strong for us to kill. And so we will try to do so now. If you die in this battle, then our alliance was never meant to be. Answer me this. Are you my master? On second thought, don't bother. Die. Okay. Yeah, red hair alone. Red.
いいだろ
酷な残酷なことだ。我が行くは温州の彼方。アンゼルシャトーティフ。 衆の彼方アンゼルシャトーティフ
Wow. He just barely survived that one. Okay.
どれにしようかな。
Wait, what did her LB? Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
こういうこともできる。
Wait a minute. Actually, I think I just do it with this. I probably should have switched out Fujino for Izo.
せわしく動かないでください。
Which is less.
私の方が強い。あちら
Yeah,
で
this
す。
this works.
危ないですね。そこですね。見える場所。
All right.
乱暴な方たちでした。私、あなたたちは嫌いです。
All right. Next one. I have a chance. There we go. Perfect. Alright, that's enough. Well, red hair, I believe this boy's more than strong enough for us to serve. What do you think? That was fun! His master's majesty and sheer presence would outshine even Guan Yu himself. I would be happy to let him ride on my back. Oh, I'm Lu Wu Fengshang. Pleased to meet you. What? Yes, it is best to ignore that bit. It really does not matter at all. Moving on. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to add servants to this strong car lineup. What do you think, Master? Welcome aboard. Thank you, my lord. As of today, I, Chen Gon, recognize you, Lord Dice, as my master, and swear an oath of undying loyalty. Oh, looks like getting to know each other is going to have to wait. Looks like someone else noticed our battle. Makes sense. We weren't exactly keeping it quiet. What good fortune. Seems you needn't wait to give us a test run, so to speak. Yes, in fact, this might be the best kind of welcome party for a couple of war-loving nuts like you. Yes, let's do this. Stand back now, Lord Chengon. Me? Why? You know I have a great strategy I've been dying to test out. You mean the strategy where you point the enemy and say to me, go blow yourself up with them? That would get people killed if they weren't robots, you know? Yeah, just like his MP.
愛そうか殺そう
やってやるさ存分に。
古きルーン
いいいいだろう。落ちろ。
こういうこともできる。
辻火などいらぬ。
Alright. I know it won't do much since there's only two, but...
我が行くは温州の彼方。シャトー。
Oh wait, I forgot to activate his second skill. Ah, no wonder.
残酷なこと。そう。
どれにしようかな。こういうこともできる。
残酷なこと。
Okay.
我が行くは温州の彼方。
何か踏んでしまったかな。
Okay. Ahoy there. Can you hear me okay, Dice? Huh? Oh. Da Vinci? Oh good, looks like we got a clear signal. I knew modifying our portable comms to use void space and give us some truly insane range would be a good my genius at work. Yes, it's very impressive, but we thought you'd all been captured? Indeed, we are currently being confined some distance from you at Ankang. We would have called sooner, but we had little too much in the way of supervision. Anyway, it really sucks that they took the border with them. But at least to me, Holmes, Gordy, and the rest of the staff are being held in the same place. I'm surprised they didn't take your comms when you were captured. Yeah, I thought that was pretty weird too. I don't think it's because they kept trying to get us to talk so that they can monitor the conversation though. Indeed, had their intent been for us to converse, they would not likely have put us in separate cells. Aside from that, the security here seems pretty solid. They were lax on comm stuff, but they sure made a point of taking away all our weapons. Given how the guards have been treating us, I'd say they must not have noticed the comms. Or more likely, they just didn't suspect these devices could be used for communication at all. Really? I'm surprised they would overlook something that important. I imagine it simply never occurred to them that we might be carrying around a communications device. But these are prison guards, right? How could they be so careless and keep their jobs? Remember, this Lost Belt science and engineering have developed completely different from our own. That holds equally true for what it excels at, as well as where it's lacking. Yeah, I recognize that tone. You figured something out, haven't you, Holmes? I sure have. Think back to Chen Shi Huang, who gained immortality by exchanging a physical body for a mechanical one. Even if they've added to that body's functionality ever since, don't you find it odd that it's expanded to such absurd proportions? Oh, now that you mention it. And there's the enormous gap between the technology the Emperor employs and the primitive way the farmers live their lives. They may enjoy the benefits of this Lost Belt's advanced medicine and biochemistry, but the machinery has not advanced well beyond the medieval era. No doubt that this is part and parcel of the Emperor's attempts to maintain perpetual ignorance throughout the Empire's citizenry. This is to say that while this Lost Belt may be highly technologically advanced, the sole beneficiary of those advancements is its ruler. By design, these technological advancements will never spread to the masses. Yeah, Edison will go nuclear if you ever heard that. Remember how we were also told that most of the wheat grown here is used for fuel rather than food? This also means that all the astonishing technology here runs on an old-fashioned combustion engines. Yikes, now that you mention, I guess it would, wouldn't it? This may be preposterously inefficient with regards to fuel from our standpoint. But if Qin Shi Huang and the capital of Xianyang, which the Emperor is attached, are the only ones using said fuel, I imagine that they are still able to meet their energy needs regardless of that inefficiency. Even the environmental cost of harvesting such massive amounts of biofuel is unlikely to become a serious problem without anyone else making use of electricity. I see. I suppose you could get away with it, then, as long as you've taken the entire planet, which the Emperor has done. Now then, let's try a little thought experiment, shall we? In a situation where there is no incentive whatsoever to develop technology for mass production and widespread use, what would be most neglected? Oh, I know. Miniaturization and optimization. Precisely. Technology only sees widespread use once it is sufficiently compact and affordable. But in this Lost Belt, neither of those concerns are a factor. Qin Shi Huang's ability to monitor everything within the Empire simultaneously is a remarkable feat. But I cannot imagine a way for it to maintain in that scale without massively inefficient labor cost. However, Qin Shi Huang is the only one using such a system. Any concerns about cost effectiveness would be moot. The idea for integrated circuits would never occur to the Emperor, nor would there be any concern about costs when the entirety of the nation's resources exist for Qin Shi Huang's sole personal use. Sounds like a pharaoh ruling over from high atop their pyramid. I doubt it even occurred to this world's inhabitants to carry around machines for personal use. There certainly isn't any need for them to carry individual communicators, as they can converse with their Emperor whenever they may be. For that matter, in this world, the very concept of long-range communication is the Emperor's sole domain. There's no real need for private communication between individuals over a distance here, nor would it even be permitted. So that's why we might have some way of communicating with each other like that. Never even occurred to them. That said, I also thought Qin Shi Huang would be so blinded by their pride in their superiority to proper human history that our technology wouldn't really get any notice. For the most part, I believe you were right, Da Vinci. Certainly the Emperor took interest in the Shadow Border's zero-cell technology, but it seemed nothing else was worthy of attention. Then we'll just have to exploit every such arrogant blind spot to win. At any rate, I'm glad we know where you all are now. We should be able to reach Ankang in about a day or two from our current location. Yes, I would encourage you to move without possible haste, you see. Come to think of it, there's someone I'm surprised we haven't heard from yet. Oh, Gordy's asleep. Well, actually, he's grown so weak that he's passed out. What? But why? He should still have plenty of time left. Is it the poison? He didn't seem that weak last time I saw him. The worst thing about Koyanskaya's poison is that it has different effects on different people. I think it has something to do with the victim's karma. The more bats that they've done, the more they're punished. In Dice's case, the effects haven't been any worse than a bad cold. But Gordy's already had his digestive system fail. What? You know, I thought it was weird too. I haven't seen Tubby stuffing his face once since we got here, so he wasn't able to keep anything down at all. He was only getting by thanks to an IV drip I was giving him discreetly while we were on the border. Sorry I didn't say before, but he insisted I keep it a secret. It's his way of trying to not make you worry. Poor Director Gordolf had no idea he was struggling that badly. Cute, Baka cute. I think he might prefer being unable to breathe than being unable to eat. So once we got tossed in here and I couldn't treat him anymore, his condition got real bad real quick. And it doesn't look like guards have much interest in helping either. Qin Shi Huang's only interest is in Da Vinci's mind. Gordolf's health is not a concern. Indeed, I hardly think the Emperor cares if the other prisoners survive at all. This is terrible, Senpai. We need to hurry there and rescue them right away. Please do. That said, I do have one spot of good news. Turns out the surprise guest is staying here with us. Damn it, Holmes. Knock it off. This isn't time for your usual coy nonsense. Ah, yes, quite right. Let me come right to the point then. It seems Koyanskaya is being held here in the same facility. Really? We can all rendezvous here. We'll have a very real opportunity to turn things around and capture Koyanskaya ourselves. Alright. It seems like things are moving towards the climax. Horseshoe. Prison camp. Okay, 3 nodes in section 11. Okay. Hasn't really worked out very well, so I'll just no, not you. Actually, yeah, might as well. Like, wait, that's not gonna work. There we go. Okay. Section 11, the Poppy Girl. Then it is your belief that other Chaldeans will next show themselves at the prison? They will do this, you believe, even though their most crucial asset, the Shadow Border, is already on its way to Xinjiang? I do, difficult as it may be to believe. They are quite thoroughly shackled by their absurd morality. If forced to choose between people and assets, they will always ignore the big picture in favor of life, even if it creates more danger for them. They are the very incarnation of foolishness. Very well, if you feel you are that certain, we will not attempt to dissuade you. We do not know what tricks they have employed to elude our sight, but we have received reports of figures matching their description fighting near Ankang. Very well, we will permit you to remain at that facility. You may even command the guards should you need arise. However, Quasi Zero will not go with you. We are assigning him to guard Xinjiang, as the Shadow Border is our top priority. I understand. Ah yes, we agreed to call him Shan Yu around you, didn't we? Surely you jest, Your Imperial Majesty. Lord Shan Yu has no concern for what he is called whatsoever. If your prediction turns out to be correct, this will be a prime opportunity to restore your honor. See that you claim your revenge. I will, Your Imperial Majesty. Ugh. You seem displeased, Saber. I don't like having Koyanskaya and the Chaldeans being kept prisoner in the same facility. True, in our world, keeping enemy prisoners separately is only sensible in warfare. For one thing, you don't want to risk them working together and escaping. But Qin Shi Huang is more concerned about keeping all the Empire's enemies in one place than the threat of them banding together. If you think of your enemies as carriers of a disease, it makes sense to keep them isolated in a single location, especially since that way the Emperor can wipe them all out at once if necessary. Then if the prisoners decide to revolt, does that mean the Emperor will drop another star? I wouldn't be surprised if it came to cases the Emperor would not hesitate. The Emperor frightens me. There is something terrifying about the way the Emperor views their subjects, and the matter which Qin Shi Huang's rule now that they are immortal. Master, can I ask what you think about this Lost Bells China, about the state of this eternal empire? Who cares about that human society? They can all wipe each other out for all I care. They founded and destroyed more civilizations than I can count, and never once did they learn anything from it. They're just hairless monkeys who decided they were rulers of this planet after they spread like a plague to cover its surface. I couldn't possibly care less what happens to them. They would be doing the world a favor by dying out. I'm sorry. You used to have your own nation and people were protecting you. Please pay me no heed. You have every right to be angry. You must think I'm a horrible person. You're an amazing heroic spirit, and I'm just using you to satisfy my own selfish desires. Not at all. Emotions are looked down upon only because they are fleeting and fickle. But your feelings have not wavered one bit, even across time itself. You have conviction, not emotion. And there's no greater honor for a warrior than in fighting for his master's convictions. Saber. As such, I have no regrets whatsoever at wielding my sword as your servant. Thank you, Saber. I don't deserve a servant like you. That must be the prison. Foo-foo! I can't believe we made it this close without being seen. These bounded field devices are amazing. I'm afraid we can't get any closer though. This won't be enough to let us make our way in. Then our only choice is the tried and true method of distraction. Lady Jinke is an assassin. She should be better at sneaking around than anyone else here, no? And I'm a master of bringing the ruckus. Neha! You're quite the strategist. You came up with a plan before our master even had a chance to fret. Oh, it's nothing. I'm quite used to explaining what needs to be done before my lord begins panicking. Our whole army was chock full of soldiers who liked to leap before they looked. It sounds like a huge headache. Hardly. I would simply verbally whip them up into a frenzy whenever necessary and employ the odd harebrained scheme to help my lord learn a lesson when he was being foolish. Hey, those battlefields were wonderfully fulfilling with no end of stimulation. Anyway, this does seem like the best plan for the situation. If Dice, Smash, and Red Luke, or whoever this walking storm of destruction is, makes a big enough commotion at the front gate, I can slip in undetected and meet up with Da Vinci and others. It'd be great if I could capture Koyanskaya too. That'll depend on how much time you're able to buy me. Leave it to me. I'll show you the power of a steed who can run 1,000 li without breaking a sweat. Lord Red Hair Lubu, I trust this goes without saying, but just to be sure, don't run too far. If I think you're getting too far away, I won't hesitate to take a shot at you. Is that clear? Hey, so you'll let me know if I get too close to leaving the strategic zone? That sounds great. At any rate, I'm all set for combat. Let's do this. Alright.
決めたよ。お前は我が城の影に溶けるしかなくなる。どれにしようかな。どれにしようかな。古きルール。
残酷なことだ。我が行くは温州の彼方。アンテルシャトーティフ。
Oh my god, no. No, come on, move.
こういうこともできる。
こんなところか。残酷なことだ。我が行くは温州の彼方。アンテルシャトーティフ。
何か踏んでしまったかな。
Okay. Second note, same as the first. Ooh, that sounds like they're here. Just listen to all that noise. Mr. Dice would never charge in headlong without good cause, which must mean... Sorry we took so long, guys. Is everyone okay? While I wish I could toast our reunion, I'm afraid that will have to wait. How's Skordolf doing? Found an infirmary on the way, so I made sure to grab a few bags of glucose drip and an IV catheter. Alright, Jinkei, way to stay on top of things. Excellent. I believe now is the time for us to strike back ourselves. We can't put everything on Mr. Dice's shoulders after all. Listen, I can hear something good going on in the prison right now. It seems Jinkei has successfully rendezvoused with the others. They must have wasted no time setting up explosives. I can hear some lovely explosions taking place even as we speak. Nay, so that's what I'm talking about. I can feel my warriors' blood dancing in excitement. Foo-foo! Come on, Master, we can't be left behind. Let's keep pounding that front gate. In a minute. Okay, back to the prison break. Okay, so this note has... Okay, it says 3 waves. Alright. Next part. So this goes here, and oh. How goes the Shadow Borders analysis, Your Imperial Majesty? What a fascinating device. Truly fascinating. And yet it plagues us with so many doubts. We understand the principles and its operating structure, but we cannot for the life of us understand why they would make it so small. Our engineering could produce something of equal capability, but it would be a gargantuan vessel. We can only wonder as to why they would devote so much effort into making it so very compact. The electronics alone are positively maddening. We feel as if we are dissecting a flea. We can barely remember the last time we taxed our limits as they are now. I see. Miniaturization, huh? We can even see where they choose to compromise on performance in exchange for efficiency. Perhaps they were simply starved for resources? Even if that were so, why would they use silicon of all things? What is wrong with vacuum tubes? What is it, Hanshin? Well, you just got me thinking. If these people can make electronic devices that small, maybe that means they could also build communication devices small enough that they could secret away on their person, too. I'll arrange for more guards to be dispatched to the Yankong prison right now. Do not bother. It's already too late. We just received word that hostilities are already underway. Just what sort of world do these people come from? Can you imagine it? Ordinary people talking amongst themselves across vast distance, without relying on us or asking our permission. This could spread Confucianism like wildfire. We would not even be able to stomp it out at its source. They truly do bring disaster wherever they go. We must wipe them out immediately. They are like an airborne disease. We cannot let them bring further taint to the empire. Okay. Alright. Last note of section 11. Let's try this. There we go. Hey, how you been, Dice? Did you miss me? Da Vinci, I'm so glad you're all okay. Sure are, and we brought along a special guest. Sulky glare. Koyanskaya! Easy, folk, please calm down. Well, as humiliating as this may be, I have to admit that I really can't stick around here. So I suppose I have no choice but to cooperate. Naturally, I had her promise to provide an antidote in exchange for our help. I trust you will fulfill your end of the bargain, Konyanskaya. What's done is done. Unlike you humans, I make a point of always keeping my word. There's no sense in sticking around here any longer. Let's go. You will not be going anywhere. I would hope you know better than to underestimate us by now. Prince of Lanling. You're surrounded. This time we're going to finish you off. Yes, I can see you're deadly serious about that. Be wary, Master. The enemy was careful to wait until we were all gathered together before surrounding us. As he says, he's very much determined to emerge victorious. It almost feels like this whole thing might even have been a trap. Are you serious? Did you really come all the way here to rescue your allies armed with only pluck? Hey, come on, it wasn't all pluck, just mostly. Sigh, I'd forgotten what you were like. Should have known better than to count on Chaldea for help. Alright, I see how it is. It's no time to be worrying about appearances, so I better pitch in to help out as well. Would you go over to the enemy side so easily just to save your own skin, alter ego? Well, yeah, if Qin Shi Huang's punishment wasn't reason enough, your own master just severed ties with me, remember? Besides, just like I told her, in this world you're either a client or a product. And right now, regardless of the circumstances that brought us here, Chaldea is a valued client. As such, I have no problem whatsoever listing yesterday's client as today's featured product. Yikes, why not to give her any personal information, not so much as my full name. Besides, isn't the occasional face turn like this kind of dramatic? Is she friend or is she foe? What could the mysterious yet beautiful Koyanskaya's true objective possibly be? Foe, die in a foyer. Now then, allow me to present one of my very best products. A walking disaster from a very different path than proper human history. This rare breed is imported directly from a world of snow and undying fire. Introducing one of Nine Fox Foundation's latest and greatest, a Jotun straight from the land of frost giants. Well now, she can summon a familiar so large and powerful merely by tearing off a bit of her hair and blowing on it. What the? A giant? How the hell did a giant get there? Alright, Chaldea, go ahead and let him handle the little guys while you focus on the servant. Prince of Lanling will usually be quite a formidable foe, but luckily for you, his sorry excuse for a master should make him considerably easier to defeat. Silence, foxwoman. You know nothing about her. Okay. Guess this is like round, actually, I don't know which round are we in. This is like 5th or 6th time we may fight him. Like, I genuinely don't remember.
お前は地獄を見たことがあるか
Okay.
命令との
Ah, he's alone. Interesting.
もろとも潰しておやり。どれにしようかな。こういうこともできる。どれにしよう。古きルーン。こういうこともできる。
こんな
Okay. Yep, that'll work.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンテルシャトーティフトンハイアップハイアップ
命令との もろいもろいどうぞよしよし行きますトンハイアップ
Boost up. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
慈悲な残酷なことだ罠我が行くは温州の彼方アンテルシャトーティフ
いかがでしょうか
ハイアップハイアップ
古きルーン。
こんなところか
There you go. Actually, yeah, it'd be much better to stun him just to prevent any weird accidents from happening.
慈悲などいらぬ
Okay.
慈悲などいらぬ慈悲などいらぬ
Yeah, I'll just do that. And ready up for the next turn.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンテルシャトーティフ計略だ
もろいもろい。調子に乗らないで。
Now let's see. Which would be better? Waver or Scotty and P? Let's see. Well, wave right delay is MP. Scotty gives party protection. I think I'll go with the waiver MP. Just to keep pushing for more damage. Rather than just defending.
これぞ大軍師の究極の境地
Oh, you got a stun off.
破ってみせる
なんだささやかな
我が顔をそれほど望むか。ならば見せよう。呪われし顔を儚く死ぬまで歌い続けるために。はいや。
Okay, he's gone. Yeah, I just realized should have traded out Izo for Fujino.
どれにしよう古きルー
See,
ムな
it's probably the best thing I can do at this point. And Scotty's gone. And we got the second Scotty.
つまらん罠だ罠だ
行きます。はいや。はいや。
では
Okay, okay.
覚悟せ。ああ、聞こえ、行くぜ、覚悟せ。
Alright.
シェソー。
よしよし。はいや。はいや。
Oh wait, I shouldn't do that. Well,
ついにはあいつか。その件、そうや。ついにはあいつか。ああ、覚悟せ。こいつはここで殺す。
okay.
シェ
See how much will this do?
わしを笑うたか。誰にもわしを笑わせんぞ。
終わらせないわ
Oh.
仕切り直す。交代せよ。
褒美はたんまり弾んでも。
Oh wait, what? I mean, okay. I was in no condition to keep going, so that works out for me, actually. Octa keeps using command spell like there's no tomorrow. She grows deadly serious about finishing us off. True, fortunately for her, that's also going to be her downfall. She's not used to providing rear support. It couldn't be more obvious where she's providing it from. And boom. Got Master. Just a quick little booby trap I whipped up from what I picked up around here. Do you like it? What a wicked fox. I've never seen such lovely skills and looks in one evil package before. Curse you, fox woman. Oh crap, that didn't finish her off. Ugh. Dice, hold Prince Lanling off. Whatever you do, don't let him get to his master. Master! I couldn't stop him. Saber. I'm here, master. Well, now we're screwed. Come on, everyone, let's run for it. But why? There's no way Akata can keep fighting with a fatal wound like that, right? Oh, you're right. You still don't know what she really is, do you? Look, let me give you some honest advice for once. Leave the servant alone and get out here while you still can. Lan Ling. Master, nothing's come to this. There's no other choice. I beg you. Sacrifice me to save yourself. No, that's the one thing I'll never... I'm sure you dislike the idea. Feeding on others is the very thing you loathe humans for, after all. But if there ever was a time to swallow your pride and do what must be done to survive, it is now. For at long last, you have finally been reunited with your beloved. Think back to all those many years you spent grieving in solitude and isolation. Lan Ling. You must survive, my master. This time you and Shan Yu will live happily together. This time, you will share in each other's fate. What in the world is that? Did she just eat her servant? Life absorption magic. Magical energy metabolization. No way. She couldn't possibly pull that off unless she was a blood-sucking kin or something. No, wait. Even if she was, this is a servant she's eating. To swallow an entire heroic spirit class spirit core, she'd have to be a true ancestor, or... Wait, does this mean Akta Hinako is actually... Are you so sure you want it to go this way? All I ask, Master, is that you answer one last question. You must have come to know thousands, not millions of great heroes over the course of eternity. So out of all those many heroes, why did you choose to summon this lowly Gao Changgong as your servant? You once had the courage to speak to me without fear. Even all these years later, that memory still warms my heart. Wait. I could ask for no greater honor. Thank you, my master, Yu Mei Ren. Yu Mei Ren? He just say Yu Mei Ren? Oh, come on, is that really a surprise at this point? It's not as though she's been shy about showing her affection for Shang Yu. A detective of your supposed caliber should have seen her for who she really is for a long time ago. And then again, considering how much trouble you lot have with heroic spirits and race shifting and whatnot, I suppose the idea that a genuine article who's been alive for nearly 2,000 years was hiding under your nose all the time must have been unthinkable. Not even the other cryptors had any idea. The only ones who knew the truth were myself and... Must be difficult for you to understand, for your eternal youth and beauty are nothing more than a curse. I only wish I could convey to you how comforting it is for those of us doomed to rot and fade away, to know there is someone out there whose beauty will remain pristine forever. I had hoped to finish you all off in a manner befitting a human, since I've been presenting myself as one all this time. Now that you have forced my hand, I can no longer afford to be magnanimous. This ends now, Chaldea. My curses shall obliterate you before the night is out. Well, now what? You're up against a true ancestor who just devoured an entire heroic spirit. Spirit origin and all. And she's pissed off beyond belief. Can I just leave now, please? Okay. Ooh. Data updated. You'll be redirected to the title. Scan after download's complete. Alright, give me a minute. Okay. More quartz for the Murasaki funds. More bells just to skill her up. Okay, questionable class. But is it truly? Okay, let's try this out. Let's see. Wait, not you. Okay, Merlin. Okay, one there. That is for you. You'll have this one. You will have this one. You will have this one. I guess I carry you in the back just in case. Section 12. Lost Belt. Travelers of the Century. How long does that last? One turn, one left. Okay.
こういうのどうだ通の中だなこういうのどうだ
夏の話題を独り占めだな。
君の道行きを信じよう。さあ行きなさい。この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。
滅びの定めにすら見放された。まだ永遠の帝国。
見せ場だ。任せるがよい。夏の話題を独り占めだな。
お任せ。夢のような形だ。
There we go.
そこを動くな。この奇跡をもう楽になればね。
滅びの定めにすら見放された。まだ永遠の帝国。我身の涙で命を呪え。
Okay. Probably where which all die, right? Let's see. Tell me how much I lose. Okay.
準備は良いな。
Go with this.
世はもう止まらぬぞ。
Oh, well, yeah.
もう楽になればね。
That's gonna take care of the front line.
滅びの定めにすら見放された我が永遠の友格俺身の涙で命を呪え。
では
クリスマスムーブ。私の踊り受け切れるかしら。
What's this? Alright.
人という子供たちへ今こそ女神の贈り物を。ユカタン・レガーロ・デ・ナビダ。
Oh, yeah.
罠
Yeah.
諦めの悪い子。
Santa Quetz will save
どう？
China.
滅びを知る者いずれ安らぎを得る多幸者たち死の痛みをもって知るがいい。
内熱衝撃板装填します。聖夜を踊り明かしまし。サンタとのマッチアップは初めて。せーの。スペシャルに決めてあげる。
Barely made it there.
己。
At least that ends there. Okay. How can she attack with such power so quickly? Should have run out of magical energy ages ago. She's not using her own magical energy at all. She's sucking up the endless supply of mana from the world itself and using it as her own. So this is what a true ancestor, an incarnated elemental can do. They would have thought that China had one of its own. Fighting one of them is like taking on a tsunami or a hurricane with your fists. I'm sorry, that went right over my head. Could you dumb it down to, say, horse level? Simply put, we've been quite thoroughly backed into a corner here. Oh, that's bad, right? Oh yes, if we're all going to die anyway, might I suggest you blow yourself up so everyone except me can truly go out with a bang? Well, you two just shut up already. That's great. You're great. I don't think I can keep this up any longer, Master. Enough playing around, Akata. No. Now that you have revealed your true form, we suppose we should no longer call you by your alias. But then, you have never given us any other name. What should we call you now? You would call my wrath, my curses, merely playing around, O worldly king. What else would you call this? Did you endure eternity merely so you could curse these people to death? Undying one, true one, we have too much respect for you to see you lose your way like this. Return here before you go any further. Recall the pledge you still have yet to keep, and do what must be done first. So you do not want me to do anything unless it benefits you, is that it? We are telling you to remember what it is you came here to do. Just what is the nature of the relationship between these two? A pledge? Does that mean she made some other deal with Chen Shi Huang I didn't know about? Those of us who endure eternally should not be so swept up in fleeting emotions. You must not forget what it is you truly seek, how close you are to having it in your grasp, and what you must yet do. Alright, I understand. I shall follow your advice for now. Yume Ren has left the battlefield. Phew, I'm exhausted. Stuff can be such a pain. As much as I despise humans, I do have to give them credit for one thing. The weapons they make are so much easier to use. There's nothing better than something that lets you kill a bunch of humans just by pulling a trigger. Koyanskaya, I take it you knew that Akita Hinako was actually Yume Ren all along? Who's Yume Ren? A notable figure from the Chu-Han contention, which took place after the death of Qin Shi Huang. She was the hegemon king of Western Chu, Xian Yu's lover, and is said to have met an untimely death in the wake of his defeat. So this means that Yume Ren wasn't human, that she's also been alive for thousands of years? It was shocking enough to find out that the legendary Yume Ren was actually a bloodsucker, or rather, a true ancestor. But then, why would she bother infiltrating Chaldea and applying to be a race shift candidate? And if that weren't enough, now she's a cryptor holed up in a Chinese lost belt? None of this makes any sense. True, if all you look at are facts, the odds seem pretty long indeed. If you trace them back to their source, the answer couldn't be simpler. This all happened because Marisbury planned for it to happen. As I suspected. Director Marisbury Animosphere may have seemed like a good person, but at heart, he was still a mage. A mage's idea of doing good and a human's idea of doing good are very, very different things. Marisbury may have been a just person, but it seemed like he also managed to do good. That is his best as a mage. I expect he must also been anxious. Imagine he had to wonder if race shifting was even possible, and if it was, whether humans could actually survive the process. I guess that's what prompted him to bring Yume Ren on as a backup plan of sorts. No doubt he must have thought that even if it turned out humans couldn't withstand the race shift, she would either survive or be resuscitated thanks to her sturdy true ancestor body. And that must be why he covered up for her true identity under the name Akita Hinako, and sent her a formal invitation to Chaldea after she'd been hiding away in the margins of history for centuries. That would have been before the previous version of me was summoned to Chaldea. I do recall Akita Hinako was already part of Chaldea's staff even before Team A was formed. Marisbury must have wanted to prove the viability of race shifting come hell or high water. I agree. I imagine he meant to use her as a guinea pig to make the experiment work, even if there turned out to be no mere humans who fit the bill whatsoever. But as luck would have it, not only did there turn out to be plenty of viable candidates, the demi-servant plan he came up with to improve the odds of summoning a heroic spirit after a race shift worked out as well. All of which meant that Marisbury no longer needed to bother giving Akita Hinako more special treatment. She was ultimately assigned to Team A for no other reason than to fill the roster, so to speak. Now you understand, your great director was hiding a true ancestor in his organization all this time. It's no wonder Chaldea came under UN scrutiny after something that shady. The fact that none of the surviving staff had any idea is just the ultra-ironic icing on the cake. Still, I'm surprised Yume Ren agreed to all that, being a true ancestor and all. Oh, that's the part you find strange? Huh? Well, I don't suppose anyone with a finite lifespan could even understand the psychology of a truly eternal being. So I have to give Marisbury credit for being able to figure out what it is that she wanted. It couldn't have been easy for him to convince her since she really, really hates humans. At the very least, I'm sure he never offered anything as cheesy as mink coat. I'm not sure what to make of all this, since I really did not know Marisbury all that well. I'm sure Romani knew him well enough that he could weigh in something useful, but... Come on, let's get out of here. Agree, we've made an enemy of Qin Shi Huang. Lingering in one place for too long is tantamount to suicide. Got it. And let's keep our camouflage bounded field up and put some distance between us and this place. Man, it really sucks that they took the border. Now we have to carry our patient on foot. Please, no more, Tool. I couldn't eat another bite. I saw something that looked like a truck in the hangar. Well, you could use that? You mean the thing they used when they brought me in here? Maybe better than walking, but we'll feel every bump of the road and then some. Well, beggars can't be choosers, so we'll just have to make the best of it. Long, long ago, this was a beautiful place. Even today, I still remember the time when there was nothing in the sky but wind, nothing on the ground but plants. This was an ages past, long before anyone even thought to lay claim to this planet. Before I was separate from the world, before I'd even had form of my own. But my memories of what came after are all fear, animosity, and a perverse kind of envy. You and I both look the same, which is why I don't understand. Why do you hate me so much? Why do you despise me so much? You would attack me so viciously, all because I cannot die? I never asked for eternal life. I would have welcomed death. I would have liked nothing more than to fall into oblivion alongside my beloved. True ancestor, bloodsucker, I don't know anything about those. That didn't stop you from deciding that's what I was. You said my inability to die made me unclean, that my inability to age made me a monster. None of you listened to what I had to say. Once you decided I was a monster, you just kept treating me like one. I understand. And wait, hold on. Gotta check something here real quick, like. Make sure everything's in order. Okay. Oh, okay. Everything's actually working fine. Okay. I understand you hate humans. Well, I know you want nothing to do with us, but no matter how much you may wish it were otherwise, humans will never truly leave you alone. Once they learn you exist, executors will come from far and wide to hunt you down. I cannot do anything to change that fact. As such, I cannot apologize on behalf of humanity. All I can do is give you an outlet for your resentment, to keep my head bowed, no matter what manner of abuse you head upon it. It is with that in mind that I would like to make you a proposal, even if you think me shameless to do so. If you wish to obtain peace and quiet, your only choice is to move yourself somewhere outside the bounds of human activity. Mankind has grown far too numerous. Indeed, this last century must have been a nightmare for you. They excavate mountains, chop down forests, and greedily expand their territory with no end in sight. You must have already realized that at this rate there will no longer be any safe place left for you to hide. So, speaking as one partially responsible for this state of affairs, I would like to offer you a deal. There's a small isolated community of mages in one of the most remote areas of the world. Its residents are well aware that prying into one of the other community's members' lives is taboo. I think you would be right at home in Chaldea. As long as you play along with the false identity I will prepare for you, no one will ever be the wiser. In exchange, I would like for you to assist me with my research. A quest of sorts to realize my family's greatest dream. Oh yes, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Marisbury Animosphere. I hope you can see that our interests are aligned. Spirit of Gaia, as one of the last flowers of the moon left on Earth. I would love to have your help in making both our dreams come true. A true human, Yume Ren. I knew he was lying. He was far from the first ghoul who had tried to uncover my secrets on their own quest for immortality. And yet, by this point, I was far too tired to tear him to pieces. I wasn't sure whether he was being truthful or not, but he was right about one thing at least. I no longer have a place in this land. There's no darkness to hide me, no light I can join. There's nowhere left for me to go. Yet even so, I can still feel the grip of his despair over my fate, coiling around my heart. Ah, you, my you, what will your fate be? That's right, I seek an end to eternity, a place where I can hold my head high and declare that I have gone as far as I can. My sole wish, my one final request, is that I may tell you, my dearly departed, that he no longer need weep for me. Awaken, fairy. The time has come to return to reality. It has been 5 months since your arrival. We have now scanned your entire body 48 times in total. Our analysis is complete. Every last one of your body's secrets have been recorded within our memory circuits. We have at last learned the secrets of the Genren's immortality. You did well, fairy, or perhaps we should continue to call you Octa Hinako. You may call me whatever you wish, your Imperial Majesty. You may have anything you like as a reward, or is he alone still enough as you initially requested? He is. I desire nothing else. Then, per the term of our agreement, we hereby bequeath custody of Kwaiji Zero to you. You have served us faithfully for centuries, our very first mechanical retainer. Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. It is with a heavy heart that I take your leave for the last time. Shan Yu, We do not know what sort of name our mechanical retainer may have made for himself in your history. But was this Shan Yu person worthy of being entrusted with your mystics, Zhenren? I could ask much of the same of you, Your Imperial Majesty. Why do you need to study me now when you have long possessed the Fuzang tree itself? True, we did learn the mystics of life through our obtainment of the Fuzang tree, but we never came across a single sage or fairy in all the time we spent exploring the lands. You are the first genuine fairy we have ever laid our eyes on, Akta Hinako. I see. At any rate, this fulfills the final part of our contract. Tell us, what will you do now? If possible, I would like to stay in a remote part of your land and live out my days in peace. How modest of you. How modest of you, but will Chaldea let you do that? The Chaldeans have already incurred your wrath. There's no need to dirty my hands further. It is only a matter of time before one of your valiant Mount Lee warriors presents you with their heads. Ah yes, you do not want Jiang Yu to see you getting rough, so to speak. Very well, we prefer this mild-mannered act to the true colors you displayed at Kong anyway. However, there is one thing we must ask you before you leave our service. Is this world going to perish? At this point, I can no longer tell which will emerge triumphant: the will of this world to survive, or the will that would see this world destroyed. All I can truthfully say is that I couldn't possibly care less. A good answer. We know now that if nothing else, you will never oppose us. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Are you sure about this, Your Imperial Majesty? I believe she still knows more about the monsters that have invaded us than she is letting on. Yes, we are sure she does. I was shaken when she said she did not care if this world lived or died, despite saying that she would stay. She is a Zhenren, a true human, the only one in this world who is on par with our royal personage. Had she voiced her intent to do something along the lines of protecting the world, then our wrath would have been swift and merciless. That would indicate her desire to fight us for this world after all the time we spent protecting it. That is not what she said. Indeed, she showed she has no attachment to this world whatsoever. In consequence, she can coexist with us as we rule. For there can only be one human who controls the world in its entirety. Indeed, Your Imperial Majesty, it's just as you say. Having two or more humans exist inevitably leads to quarreling, so this cannot be permitted. As this world's only human, we shall guide the common people with our love. All they need to concern themselves with is tending their land, filling their bellies, sleeping and reproducing. What could be more peaceful? Okay. Alright, and this next zero node ends section 12. You got her hands behind her back? Good. Make sure that wire's nice and tight. And don't forget the shackles. Foo-foo! Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? May I remind you, I just helped save your lives back there. I can't believe a little glucose drip is all it took to get Gordy up and running again. It really goes to show that unique person Mr. Gardolf is, doesn't it, Senpai? Foo! Foo-foo! I see. Foe's using Konyanskaya's head as a dance floor. Foo, 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 foo. Whap, whap, whap. I understand how you feel all too well, Tiny. In fact, I can no longer restrain myself either. Accursed wench, now you're wearing a Chinese dress of all things? Your wiles won't work on me, Konyanskaya. You won't ever fool me again. Now what shall I do with you? Oh no, I can't believe I've been captured by such a brute. Whatever will become of me now? He must have such atrocities in mind as to put Chen Shi Huang's punishment to shame. A veritable smorgasbord of torture, the likes of which has never been witnessed in all of human history. No doubt he's going to carnally humiliate me in unspeakable ways after keeping me caged like a wild animal. Oh, I'm so scared. Smorgasbord? Carnally humiliate? What? I mean, yes, I'm rootless, but I'd never go that far. Alright, that's enough of that. Remember, your and Dice's lives are still in the line here, Gordy. Oh yes, that's right. Where's the antidote for the poison used on me and Dice? when you promised to hand over in exchange for our help. I'll even spare you the shackles. Go on then, produce the antidote from that bountiful blossom of yours. Don't think I don't know how sexy your cleavage looks in that Chinese dress. Now hand over the antidote and make the hopes and dreams of every red-blooded male come true. Of course I'll keep my end of the bargain. Here you go. Just one bottle, that's it. That's right, single dose is all I have. And do be warned, sharing it between you will just make it useless. What are you trying to pull? Foo-foo! Oh, come on, think about it. Would I really go through the trouble of preparing an antidote when the whole point of the poison was to kill my target? I just brought along a single dose for insurance, in case I ended up taking the poison myself by mistake. That's the one and only contingency I prepared for. And now, as I promised, I've handed over the single dose of contingency antidote to all of you. Whatever happens next is out of my hands. I wonder which one of you will get to take it. His Excellency, the Great Gordolf, or Chaldea's one and only master. And just so you know, Dice, you don't have much time left either. You might not be feeling too bad thanks to Mash's protection, but make no mistake, the poison is doing its job. Xian Shuaming Mai drives you out from the inside. You only have a few days left to live, at best. I had a feeling this might be the case. Triple dot. Senpai. As much as it sucks, I think we have to put our personal feelings aside in favor of the larger picture. Dice, I suggest we... Dice, I challenge you to a game of rock, paper, scissors. Huh? Only one of us will go on living. That means this is a clash between our wills to survive. And when the stakes are this high, rock, paper, scissors is the only true impartial judge. Well, normally I would prefer a coin toss, but that would give me an unfair advantage, so rock, paper, scissors it is. Mr. Gordolf, are you really sure you want to settle it like that? It's alright, Mash. They are content to make a decision this way. It's not our place to interfere. Just you, me, and whatever hand we choose to play. A fair fight if there ever was one. What do you say, young man? This is our personal judgment day, huh? Very well. I'm glad you're being such a good sport about this. Win or lose, no hard feelings, okay? That includes having one of your servants take it by force. And other unbecoming... chicanery? Yeah, chicanery. Oh. Alright, let's do this. Rock, paper. I'm going to use scissors. Are you mad? You're supposed to use paper here. I said I would use rock, so I was sure you would use paper in response. All I have to do is use scissors and this would all be over. Can't you see that? Gordy, that's not really the issue here. Also, Dice, I think we need to have a little talk later. Are you trying to lose on purpose? Whether he was or not, Mr. Gordolf made the challenge for this particular duel. Tell us, Mr. Gordolf, what were you thinking when you used scissors after declaring you would use rock? What was I thinking? I was thinking I'd do whatever it takes to survive. That's what I was thinking. Go ahead and call me whatever you want. Smart, wise, dependable. I'll take any criticism you throw at me. But I don't want to die. Good grief. Hey, Dice. It's been a good show and all, but I think it's time we got this over with, don't you? Yep, go for it. But hey, what's the meaning of this full Nelson, Jinkei? Okay, Gordy, open wide. What are you? Hey, that's medicines. There you go, down the hatchet. Are you nuts? Why'd you make me swallow it? That was the only antidote we had. Now what are you gonna do? Well, I couldn't just let you die. After all, I wouldn't even be here now if not for you. That's right. You only survived because Director Gordolf ate half the cake. If you had eaten the whole thing, you would have died on the spot. Director never said a word about that, so... Indeed, whatever the circumstances may have been, the end result is that Gordolf saved Dice's life. And despite being well aware of that, he has not so much as mentioned it all this time. No doubt he decided it would be unfair to hold that over Mr. Dice's head, given how he was about to head off into battle. Well, I don't know if I would put it quite that way. So now we're even. You fool. Where do you got off being so decent, even at such a young age? But very well, this is, of course, merely a matter of priorities. There can be no team without its leader. Now that I'm fully back in action, all of our plans are guaranteed to succeed. What a joke. How utterly revolting. Maybe I'll just gobble you up from the head down. Oh, it seems we have a lady here who can't quite contain her murderous rage. Who, me? Why, don't be silly. This has been a hugely entertaining farce. Ah, there's nothing quite like humans, is there? I'm so touched I feel as though my heart might just burst. Oh, I'm afraid you have grossly underestimated us if you thought this little performance of yours would hide the truth. That medicine you handed over is not the only means of neutralizing the poison, is it not? Oh, and on what are you basing that oh-so-hopeful assertion, might I ask, that you choose to come to this particular lost belt in the first place? You made sure to wait until the time was ripe before you went about poisoning Mr. Dice. Were your poison truly incurable, you only need to flee once the deed was done. As long as you had managed to cover your tracks, you could escape without leaving a trace. And yet, by the time we had arrived in this lost belt, you were already here. Now, why would you do something so foolish? The answer is simple, because there is something in this lost belt you need to keep away from us. And what else could that be but a way to cure the poison you used? I can't stand men who have nothing more to offer than their minds. I imagine you must have heard that from Irene Adler a lot, didn't you? I'll thank you not to draw comparisons between her and an agent of pure evil such as yourself. Oh. Now then, as we can be sure that Miss Konyanskaya's purpose in coming here was to protect it, we must simply ask ourselves what this cure might be. It would have to be something already lost in proper human history, as well as something unattainable in any other lost belt, which leaves... Ah, the Fusang tree! Quite so. Though there are many things unique to this lost belt, the Fusang tree is the only thing I can think that would be impossible to obtain elsewhere. As the key to the Sage World's mystics, we know that it has no end of biochemical applications, as Qin Shi Huang has so aptly demonstrated. I say no other magecraft system that could possibly be used to refine such a strange and complex poison. Well, I suppose there's no point in playing dumb any longer. Yes, you're right, that poison was derived from the Fusang tree. The substance made by distilling its roots with yin energy called Xian Shui Ming Mai, or Immortal Decline. And the one made by decocting its leaves with yang energy is called Xian Huo Ming Mai, or Immortal Lifeline. Either way, either you're making poison or antidote, you need something from the Fusang tree. Of course, you could always make an antidote without the Fusang tree as long as you could extract something with the same components. But we all know proper human history lost these kind of mystics long ago, don't we? Which is the antidote I had on me was your one and only hope, given that I held Dice's life in my hands. I did consider making him my slave and forcing him to do my bidding, but I couldn't get Akuta's report out of my head. If only I had never heard or mentioned there was a lost belt, where the Fusang tree remained alive and in human custody. So, once you knew, you felt you had no choice but to go and guard it. You'll see quite the worrywart yourself. I prefer to think of it as knowing when to hedge my bets. Whatever you choose to call it, your instincts helped us out considerably for once. Once we obtain the Fusang tree for ourselves, we can cure Mr. Dice's poison, correct? Theoretically, yes. To actually do that, you'd have to make your way into Xianyang, where the Emperor is. And you'd have to be insane to do that, wouldn't you? Hey, we're going to have to face off with Qin Shi Huang eventually, especially now that the Emperor is trying to wipe us out for being Confucians. Besides, can't leave this lost belt until we find the Tree of Emptiness and chop it down. The hidden Tree of Emptiness? Well, I suppose it all boils down to the same thing. At any rate, curing Mr. Dice's poison remains our top priority. Can I assume our next destination to be Xianyang then, Director? Yes, of course. After all, we do need to get our hands on that antidote at all costs. As Chaldea's Director, I'm personally responsible for the lives of my staff. That includes Dice. I certainly can't afford to go around dying first. Well said, Director. Don't you worry, my boy. We'll find a way to save you. You just see if we won't. If we don't, you hang in there and focus on defeating Qin Shi Huang. I'm so relieved. I know we're not out of the woods yet, but at least this takes care of one big problem. Yeah. It's great to finally see Director Gordolf back to his old self again, isn't it, Senpai? Okay, 4 nodes in section 13. go. You and you. Wait, hold on, what? Oh yeah, alright, I know what I'm looking for now. You. You and you. That. That's not it. Here it is. Now where's the other one? The other one's green. That one. Okay. There you go. That takes care of that. Section 13, Lost Belt, Portrait of a Demon King. He was bewildered. It has been over 2,000 years since his activation. He had devoted every ounce of his being to fulfilling the duties given to him. Some of these duties may have been difficult, even dangerous, but he had always had purpose. There was never any doubt about why he was made or what he was meant to do. But now this sage woman who claimed to have come from another world with a different history was... Are you my new lord? No, it's not like that. The lord you swore loyalty to is the law that maintains peace in this world. Is that not how you were designed? It is. Well, that's not what I am. I ask that you think of me as a companion and that you may call me simply by my name, you. You offered everything you possess to Heavenly Emperor in exchange for my custody, and all you want now is to live out your days with me? Yes, that's my greatest desire. That has been my sole hope and prayer over the last 2,000 years. He could not understand. What could this immortal Zhen Ren, who claimed to have borne witness to a different world, possibly want from the being called she called Xian Yu? Without any further information or context, he could only stand by in bewilderment. So to remedy this confusion, he required answers. Answers he could only obtain from this being who called herself Yu. First of all, who is this Xian Yu you speak of? What did I, Kuaiji Zero, do in your history? Good question. Knowing you, I'm sure you will understand. Surely you can hypothesize alternate scenarios based on different conditions, just like Chaldeas could. Correct. That is one of my most basic operations. Kuaiji Zero, the first mechanical man Qin Shi Huang ever made by recreating Shang Dynasty Baobei. His core functionality lay in predictive calculation. By observing and analyzing every iota of data about his surroundings, he could predict likely cause and effect relations to see into the near future. His ability was deemed essential for spreading Qin Shi Huang's eternal regime far and wide. For the moment, letting us further assume this ruler is in fact Qin Shi Huang. You said that in your history I was activated by a rebel who was fighting against the Empire. That's right, the man who meant to use you, Xianliang, fell before his ambitions could be realized, and you were left to fend for yourself in a chaotic world under the name Xian Yu. If you were in such a situation, what do you think you would do? Now, what would this Xian Yu version of him do under such circumstances? He should use his abilities to fulfill his designer's purpose for him and help him bring about peace. Qin Shi Huang, after completing Kuaiji Zero, was magnanimous enough not to limit Xian Yu's potential masters to only his creator. Naturally, I would dedicate myself to the next lord, a successor who would lead China towards peace and prosperity. But what if the What if the Qin Shi Huang government had fallen rot and uprisings were breaking out all across the land? And what if the emperor's successor lacked the courage to quell those uprisings? Then it was a difficult supposition, but not one without a clear answer. His purpose lay strictly in bringing about peace, both swiftly and decisively. I would accept that Qin Shi Huang's time was over and find a new ruler amidst the chaos, one who would be up to the task of uniting all of China. It was difficult to imagine such a hellish landscape from the comfort of the Empire's eternal peace. But if he had been left on his own in such a place, only as primary programming to guide him, I am certain there would be at least one person among the rebels capable of leading this nation. Indeed, you found such potential in Liu Bang, a man with a promising destiny born with the dragon factor. When you first met him, he was but a lowly adulterer toiling away in the town of Pei. It matters not where he came from, or what his circumstances may have been. Once he assumes the throne and begins a new regime, what if his potential had yet to awaken, and yet no genuine ability to speak of? What would you do then? Well, this made matters even more difficult. But with the facts provided, deductions can be made. From there, an answer can be reached. Then I would have to wait until his abilities awakened, and he was ready to rule. But even as you wait, the world falls further into chaos, and numerous warlords battle each other for control of China. Their war rages so violently that it threatens to dispose of Liu Bang like so much trash. In that case, what a horrific history, what cruel conditions, but it was not his place to bemoan such things. What he needed was to be flexible in his thinking. If the only goal was to bring about peace to China, then it would not be necessary for the would-be conquering king to bring it about himself. All he needed to do in such a situation is pave as smooth a path as possible for the future king to walk. In such a vicious world, is he to keep his king alive until the day he can properly rule? I would enter the fray myself and put an end to their conflict before it could spread further. As long as I remove any obstacle from the new king's way. Yes, all you need to do is create a situation where the new king is the only one who can rival you. From there, all those who do not wish to be governed by violent suppression would swear allegiance to the new king, thus greatly bolstering his forces. The world cannot be left to suffer in chaos and turmoil for long. So, to bring a swift end to that, Xian Yu would merely need to become a box with which to contain all that would threaten the peace. If the people end up despising such a box, well, what does that matter? He is but a machine, a device that functions solely to bring about a predefined objective, if it would help clear the way for the new king to assume the throne. But what if, even after all that, Liu Bang was still too weak to prevail? What if, even after you had brought over other warlords under your thumb, the new king still required more time to grow into a proper ruler? And what if even then he was still not capable of uniting all of China? Such a situation would be beyond hopeless, but even that is not his concern. His only concern should be continuing his calculations until he arrives at the best, clearest answer. Then I would have no choice but to reduce China in size to something he is capable of ruling. That is right. That is exactly the conclusion you would arrive at. It is inevitable. And that is exactly what Xian Yu from proper human history did. He thinned the population, set fire to the lands, and whittled China into a size that Liu Bang could manage. Oh. A vivid picture forms before his mind's eye. Instead of near future, he sees a vision of a hypothetical world as clearly as if he were there. No matter how bountiful a land may be, if it would end up falling into the hands of rebels who claim it as their own, he would have no choice but to raze it to the ground. And before those driven from their homes could wreak havoc in their quest to fill their starving bellies, you can see it now, grass fires streaking across the land, fortresses collapsing into smoke and ash, prisoners of war buried alive so as to not waste time beheading them. All done without mercy or remorse at the hands of Xian Yu, the Demon King. And yet, until Liu Bang, the next rightful emperor, is capable of leading and providing for his people, Xian Yu has no choice but to cut down the land, the people, to a size within his lord's grasp. And did it work? Was peace finally achieved? Eventually, yes. Every last one who still had the strength to resist swore fealty to Liu Bang, thanks to their fear and hatred of you. After years of war and chaos, China finally came together, united in their determination to exact vengeance upon you. This new regime came to be known as the Han Dynasty. I see. He had no doubt such a scenario would end in disaster. The survivors who loathed him so fiercely would surely not be satisfied with a mere pound of flesh. Those who finally defeated Xian Yu must have torn his body to shreds and fought over who would take pieces of him home as proof of their victory. And you saw all of this happen? I did. I witnessed it all, as I stood by your side. No way. Is that... Oh, we have been analyzing the Shadow Border. We decided to try remodeling our tax collection vehicle in Chaldean style. We'll call it the Duo Yishan, or More is More. Behold this vicious facade, behind which lies a mountain of otherworldly technologies designed explicitly for violence. Indeed, it is an awesome, terrifying sight. Whoa, thermic ray blasters, homing grenade launchers, a 1500 horsepower gas turbine engine. It's the stuff of dreams. Woohoo! This thing is too cool for words, Your Imperial Majesty. It's beautiful. I have never seen anything more incredible in all my life. I don't get it. It has been a very long time indeed since this empire has produced new weapons. But thanks to Chaldea's technology, a single night is all we needed to complete our most ruthless weapon. If the time for battle should fall upon us again, the Empire will have an overwhelming advantage. Indeed, we have already ramped up their production to our factory's full capacity. We shall deploy them to the battlefront as soon as they are ready to go, where they shall swiftly rout those traitorous Chaldeans. Of course, you will be the ones to lead them, Shin Liang Yu. Oh, okay. Come, Lady Liang Yu. Let's start talking tactics. Can't wait to explore the strategic possibility where these bad boys will open up. With amazing machines like this out in the field, I could do this, and some of that, and... are you sure we can't just stick with the white cavalry spears? Okay. Next section. Delicious. Even rations taste better than ever before now. Go on, Dice, eat up. A good meal can help with almost any ailment. Oh. Hey, I'm seeing dust clouds up ahead. Something's heading this way, and fast. No ordinary cavalry would kick up clouds like that. I wonder, what could it be? Is that an engine? Must be an absurdly powerful engine. We can hear it all the way out there. No, that's not it. They just didn't bother with a muffler for reasons I can only guess at. It's coming over the hill. What the? Ah yes, I've seen this sort of thing before, much as I wish I hadn't. I don't believe it. They just straight up ripped off the Shadow Border. You certainly won't be buying that in a dollar store anytime soon. What a bizarre design. It reminds me of a bit of the kite we used in Russia. Hey, knockoff or not, I'm willing to give credit where credit is due. But this is really pushing it. The limits of my tolerance. If I don't turn that thing to scrap right away, I'll never be able to forgive myself for letting something so garish endure. The enemy is preparing to attack, Master. Even its cannon design is almost absurd. I'm sorry to ask this of you, Mr. Dice, but would you be so kind as to do something about that thing for Da Vinci's peace of mind and our safety, though not necessarily in that order. Okay. They even have the summer event music playing.
お前は我が城の影に溶けるしかなかろう。
では
Alright. Attack up. Ah, now it's 4 turns?
こういうこともできる。
Might as well.
どれにしようかな。
Okay.
強気ですね。最果てに光を放つ。そうは空を地をつなぐ。嵐の怒り。ロンゴミニアノ。はっ。抜ける。
All right. Where did I leave off here? Right. Right. I'll just do that.
行くぞドン
Do
スタ
that
突撃
as well.
清掃行きます最果てに光を楚は空を背地を紡ぐ嵐の怒りロンゴ
Right.
ミリアド
Still not enough. Okay, I'll just hand it over.
なんだ強気ですね
Shouldn't be too
ささや
bad.
か
Alright. Still one more turn. Okay.
行きます
Just keep. Right. Just keep spamming out the MP. It is.
最果てに光を楚は空を背地を紡ぐ嵐の怒りロンゴミリアド
だだ
Alright. Finally. Okay.
古きルールこういうこともできる古きルール強いきます
つまらん
Alright.
罠
I mean, I guess it's not that hard,
命令いき
but it is annoying how much HP it has.
ささやかに
Yeah, Waver's dead? Okay.
行くぞドンスタリー行きます
Okay.
最果てに光を楚は空を背地を紡ぐ嵐の怒りロンゴミリア
Okay, and that takes care of that.
踏んでしまったかな
Now, the next one. I mean, wow. Hmm. Okay. Da-da-da. Yeah, this is much better like that. Damn, this thing is flimsy. Indeed, if they had copied the Border's armor and its ability to withstand a zero sail, then we would have had a truly formidable foe in our hands. But what they've done here, how disappointing. It did have some impressive artillery, but that doesn't mean much of a good punch breaks it. Well, let us not forget that a blow from a servant is considerably more powerful than conventional weapons. So I don't know how I'd go so far as to call it a piece of poorly made. So it was an unmanned vehicle, just like those mechanical soldiers. Still, I'm surprised it was made quite so roughly. Wait. Yep, I got a bad feeling about this too. Looks like it was designed with an emphasis on mass reproducibility rather than performance of individual units, which would mean a whole lot of them. Ah, there's a whole bunch of them. I knew it. They're trying to overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Burn them. Kill them with fire. Someone get me an anti-world noble phantasm right now. Alrighty. Sometimes I think I spend more time in loading screens than I do actually playing this game.
戦闘なるべくでは
Yay. Attack boost.
ドンスタミ性強気ですね
Right, this should be enough.
最果てに光をそうは空を地をつなげ嵐の怒りロンゴミニアド
Okay. Right.
行きます。なんだって最果てに光をそうは空を地をつなげ嵐の怒りロンゴミニアド
Only two left. Okay. Yes, just punching it the old-fashioned way. It is. Mm.
息強気ですね
Wait, no. Actually, yeah, wait, what am I doing? Of course.
どれにしようこういうこともできる行きます
Right.
最果てに光をそうは空を地をつなげ嵐の怒りロンゴミニアド
最上に近い勝利
Battle finish.
に勝つくらい
Okay. Ah, so they dropped the cores. Interesting. All of the hostiles have been eliminated. Man, I'm exhausted. Woo! That does it. I gather up the remains. Every last piece. That's how they want to play us. I'm gonna analyze the shit out of these things and beat them at their own game. Ah yes, Da Vinci's a force to be reckoned with once she gets fired up. I have every confidence she'll soon be unveiling a new invention the likes of which mankind has not yet dreamed of. You two are very good friends, aren't you? The Duodo Yishan were completely useless. Interesting. Perhaps we rushed them into production too quickly. In retrospect, perhaps it would have been better not to use the same control system we used for the automatons. Very well, then we shall simply have to remotely pilot the next version ourselves. And to further ensure their success, we'll allocate 0.03% of our resources towards their production. Oh, how reassuring. Oh my, the Emperor really means business. Are we sure of that? Okay. not sure if this is the play. This seems much better. The enemy have really started to go in the offensive, haven't they? Well, we are getting close to the capital. It's difficult to mask our intentions at this point. No doubt all the troops that were out patrolling other areas will be called back to help defending Xianzhang. This will not be an easy fight. I'm also a little unnerved that Akta Yume Ren hasn't made a move since Ankang. Agreed, could not begin to guess what they might be going through her head. But she appeared to me as though they were hesitant to make use of her powers as a true ancestor. Or to take a different perspective, she may have restrained from attacking us, because she knows she could use her true ancestor powers to wipe us out at her leisure. An eminently plausible theory given how confident we know true ancestors to be, in which case it's unlikely Yume Ren would interfere with us again before the final stage of this battle. She's determined to not be seen fighting, but she is also dead set on ensuring this lost belt's survival. It therefore is extremely likely she will sit back and allow Qin Shi Huang's army to try to eliminate us for the time being, and only step in as a final line of defense once we have reached the Tree of Emptiness. Sounds about right. Lucky for us that Akta, Yume Ren really isn't a warmonger. That aside, we're still no closer to tracking down this Lost Belt's Tree of Emptiness. Then it's very possible that the next time we see Yume Ren will be when we find where the tree is hidden. Looks like the Chicha will have to wait. Got more company. I don't want to complain, but I'm starting to get a little worn out here. And we certainly can't have our master running his magical circuits at full speed right now. The hell are you guys moping around for? We're almost at the enemy's doorstep. Now's our chance to finish this. We have finally rendezvoused. I am sorry I did not get here sooner, master. Mordred. And well, Nezha too. What about the villagers? Don't worry, we found the perfect cave for them to hole up in, and they got enough food that they ought to be set up for a while. All we need do now is defeat Qin Shi Huang before their food stores run out. It's so good to have you both back. Go on then, have at them. Alright. Next wave of thrash mobs. There we go. Ooh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Figures.
それでいい。
命令と
残
なんだともろいもろい
Okay. Next round.
古きルールどれにしようかなこういうこと
Okay.
こういうこともできる
Okay.
なんだと
This will work.
ささやかな
Down.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンゼル・シャトーティフ
Alright. Final round. Right, multiple tanks.
どれにしよう
Okay.
残酷な
トゥトゥン
それでいい。
Right.
我が行くは温州の彼方アンゼル・シャトーティフ
Alright. All hostiles eliminated. I think we should be safe for now. Let us take a short break, but do not let your guard down. Say, I don't recognize you guys. Hell, I'm not even sure what the hairy one's even supposed to be. Ah yes, forgive me. I am Chengon. This is, how do I explain? What's to explain? You all know me. I'm Lubu Fengshan. How come alter ego fox bitch is hanging with us? What does she mean, Dice, you still have a fever. Have you not been cured of the poison? I'm afraid not. As of yet, we've only been able to treat the director. Indeed, procuring an antidote for Mr. Dice is one of the several reasons why we must make haste to Xianyang. Well, you heard of the man. I would think you could maybe stop with the murderous glare. It's making me want to murder you right back. Huh, so you got no problem turning traitor on Qin Shi Huang and the Cryptors, huh? I'll admit that Chaldea and I will never exactly be the best of friends, but I'm willing to swallow my distaste that the pompous emperor gets some much-deserved comeuppance. That's right. Well, there's no better way to stick it to an enemy than to strike while things are in their own house are a total cluster. Don't worry, traitor. I won't be kicking you out, at least not until you betray us. The enemy is drawing nearer to Xianyang all the time. They are too close for us to deploy another orbital strike without endangering the capital. How fare the capital's defenses? For the time being, I'm having Lady Liang Yu fortify our frontline defenses. In the meantime, I'm afraid we have no choice but to hold them off with more waves of automatons and Duodu Yizhan. Your Imperial Majesty, if I may be so bold, I would ask that you give the order for the other royal guard to join the battle. We hate to admit that matters have reached a point where that is necessary. But perhaps it would be cruel to keep you hunting dogs on your leashes when the scent of battle is so near. Very well, you've all been training your kung fu for just such an occasion. Now, go, show our enemy your skill. We will. Come on. Okay, so I really want to finish up Lost Spell 3 tonight, and I'm really close to the end, I know, but unfortunately it's getting a bit late, and I have to be somewhere in about half an hour. Actually, I think I'm late for it, but yeah. Point is, I gotta wrap it up for now. So yeah, next time I continue this tomorrow, I'll just be finishing up the last 3 sections and then jumping straight into the event. So yeah, moral of the story, kids, don't leave everything out to the last minute. Right? Good night, have a happy new year and all that.